Welcome back to the LIT Super 7 Series. It's the second leg of the competition live here from Oxford, but it's the very first day of the elite men's and women's competitions. There is so much on the line across that three-legged pinnacle of domestic sevens here in the United Kingdom. But we start with something a little more open, the men's open. In fact, last week's winners in the man of sevens, Shogun, are not here today in the men's elite competition, so it's a wide open competition, even if most of those big sides have jumped up to the elite category. The Sappers will be taking on the Maltese Falcons, one of the many international teams live here in Oxford. Action from pitch one all day, all the way through to the women's and men's Elite Cup finals at 20 to 6 and 6 o'clock tonight. Pretty overcast here in Oxford, but we're hoping that things are going to light up a little bit sooner rather than later. The first game to kick off between Malta and the Sappers will be in just a few moments' time. So let's have a chat about this men's open competition and the format in which it will run. It's a reduced setup from last week's men's open due to the presence of that elite comp on the top deck. So the Sappers and the Maltese Falcons share the group with the Apache Braves, Apache second side, as they've also got a team in that elite competition. The Royal Navy in action in Group A against Burnley's Ballers, who shocked a lot of sides last week in the social comp, going a little bit further than they expected, the Boom Beavers second side. And then Concord Sevens are also in action. The Men's Open Cup final will be live here on pitch one at 20 to 3. This, the only bit of Men's Open action that we'll be seeing today, as after the first couple of games, we switch over to the Women's and Men's Elite competition. It will be the Sappers playing in that maroon and blue strip from right to left who kick us off here against Malta Rugby in their traditional red. It's a beautiful strip that Malta have. They're an emerging nation in the game of rugby. Plenty of fixtures in the 15 season, especially that blockbuster tie they play against Gibraltar every year. Plenty of players playing their code all over England. For the Sappers as well, they've come from as far as Scotland all the way down on the south coast to play today. And it will be Raiola who kicks us off. So the Sappers get us started. Strong Fijian contingent in this side, but it's carried industrially into contact by Hardaka for the first time and then put down at first receiver. Good pressure by the Sappers. And it's a big chance for them to open up the scoring with a set piece right in the middle of the field, inside the 22. So one win will be enough to see you through to the cup realistically in this competition. The top two sides in the men's open go through, with the bottom sides in each pool head straight into a men's open plate final. But a semi-final spot on the line, and it is the scrum half Raiola to feed this scrum.
Big D, boys! Big D!
Numbers left and right for the Sappers. Now Raiola leaves it in because they want a penalty. There's the quick tap. And here go the Sappers, some teasing footwork. Little show and go! And they're over. Top start for the Sappers. Some lovely footwork. And then a little handoff to see off the last defender. Excellent start. Was a little bit too easy for the Sappers. Lovely strike from the kick as well, but just wide of the left-hand upright. So it's 5 points on the board for the Sappers. They are a military-based side. In the Navy, the Sappers side. So British Army in the elite competition, Royal Navy in the Men's Open. They did ask to move up to the Men's Elite, but fully booked up here at the Oxford Sevens. It's another great kickoff into no man's land and swept up well by the Sappers. Direct carry, and on the roll, breaking through the tackles is Rotukana. Oh, down the short side they go. Nice footwork from now Lulawa, who's over and still going. Now Lulawa eventually gets it down. Well, I think there's going to be a conversation here between the referee and his assistant. Now Lulawa just toying with the Maltese Falcons, and he's coughed it up, just stepping over the dead ball. So we're going to have a 22 dropout. And it's just hammered low and long. And try scorer for the Sappers is the first man there. And breaking tackles again. Beautiful running. Oh, he's put a man down. Pops up, but it's well held in the end by Marobo. Oh, what a shot that is, flying in on Railoa. But he's back to his feet again. Round the corner goes Marobo. Backwards is the call. Railoa. Lovely little offload. All the flair from the Sappers side. Serakui Bao hands it off, and there's the stutter step, the acceleration. Second try on the board for the Sappers, number 7. Serakui could have gone himself, but then it was that number 7 again, slipping through to score a second. The Maltese Falcons are on the back foot early here. Well, a bit of Women's Open action after this. Live on pitch 1, it's going to be the CNCF 7s against Oxford University's women's side. That's the Christina Noble Foundation 17. Up next, for now it's Malta looking to make a break. For the first time they're in behind. It's Brooklyn Hardaker away down this left. Hardaker, just the sweep of the beat, puts it on the inside. That's a lot better for Malta. Brendan Dalton scores and gets them on the board. They may trail by 12-7, but the gap cut back to 5 points. Nice work off the kickoff. Brooklyn Hardaker took it cleanly and just snuck down the short side. Good support from Dalton. And a kickoff to come from the try scorer as well. It's 5 pitches in action, all in all. 3 teams playing at once across the 3 games, going on at once throughout the day. And that is a free kick, and not the right response from Malta. Straightening up there, the Sappers just lifted off the deck from Rotukana. And Malta apply the pressure, and they've just about won it back. Flicked out the back door, but always forwards. So scrum to be fed by the Sappers. Oh, it's a knock on. Bit of respite for Malta. Good work in defence from Louis Singleton. So a reverse, scrum instead for Malta, and the men in red with a chance to strike. They've been pretty clinical so far. One score from their one entry into the Sappers half. 12-7 in favour of the mostly Fijian side here. But it's Malta, one of the many international contingents here, who have coughed up possession. And on the turn, on the spin goes Morovo. Missed pass over the top, beautifully weighted, but it's just through the fingertips of Bola. Still the Sappers look to play, but it was knocked on by Bola. And that will bring us to the half-time break in our first game here at the LIT Super Series in Oxford in the men's open competition. The Sappers lead the Maltese Falcons by 12-7 with 7 minutes still to play. It's a long day of sevens rugby to come. It's been a pretty fiery opener here. Malta back in the game right before half-time. Their first entry into the Sappers half. And this side full of Fijian flair seal the game with 7 minutes to come.
Sappers!
Back then for the second half, and it's going to be Malta who kick us off. They trail by 12-7, and that's a lovely kick-off and well taken by Jeffrey Zammit. But unfortunately, just shy of that 10-metre, according to the referee. So there's the tap. And they've only got one direction to move in here, the Sappers. They are direct and aggressive in the carry. Little show and go, slipping through. What a run that is. And now they're just a few inches short. Bola. Right lower, big miss pass. Will it bounce up for them here? Oh, beautiful footwork. And then popped over the top for Tavisara. Third try for the Sappers. Tavisara finishes off a lovely move. Big miss pass over the top. And it's an easy finish in the end for Tavisara. And Malta, 2 tries behind again here. Kicks off target. So the score will remain 17-7. The Sappers lead by 10. Certainly not their tournament over, the Maltese Falcons, but you don't get a lot of opportunities in the men's open. Top 2 sides through to Cup semi-finals. The final will be live here later on this afternoon, but for now Malta look to pluck it out of the overcast sky here in Oxford. And attack in earnest for the first time in the second half. Great line speed. from the Sappers, but Malta work it to the short side. Well, under pressure, you've got to try those big passes, but inside your own 22, you can't cough it up like that. That's the man holding it all together at scrum half, Ray Lower. He will chuck it in. Kini Lovo, the target, at the tail of the line out. Indeed, they look to go short, but it's not straight. And Malta survive. So Oxford University alive next. Just a couple hundred yards down the road from where they ply their trade on the university ground. Taking on another charity side. The Christina Noble Foundation's 7 setup. But Louis Singleton is going to feed this scrum and D it out. And good acceleration and a lovely offload at first receiver. And now Malta in behind. It's the try scorer, Dalton, whose pass is slapped down by the Sappers. And great acceleration in return, winning the penalty. Good work from Tavisara. And Tavisara takes the tap. Nagata. Marovo takes it to the line and finds an offload on the inside. What a winding run this is. No switch, instead driven into touch. Big tackle from Brooklyn Hardacker. But his pass on the inside has got his teammates into trouble. Dean Scully has to dig it out. They're still playing from behind their own try line here, Malta, and that's the right option to clear it away. Now a bit of broken field for the Sappers. Is there anything more terrifying in this men's open? Right lower, puts it on the inside. Tavisara steps away from 2, flicks it through the cap flap. Oh, big physical carries from the Sappers again. Desperate to free the hand. Takes 3 men in red to bring him down. Tavisara. Maravo. Ball back on the inside. Tavisara, fast feet to get away from 1. Maravo puts the handbrake on and then gets going again. Little goosey down the left. Flicks it off the deck. Linesman's flag is up. Sappers denied. A pretty outstanding score. How dare they play like this at 9 AM in the morning? Changes in the offing. On comes the double try scorer, then number 7, alongside now Lou Lower. But Malta's just got started here. They want a free kick as well because the Sappers were not ready. Still lead by 10 points. So Malta are going to have to get down the right end of the field quickly here. Oh, lovely running. Lined up pretty fiercely in the end by Nagata. A lovely winding run from Hardacker. Hardacker puts in the fend. And a lovely offload back on the inside for Alvaro Moreno. Up to the 22. Malta flying in support, but Denicoli off his feet. Penalty goes Malta's way, however. Oh, it's another penalty. They've not retreated the full 10 yards there, so it's going to be a yellow card. Off goes Nagata. So the door is ajar for Malta. A quick try from Carl Guacci with ball in hand. What acceleration to the line, crashing over from close range. Adam Kelly has Malta within a score. Big conversion here, a really important one for Carl Guacci. Oh, he slaughters it. He has slotted it from close range. And all of a sudden, it's a 3-point game. Sappers came close down the left to scoring a fourth, denied by the greatest defender in world rugby, the touchline. Malta go down the other end.
Time is up.
That's a 3-point game. Apache to kick it off for Malta. Ref just making sure that we've got 7-on-7 here, because Fiji are down to 6 still. And indeed, they are denied entry back onto a full complement for now. So Malta have a chance to strike. Offside from the kickoff. That is a coach killer for Malta. A missed opportunity. And now the Sappers with 6 men will attack. Now Luloa. Time is up. The 6 men of the Sappers survive. Malta beaten by a finer margin than perhaps the Sappers expected after a pretty dominant first half performance. They're playing with a lot of flair and a lot of fun, this Sappers side, and it's got them over the line in the opening game of the Oxford Sevens, the second leg of the LIT Super 7 series. This men's open competition is wide open, with all the elite sides jumping up to the secondary comp. Malta with a good performance. They kept themselves in the game right to the very last, but just ran out of time. So victory for the Sappers, and we move on to the Women's Open. In our next game, Oxford University, one of the local sides, taking on the Christina Noble Foundation. That's the next game live here on pitch 1. Now the Oxford Sevens. Oxford Sevens here in the second leg of the Lit Super 7 Series. It's Oxford University, one of the local sides in the competition, alongside the Quins, the hosts, also in this Women's Open. They are taking on one of the charity teams, the Christina Noble Foundation. Oxford University a little bit late to the party. They've just about made the cut-off, so we are a touch behind, but it will be the CNCF Sevens who kick off in that pink shirt, blue short against the all-navy of Oxford Uni, who just about keep a hold of it from the kickoff. And into contact goes Alex Lees. Well, dug out by Nag. In the end, the ball's a little bit loose. And then it's been spilled, so this is a chance for the Christina Noble Children's Foundation straight away through the hole and scoring. Certainly the better prepared of the two sides. And they've scored early here. It was a bit loose. They looked a little bit unorganised. They have literally just run straight onto the field from wherever they were settled. And they've been caught napping by Alice Smith, who opens up the scoring for the Christina Noble Children's Foundation. So the Women's Open and the Men's Open follow the same format. 3 teams in each pool, 2 pools in total. This pool also includes Bernie's Ballers, that second side of the Boom Beavers. It's just been slipped through the hands of Georgie Booth, but Booth regathers. Nice little change of pace from Oxford. Another offload off the floor. Here goes Williams. And they stay down the short side. It's Booth. Nice offload. And Booth gets it back again. And then there's an offload that's a touch forward, so it's into the path of Gower. Nice weight on the pass. And then Tash Duggan skims on the outside. Duggan with a show and go. Offload again, beyond the 22. Penalty at the breakdown. But a quick tap for the Christina Noble Children's Foundation, looking for their second try. Slow ball for Wallace. Smith. In goes Duggan. And Duggan gets it back. That pass is just beyond. Eve McInerney. So it's a knock-on. Oxford Uni survive, but Christina Noble Children's Foundation certainly on the front foot in this, their opening game. The other group in this Women's Open includes Fine Rugby Now, as well as Oxford Quins and the Wild Dogs, second side in the tournament. Having a look through both of these Bernie's Ballers and Wild Dogs, the second teams of 2 women's elite sides, pretty stacked setups. So they'll be real competitors in this Women's Open. Spits out the tunnel. Williams plays away, but the referee's going to call Oxford University back. Countdown is on until we reach the elite competition at 10 o'clock. A bit of men's social rugby. LU7s taking on Rums, the East Anglian social side, up next. But we stay in the Women's Open for now, where Williams does get it away. Well, Lisa's gone a long way and found an offload for Nag. Over the ball go Christina Noble Children's Foundation, and they come up with it, and that's a huge carry by Gower, but a brave tackle, and Oxford get the penalty. And they waste no time. All the way wide they go. And Booth breaks the line, but it's hunted down emphatically. Tash Duggan makes the tackle. 2 Duggans out there for Christina Noble Children's Foundation. Alex at number 8. Oxford just 1 short in the line out. CNCF with the line out. And Duggan picks out Gower. Nice little out the back door offload. Very casual from the try scorer Alice Smith, who's there in support. little bit narrow at the moment, CNCF. Keeping the ball alive. Someone just needs to accelerate here and get the game moving, and that might just do it. Oh, big shot comes in from Booth, but it's a lovely offload. Liddington away to score the second for CNCF. Georgia Liddington over for the second try for CNCF, and it was coming. They look pretty dominant out there. Very physical seven side. Plenty of debutants in this CNCF 7 setup today. They do have a men's side as well, but they're not competing here at the Oxford Sevens. Frequent flyers at the Dubai tournament as well. It's a well-established setup. And they lead by 2 tries in this Women's Open encounter. Regal with the kickoff. I think it's just going to bounce beyond the 10, so it's been taken cleanly by Oxford University. Sophie Hawkins with the carry, but a turnover on the deck. So from the penalty, CNCF attack down this outside. They make it to the wing. Nice offload on the inside to Liddington, who picks out Duggan up to the 22. And it's Tash Duggan now. Numbers up on the right if CNCF can use them. But then back against the grain comes Eve McInerney, who's going to score a quick fire third for CNCF. Eve McInerney, who won the penalty way back on the halfway line, went back against the grain. Some nice footwork. Off target from the kickoff, but they won't mind, because at the break they're up by 3 unanswered tries. The whole game has been played inside Oxford University's half here at the home of the Oxford Harlequins. It's been a pretty one-sided affair in this Women's Open tie. Bernie's Ballers await the winner of this game for a straight shootout to top the group and make it through to that Women's Open semi-final. 7 minutes still to play. CNCF Sevens with a commanding lead. So second half and a change of ends for CNCF Sevens, who lead by 17 unanswered points with 7 minutes still to play in our second game of the LIT Super 7 series. Oxford University will kick us off. through their skipper, Alex Lees. A couple of changes at the break for Oxford. Let's see if they make an impact with 7 minutes to turn this around. What a kickoff that is. It's a huge boot. It's going to roll towards that 5-meter touchline. What a kick by Lees, and then making that upright tackle on Ree Gower. Easier said than done. Some good fight from Oxford so far in the second half. Lees again there to make the tackle. Bit of space down the short side. How on earth has she kept a hold of that one? That is unbelievable skills from Gower. Looking to get on the outside of Booth. A good defence from Oxford. And then the chip in behind. And there's no one home for the women in blue. Back comes Ferguson. But Gower puts in a huge shot. Lees, the skipper, there to recollect. Over goes Gower again, who's stolen it for CNCF. Laser up to the 22. Still got numbers down that left-hand side. It's a good high press from Oxford, but nice offloading. Here's Duggan. Duggan lifts it over the top, and surely they'll score a fourth. CNCF Sevens into the corner. The Christina Noble Children's Foundation have 4 tries on the board. They go 22-0 up. Nice offload from Duggan. Hint of a forward pass, but right in front of the linesman. Second try for Eve McElhenney. Offside from the kick, so 22-0 it remains. But CNCF worked so well from right on their 5-meter after a thunderous kickoff from Alex Lees. They work their way back down the field. And this is a top side in the Women's Open competition. Just one more team to beat in their pool as they look like they've sealed this in the early stages of that second half. Ree Gower slams it down the centre, taken cleanly off the kickoff, and here come Oxford University. And off comes the handbrake, but a big tackle out wide. It's a huge shot to just launch Alex Lees into touch. So Pollard will take the throw for CNCF. Clean line out, but then knocked on from the tap down. So Olivia Pollard coughs it up for Oxford University. Scrum on that 5-meter line. It's a few yards in from the touchline. Zoe Williams will feed for Oxford. Good counter scrum by CNCF, but it pops straight out of the side, so we'll have a reset. And I don't think the Christina Noble Children's Foundation will mind the pace of the game slowing down one bit with their big lead in this second half. Williams with another feed, but it's been stolen by CNCF. Gower steps off the left and gets on the inside of Lees, and Gower's over the 22, frees the hands instead of taking it on herself, but stripped in the contact and then chipped ahead. And they win a penalty as well. Good defence from Oxford University. Could have been a 5th and final try for CNCF, but instead, here comes Oxford. Good hands, Booth. Oh, it's just beyond the widest player for Oxford University. And they may well be the most academic side in the competition, but they are struggling here in the Women's Open against a very put-together Christina Noble Children's Foundation setup. They are an experienced rugbying setup. They've won on the LIT7s tour before, the women in pink. And that line out is more than a little off target, so it's going to be a turnover. Well, indeed, I thought it was going to be a turnover, but the referees have had some consultation, and instead we'll have a reset. Oh, well, in fact, they were given the option of a scrum and a line-out, I believe, there, and Oxford have taken the line-out, and it's worked for them. And here is Williams, moving a little bit laterally there. In goes Charlie Graves. And is put to turf by Yasmin Elliott. It's just over the top of Booth, and it could bounce here for CNCF, who chip it through. It's loose on the floor. Oxford just about keep a hold of it, but driven back to their 5 metre. Through the hands they go. At least gets on the outside. Steps back against the grain. And takes it in on the 22. Little snipe from Oxford. And they've won a penalty. No wrap on the tackle for CNCF. Quick tap. But that is the wrong direction to carry straight into 2 ferocious defenders. Gower puts a man back, but a penalty for offside. Discipline just letting CNCF down a little bit here. Maybe too little, too late for Oxford. Here's Williams. Booth takes on Gower, but brought down on the halfway. No roll there. I think it's because Gower looks a little bit uncomfortable, so we'll have a stoppage in play. I think it's still going to end up with Oxford possession, but Gower's gone down, holding her head there. With not long to go in this game, we're going to have a bit of a break as we look ahead to a fixture for the men's social competition, LU7s, back in action live here on pitch 1. Taking on Rums. The social competition will be rumbling on throughout the day. We won't see much of it live here on pitch 1. But a bit of social flavour before the elite competition kicks off at 10 o'clock this morning. Action from the women's elite competition as last week's men's champion, Shogun Rugby, who are not active in the men's elite competition, but they are in the women's. We're taking on Oxfam. Now Gower able to get back to her feet and walk off the field, which was good to see. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, because she's a big part of this CNCF side. We'll get underway with an Oxford penalty. Skipper Alex Lees will tap and go. Booth, it's just behind. And again, it's loose for Oxford. Swept up by Lees. It's another pass just fired into Booth, who wasn't ready for it. And that will bring an end to this women's open encounter. Christina Noble Children's Foundation get their tournament off to the perfect start. A very impressive victory over Oxford University. And with that time delay at the start of the game, we will roll straight on to the next fixture, where LU7s looking to take on Rums Social 7 side. Next game live here on pitch 1 in just a few moments' time.
It's actually quite good that this would be far. See the back one?
So we fly into the next fixture. Action from the men's social competition. It's the Rums 7 taking on LU7s, the young guns. And it's a great start for Rums going down this left-hand side. Want a free kick from the kickoff. They're looking to make inroads early here. Little chip into the corner, but it just rolls harmlessly into touch. Line out for LU7s under a bit of pressure. So a line out right on the 5 metre. So skipper George Harris, who feeds it. It's a little bit loose there, and in fact it's been latched upon by the men in pink and blue. Rummans chip it over the top, bounces kindly for them, and that's the opening score. Just been handed the team sheet. And the try scorer number 14 is the Ice Monkey, which I love to see. Opening try of the game for the Rummans. Taking on LU7s here. And at the moment beating them. Off target from the conversion, but they're up by 5.
You get it? Ratty! Ratty!
Another kickoff that's rolled into touch. And in fact, it rolled beyond the try line. So we're going all the way back for a free kick on halfway. Good chance for LU7s to respond.
Go, Manny.
Come on, Elliot!
Go with him.
Here is Harris. Hands it off to Bunce. Bunce finds an offload. Little step off the right from Rawcliffe. Nicked at the breakdown, just knocked on the floor. So Rummans have it back again.
Shift it, look at Ice Money! Yes, Manny, yes, Manny! Give him depth!
Stolen again at the breakdown. Harris has it back for LU7s.
You've got it, you've got
Here
it!
goes Rondell.
It's
It's got to be on here for Bunce. Lifts it over the top. Busby steps through 2 defenders. Brought down by the try scorer, Ice Money. Another tussle at the breakdown. They do get it away, and it's a penalty. Big shot comes flying in from Max Kiwi. Penalty for a deliberate knock-on. Big bumping carry from Hilton, who crashes over for LU7s. Well, Manny Hilton plays his rugby in Bath's under-18 side. Just busted through the tackle there and has LU7s on the ball with a chance for them to go in front.
When you're attacking, hold your width.
Off target, sorry, from Harris. So 5 apiece it remains. Ben Tonu taking charge of LU7s this afternoon. The men's social competition is a little bit more populated than the men's open.
You know the map for the reset, great ball.
4 groups of 3 sides. Again, top 2 will get you into a quarter-final. Knocked on, and it kindly falls for Harris. Good delay on the pass. Jake Rawcliffe makes good yards. Harris through the cat flap. Nice step from Bunce. Into the 22. Again, it's lifted off the deck, but this time it's knocked on by Busby. Plays down in Brunel.
Unlucky!
Good footwork from Bunce. He plays at Cardiff Met alongside his skipper, George Harris. One of the younger sides in this social setup. They share the group with Onga. Always pretty decent in these social competitions, so tough group. Oh, it's been into the scrum and Harris goes over. It's spat out unkindly for Rums. So LU7s are in front. They lead by 10-5 with a kick still to come.
Keep it up, LU.
What, do you not like a beer like...
Great.
Yeah, I know.
At least I'm not ripping on brands this week.
Harris with a chance to extend their lead. Wide of the right-hand butt right.
Same ball again, same ball.
But it's going to be a kickoff for LU7s again. And they caused real problems at the last one. Well, it's bounced kindly again into the navy blue of LU7s. Bouncing inside and out. Good work from Busby to keep it alive. Plenty there in pink to get over the ball, but it's a penalty against the Rummans.
Okay, hold. That's it.
Quick tap. Rawcliffe hands it off. Hilton, the try scorer, finds Rawcliffe again. Hilton marched back to halfway. Good patience from LU7s. Harris all the way back to the 10-metre now. Bunts delays the pass, is put down and then chipped through by Rummans, who eventually do sweep it up. And it's taken direct by Max Peary, who gets an offload away.
Tom left! Miles, look left!
Plenty of space down this left wing. Oh, it's just been put down. Advantage LU7s. They can play inside their 22. Ferocious shot from Miles H. That's the call for the touchline. No sweeper. There's no one in behind. But they found a bit of space down this left-hand side. Over the halfway goes Hayward. And then he takes off the accelerator because he's got plenty of time, Luke Hayward. The Maidenhead man scores a third try before the break for LU7s, who have turned this game around. Well, they coughed it up in a promising position, the Rummans, and you're so often punished for doing so in the game of sevens. And at the half-time interval, George Harris can take his time with this kick. 17-5 at the break. LU7s really turned it around after going behind early to this Rummans social side. At the break, they are 3 tries to 1 in front, with the elite competition on the horizon here at the Oxford Sevens.
Same again, LU.
Second half to come. LU7s lead by 17-5 against the Rummans in this men's social tie. Taken cleanly off the kickoff. And here come the Rummans, who opened up the scoring early here and are skipping through the carries. Good take by Max L, and then there's loads of space down the left for Groberts. And Groberts is going to go over. First try of the second half is for the Rummans, who scored the first just over 7 minutes ago. And they're back into this contest. 17-10 they trail with another kickoff target. Lovely kit the Rummans have got a hold of this set. pink and light blue, like the inverse to LU7s in the purple and navy. So LU7s know the job is not done with plenty of time left in this second half. Good start for the Rummans, who kick it deep beyond the 22. First attack of the second half for Reese Buchan.
Go with Jake, go with Jake!
Rawcliffe delays the pass. Here's Hayward. Nice footwork.
That's it, good.
Picks out Harris.
Hold that way. Get across. Okay, fix him, up and fix. Up and fix, then go.
Look, Luke Revolts is away. Beyond the halfway, just a sweep of the beat. Puts it back on the inside. But it was knocked on. And then the next LU7's man to get a hold of it was offside. So Rummans have it back.
You'll get past him.
Oh, nice little show and go. Harris is straight over it.
Yes!
But the other tackler didn't roll away there, so LU7's backpedaling again.
Send it, George. Send it, George.
Hint of an interception for Hayward, but instead it's knocked on, so Luke Hayward's going to go to the bin here.
G-Rob! G-Rob! Leave it, Luke.
LU7's down to 6, defending a 7-point lead. Here come the Rummans. Wasted opportunity. That is unfortunate. It will be a scrum for LU7s instead, and a chance for the 6 men of this men's social 7 side to re-establish the 2-try advantage they enjoyed at half-time. LU7's just about keep a hold of it. In the end, the penalty goes against them. So they've opened the door for Rummans. Here goes Max L back on the inside to Dave H. Miles over the 22, over the ball go LU7s. First man there, so they've stolen it, but it pops out loose, and now it's a 3-on-1 down the left. If the Rummans can use it, surely they must go over here. Harris puts in the tackle beyond the try line, but they do score, and it's a 2-point game. Well now, conversion here would make this interesting, but the wind just picks up as he slots it and it drifts wide.
You good? Mark, you good? Yeah,
It is bitterly cold here in the Oxford wind, and it's pushed that conversion off target. So LU7 still lead.
Come on, LU!
With a kick to return. Not long to go here. It's going to fall kindly for Harris, the captain. Patience now from LU7s is all they need. But nice footwork from the towering Luke Rebolts. And Rebolts is away. Rebolts is on the outside of the sweeper. Great pace from the big man. And Rebolts is going to seal it for LU7s.
Well done, boys!
Luke Rebolts has surely won it for LU7s. This very young Social 7 side is going to come through their first game with a victory. George Harris will take all the time he can with this kick. Excellent kick. And that will take them 9 points in front. Return to a full complement of 7 as well after the Luke Hayward's yellow card. Tom Twiddle Satterley comes onto the field for LU7s to seal this.
Let's go, boys.
Oh, it's just been knocked on by Hilton. Quick line out for Rumman, who've put themselves under pressure. Hilton makes the tackle and turns it back over. And one more score would certainly put the icing on this LU7's cake. Harris again to feed. He's got the try scorer away to his left, Luke Raybolts, with 2 more men outside him. And Harris does go to the open side. Here's Bunce, who takes on his man and beats him. Good cover from Rums. Harris picks it off his toes. Raybolts is as wide as he can be out there, but Hilton takes it back into traffic. Here's Bunce, 2 outside him, lifts it over the top. It falls harmlessly forward. How much longer is this game going to persist? With LU7s more than a converted try ahead.
At least you got your cap.
Yes, G, that's
Harris
it!
puts Rummans under loads of pressure at the scrum. But they went fishing for it at the breakdown.
Pressure,
Pass to the
LU.
short side is loose. LU7's piling on the pressure.
Yeah.
They have stolen it back. Jake Rawcliffe brings an end to a thrilling contest in the end. The LU7s just about survive after an early scare in the second half. They taste victory in their first game in the social competition, with a place in the semi-final all but secured after their first win. We'll be moving swiftly on, though, to the elite competition. It's the first leg of the top tier of competitive sevens here on the LIT Super Series. And it's elite women's competition first. Oxfam take on Shogun. That's our next game, live here from pitch 1 at the Oxford Sevens. Our first leg of the elite tier of the LIT Super 7 Series starts now. So the elite competition here at the LIT Super 7 Series Leg 1 in Oxford is underway. And it's Oxfam Lightning taking it down that short side and being driven towards touch. So Shogun have it back. Shogun in the white and black crisscross pattern. Oxfam in the green and black stripe. So it's Shogun with the line out, in the possession of Seren Singleton. And it's crashing through the centre straight from the line out. Instead goes Fitzgerald. And there's Singleton over. And how easy was that for Shogun? Winners at the Man of Sevens last week in the men's open category. But they've jumped up to this elite tier this week in the women's competition and have opened the scoring in this absolutely brutal women's elite format. Two pools of 5 sides. The winners straight through to the final, and that's it. So one defeat may well knock you straight out of this competition. Shogun Rugby share a group with the Wooden Spoon / Lillian Marauders, the Wild Dogs, and the defending champions, the Vaquita Hammerheads. It's a brutal format, as we've said. Nothing but a clean sweep of victories to see you top the pool is what you need. Second place sides will head through straight to a plate final. It's another kickoff. And what a take! Away goes Rompton. And she will fly into the corner. Offloads are plenty. Oxfam deny them from 5 metres out. But in the end, Shogun just go flying over. Jazz Rawton with a ridiculous take off the kickoff. Was almost away into the corner, then 2 offloads on the inside. Eventually got Shogun over for their second. What a start to the women's elite competition. Rawton with the kick.
Nice, Courtney, good work.
From as way out on the right-hand side as you can get. Gets plenty on it, but just a touch short.
Great start, girls. Same again. Really positive.
Oxfam Lightning, off 2 kickoffs, have coughed it up twice. They've got to keep a hold of it this time, or their elite competitions here in Oxford will be over before they've even started. Another great kickoff, and Rawton puts the tackle in that forces the knock-on. And then carried on again by Fitzgerald. Penalty for Shogun. Rawton gets us going. Plenty of numbers on the left if they can use them. Still a 2-on-1.
Go, 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 go. Nice.
What composure by Shogun. Clinical rugby. 3 entries into the 22, 3 scores. These classic Shogun strips with their great design, but incredibly difficult numbers to read over on that far side. Can't exactly see who went over, but it was clinical stuff. Good hands from Lauren Thomas in the centre as well. But these kickoffs proving incredibly difficult to deal with. Jazz Rawton not taking on the full, this time just flying in for the tackle on Charlotte Wood to win it back. Here's another testing Shogun kickoff. This time, they're offside. A wry smile on the face of Rawton and Courtney Greenway. They've denied another opportunity to go hunting for it. Instead, first chance to attack for Oxfam, and Wood takes it into the 20, but then it's knocked on in the contact. Good tackle from Fitzgerald. And Oxfam's first attack of the game is over as quickly as it began. Scrum then for Shogun. Just inside their own half, the first time we've been inside their own half. And it flicks out for Singleton. Nice running from Betchell at first receiver, but it's knocked on again. So despite this fast start for Shogun, Oxfam will have another chance inside their own half to create something from the set piece. Liz Papp will feed the scrum for Oxfam Lightning, who've got an elite side in this men's competition as well. Speaking of the elite men's competition, we'll bring you our first game of it just after this one, and when Apache take on the Chinese national team, the Dragon Warriors. Pat with the feed, just about gets it away, but it comes straight out of the tunnel, so we'll have a reset. Pap does well to lift it off the deck, but it's fallen straight onto the green grass here on the main pitch at Oxford Harlequins. Lucky to get a penalty and a quick tap. Not accepted by the referee. So Oxfam will have to reset. Oxfam again go direct, but it's a huge shot from Shogun. Penalty at the breakdown. And this clinical Shogun side are off over the 22 again. Here goes Betchell, finds a pass. I think it's Chelsea Williams who goes over this time.
Let's get another score. Yeah, we've still got a minute, right? But let's try and get another score. Tell them to keep it simple. No, it's not our time.
Shogun are on top. Dominant performance so far against Oxfam. Every time they've won it inside the Oxfam half, they've scored. And we're losing count here at the first leg of the elite competition in the LIT Super 7 series. This is certainly a marker of intent for Shogun. It's a tough group as they both of them are. But the Hammerheads made it to the final last week. The defending champions on the LIT Super 7 Series are also in this group, alongside the Marauders and the Wild Dogs, that South African-inspired side. Oxfam do claim it from the kickoff and find a bit of space out wide finally. Darting inside and out there is Pap. There's another steal at the breakdown. Brutal from Shogun. Swung wide from Singleton. Nice ball from Thomas, and now they're in behind again. And this time no one will catch Manja Betchel. Oh, indeed, they've just backtracked on themselves there. Oxfam do get back, but that's so they take the scenic route. Well, they were just assessing why that happened on the coaching bench. They've settled on she needed the extra steps. But a try it is, regardless, for Shogun. Yet another on the board. Well, much like Shogun's men's side in the final of the LIT7s last week, it's a perfect start in the first half for this Shogun Elite women's side. They have absolutely blown away Oxfam. This game is almost certainly over with 7 minutes still to play, unless Oxfam can do something very special in the second half. It is a big, big lead for Shogun's Elite women's side in their opening game of the first leg of the LIT Super 7's Elite Series. Nothing but a clean run of results will get you through to the final in this brutal women's elite competition. Shogun are going about perfectly here at the home of Oxford Harlequins. Second half still to come. Is there any sign of life in our opening game from the women's elite competition? At the moment, it's a real hammering by Shogun. They're up by 25 unanswered points, but Oxfam have a half to turn it around, and they will have kickoff for the first time. Just bounces up past that halfway mark from Una Buluita. But what a quick return it is from Shogun, who are up over the halfway. Still battling towards the 10. What a carry. Snipe through the breakdown. Still going, Shogun. And they look well set in attack. Here's Betchel. Great line by Thomas, who's straight through. Boloita in pursuit, but Thomas will dot it down right under the post. And the second half has continued as the first did. A procession for Shogun. They break the 30-point barrier, and they slot their first conversion of the game as well. Jazz Rupton adds 2 more. They lead by 32 in the first game of the women's elite competition. And here come the changes. On comes Nia Grundy and Chelsea Williams, along with Aoife Jones, who will enter the fray for Shogun. And Williams will take the kickoff that have been so successful for Shogun so far. It's a deeper one this time, but it's a great take. And a good carry up to the 10 for Oxfam. Big clear out as well. But it's been knocked on the deck. That's unfortunate. Scrum is the call. Shogun have it back. Over goes Seren Singleton to play 9. So Apache take to the stage in our next game against the China Dragon Warriors, who looked very impressive last week, even if they were knocked out at the quarter-final stage. But down the blind side goes Shogun. Oh, still going. Excellent pace down the right-hand side for Singleton, who scores again. 37 points on the board for Shogun. This is rather terrifying viewing if you are in Group A in the elite competition. The Marauders, the Wild Dogs, the Hammerheads, big names in the domestic 7 scene will be a touch concerned. Hughes and Avey both enter the fray for Shogun, who fully rotated their side now. Williams with the kickoff. It's a deep one this time, so Oxfam have a long way back. Oh, there's numbers out down this right-hand side for Oxfam, but it's been ripped away instead, and it bounces up for Grundy. Williams.
Go, 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 go.
Avey. Avey goes herself and darts through the line and scores another for Shogun. The 40-point barrier has been broken in their opening game. Off target from the conversion, but I'm not sure they'll mind too much down on a stacked Shogun bench. Another kickoff to come from Shogun. It's another great kickoff as well, but Oxfam do take it cleanly. Lifted over the top, but it falls off target from the pass. And now Shogun swarm. Williams close to stealing it, and indeed does steal it. Greenway still going. Finds an offload, and it's great pace down the right wing to score another. It's not a very charitable performance from Shogun against Oxfam. And this time it's converted by Chelsea Williams. Williams with a kickoff, and Shogun have absolutely blown Oxfam away. What a take that is, right down that right touch line. Great kickoff. Another little show and go as they break the line. It just falls unkindly there for Rawton, who leaves it for Grundy. Grundy brushes off defenders and opens up the legs. Now Grundy with one defender to beat. Great offload. Jazz Rawton is over again. Nia Grundy the creator this time. Off target from Williams. But this is getting a little bit more difficult to watch, you have to say. No problem watching Nia Grundy run it in from there and then pick out a great offload for Rawton, but this is a one-sided affair. Spilt off the kickoff, but always backwards, so Oxfam with a chance to break into Shogun's half. Good defense out wide, lifted off the deck, dropped by Oxfam. And Shogun have it back again. Still got chance to score one more. Gwelian Hughes to feed this scrum. As Rorton comes over to take a place in the front row. China are poised to enter the fray alongside Apache, but there's still one more chance for Shogun.
Give us space, give us space.
Grundy looking to get on the outside. Grundy slips through the first tackle and races into the corner. Buluita back to force the offload, but Grundy has it back again. Grundy's still there. Receives her third offload. Third and final, she goes over to score. Nia Grundy, great performance since she came on. Set up a try all on her own, and this time links up well with two teammates to go over. Williams got the final pass, misses the conversion, but brings an end to the contest that, in all fairness, was over some time ago. Shogun laying down a marker. They have blown Oxfam out of the water here at the Oxford Sevens. And in the first leg of the elite women's competition, Shogun are coming for the title here at the home of the Harlequins. Well, the women's competition off to a bright start. How will the men's competition start as well in the first leg of the elite division? It's the China Dragon Warriors in their beautiful new white kit taking on the Apaches. That's the next game live here from the Oxford Sevens. Well, they've departed from the red and gold. Apache still in that classic blue shirt, shorts and socks with the yellow trim. What a shot that is! A big hit from Fessel. Turns it over for Apache. Daniil Fessel with a big shot. A chance for Chris Ballard, part of the Apache side from last week. We saw all three of their group games live on pitch one at the Manor Sevens. Now Ballard will feed this scrum. And here's Jackson. Oh, they're on the outside with Parker, who's got plenty of pace. Dragged down, but lifted off the deck for Rusty Kalanaviti. Parker plays 9. Hard line from Kingdom. North Walsham captain at 15s. And now Parker takes it to the line again. On the swivel. Looks to get away. Brought down by Ji Heng. Straight over the ball goes Zhu Xinzhen. But a penalty for Apache. And Ballard with a tap. And he wins another pen. They haven't gone the full 10 yards, so it's going to be a yellow for China. Yang Yuhang is off the field. And now Apache take on the 6 men of the China Dragon Warriors. Kingdom up to the 5. Great pressure at the breakdown, but it's another penalty. Direct again, this time from Harry Parker. They're well set down the left-hand side. Penalty. Ballard with a tap. Looks to go to the open side. That's going to be another yellow card. China down to 5. Huang Alki also sees yellow. Quick tap. Here's Jackson. Fessel brushes off his man and scores. Well, no score. Referee's pulling them back because China still had 6 on the field. Ballard's going to quick tap again. Jackson, this time a missed pass, and little hitch kick to finish it off from Rusty Kalonaviti. Apache finally score against a laboured China side who gave away 2 penalties for not retreating and went down to 5 men. Eventually, Apache score. Couple of changes for Apache. It's very strange, just 5 players at the moment on the field for China. 2 yellow cards in quick succession. They are on the back foot. Jackson puts it into the corner again. What a kick that is, rolling towards the touchline. Smart play from Apache. Well, they did all right in the group stages last week. They finished in 2nd place, knocking out the Hammerheads for the men's open.
Stay in the line! Ballard, stay in the line!
Good contest at the line out. China with just 1 player on the outside, so high press. And it's a big hit from Fessel, but it's a high tackle. Li Jian able to get back to his feet. And that's the smart option for China. They find touch outside of their own 22. Back to 6. That's the start. Yang Yuhang back onto the field. Huang Aki still waiting for his introduction back to play. It will be the next play because the yellow cards were in such quick succession. Driving on the contact goes Zhu Zhizhen. The Apache still have a man up here. Almost breaking the line, China. They're such a ferocious team, the China Dragon Warriors. Oh, lovely footwork. And there's the big don't argue. And now they're over the breaking through. The offload from Zhizhen goes to ground. What a carry by Li Zhiheng. But Zhu Zhizhen couldn't keep a hold of it, so Apache do have it back. Here's Kingdom. Another hard line, but a great chop tackle by Zhiheng, the number 20. Parker is free on the right if they can find him. And here he goes on the outside, then stepping off the right. Finn Parker races away for another try for Apache. He got a couple on the board for them last week at the Man of Sevens, and he scored here at Oxford. Apache go 2 tries ahead, but China back to a full complement of 7 and already showing that they can threaten when they keep the ball alive. Apache 2 tries ahead. China back to full 7 players after being down to 5 just a few moments ago. Good take from the kickoff. They're playing from deep inside their own territory. It's Harry Parker that time who makes the tackle. And they break through, China, with just Ballard to beat. Great acceleration, look at him go! Huang Aki makes up for his earlier yellow card by racing away to score for Apache. What a turn of pace by the number 6. Huang Aki scores for China, and they're on the board. They've cut the deficit in half with a try right under the sticks that surely they'll convert. That's half. What a half. Had a little bit of everything. China went down to 5 players and conceded 2 tries as a result. But as soon as they were returned to a full complement of 7, they went right down the other end and scored. It is not game over by any definition. Still 7 minutes to go here in our first game of the men's elite competition after Shogun wiped the floor with Oxfam in the opening of the women's tie. China Dragon Warriors in a tough group that also includes the Hong Kong national side. trail at the break, but have a little bit of momentum going into the second half. Seven more exciting minutes in our first game of the men's elite competition. First leg of the elite tier here at the LIT Super 7s in Oxford. China with the kickoff. It's a teasing one, and it's been tapped back excellently well. And China looking to threaten Apache early here. Great weight on the pass to pick out Jinglong, who's dragged towards touch. Great defense by Apache. Last ditch from the men in blue. What a kickoff it was by Ma Yu. Ma Yu freshly onto the field. Scrum for Apache, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Right on their 5 meter. Dug out and swung away. What a tap tackle that is. Down goes Harris. That's a big shot from close range, but well worn by Gordon. Parker looks to break the line. Lift off the deck by Jackson. Now Harris puts boot to ball and gets a hold of it. And it's going to bounce on halfway. Harris, excellent touch. Will it fall for Harris? China do so well to get back, but it's spilt. And then it's been picked up by Gordon. Great hustle from Kwang Ki Feng to get back, but it slipped through his grasp. Alex Harris with some great control. Got Apache down the right end of the field, and they've gone further in front with a kick still to come. Matt Jackson looks to have the extras, and does. (19-7) on my count. Max McCarthy onto the field for Apache after a great tournament last week in London. Good pressure from the kickoff, applied by Jacob Ham, but China keep a hold of it, and they slow the pace down a little bit there. That's a great pickup from Li Jian under a bit of pressure. Oh, it's been dropped. Looking to go quickly from the base of the breakdown. China have coughed it up. And another try here. And Apache are very much in control. Leyland Gordon, the widest player on the right-hand side. First half try scorer, Rusty Kalanoviti, down the left for Apache. But China have stolen it from the scrum, but not cleanly, so we'll have a reset. More action from the men's elite division up next, live here on the pitch one. And the Wooden Spoon Marauders take to the field. But it's Apache who just about keep a hold of their own ball. Gordon juggles with it, but put under pressure. China over the ball, but dug out by Ballard. Strong carry at first receiver. Gordon, McCarthy looks to go over the top. Kalunaviti. Breaks through the first tackle, but loses possession. So a line out for China. Good defense in the end to keep them in the game. The sun is threatening to break through here at the Oxford Sevens. Trying to take their time in the end. Kwang Kifeng is there to take the throw. Apache will apply some pressure. Big Finn Parker goes up on his own, but it's a great take by Li Zhiheng. A nice little wraparound to create an overlap. Good tackle from Gordon. Looking to snipe down the short side. Goes Heng Chao, who is dragged into touch by Gordon and company. Leyland Gordon's done his job there. Back onto the field comes big Dynel Fessel. Line out for Chris Ballard to feed. China have been pretty good at the set piece. But there's the towering Finn Parker up at the tail. It was Harry Parker this time. It's Finn Parker out wide. Looking to dance his way through the white shirts of China. Fessel in support. Here's Harry Parker. Chipped in behind. And now the chase is on. Jacob Ham is after it. And it's been unbelievably held by China through the legs. They've just managed to keep a hold of it. And now they've got a man over down the left. And Parker's been beaten. Just the sweeper in behind for Apache. Great carry by Aki, the first half try scorer. And it's been turned over. Great defense. Scrambled from Apache. But that was remarkably well held by China on their 5 meter. Almost a quick breakaway score, which would have made it a very interesting last few minutes here on pitch 1. Chance for Apaches to seal a first victory. McCarthy. Kulanaviti takes them on. Got Parker outside him, who steps off that left boot again. Another hard line from Ewan Kingdom. China over the ball, and they've nicked it, but not legally. Max McCarthy asking Apache just to slow it down. Time is on their side here. Here comes the tap. And here comes the big clearance. And it just about clears the Apache bench. Fine performance from Apache's elite side, who have beaten the China Dragon Warriors in their opening game of the men's elite competition. Well, the top 2 sides from each pool will graduate through to Cup quarterfinals here in the first leg of the LIT Super 7 series, and it's Apache who are on their way to qualification after a good performance last week at the Manor Sevens. No time to take it all in, because we're straight on to our next game in the men's elite competition. The Wooden Spoon Marauders take on the Tsunami Assassins. That's the next game live from the men's elite competition here at the Oxford Sevens.
lads, let's go! Let's go! Find the gap!
Well, here we go then, back in the men's elite competition.
Jackie, work with him! Jackie, work
Wooden Spoon Marauders taking on the Tsunami Assassins, who are breaking early here. They're looking to go coast to coast right at the start of their elite campaign. Nice work at first receiver from Matthews, who crashes over to score. What a try that was by the Tsunami Assassins. Their first attack right from kickoff. Asked to return it from deep by the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Jamie alongside me, who was part of this Marauders side last week at the Manor Sevens. Not the perfect start, but they've done awfully well there, the Assassins, to go coast to coast.
Yeah, it's end-to-end stuff at the start of this one. One missed tackle at the start, and then it's really hard to chase back. As soon as your number's down in sevens, in your own 22, it's really hard to defend. So you need to recover this kick-off, regroup, go again.
So brutal, the game of sevens. Absolutely no opportunities can be missed, especially in the elite men's competition. We've already seen an absolute barnstormer between China and Apache. But it's the Assassins here who win it back off the kickoff. What a great take that is by Keast. Wooden Spoon Marauders on defensive duty again. The Assassins do well to keep a hold of it. And they crash over the 10-metre. Callahan. On the back foot there, Mason. And Mason under a bit of pressure. Matthews, the try scorer, forced beyond his own 22, but then on the spin, finds an offload, and they're breaking through again. The chase is over. Sean Andrees scores for the Assassins. Well, no missed tackles that time from the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Jamie, just a brilliant offload and a great line.
The beautiful thing about sevens is if you get a shoulder free, you can get those offloads off. You'll see them all day. And the Assassins did a brilliant job there. They were backed into a corner by the Marauders, and somehow the player went down the middle, freed up his arms, and the support is all there. Brilliant try.
The Wooden Spoon Marauders go 2 tries down in a group that also includes the Kita Fiji Warriors and the Belgium national team. All of these groups, though, absolutely brutal, Jamie, in the men's elite competition.
They really are. There's no easy game. If you're not there 100% mentally, you're going to be found out. As we have in the first couple of minutes of this one, as we did in our first game against China last week, if you're not there, you're going to really struggle. So time for us to switch on.
And Wooden Spoon Marauders almost broke down the right after a great kickoff from Mason. I think it's going to be an assassin scrum instead. Tsunami, of course, the kit providers, have submitted a team into this elite competition. Wooden Spoon Marauders have a men's and a women's team at the very top level here at the first leg of the elite competition, looking to apply some more pressure here against the Assassins. Matthews looks to take them all on. Matthews gets onto the outside. Great tackle. Good tracking by Henry Gibbons. And then it's chipped through by the Marauders. Just about recovered, but the flag is up. And it's going to be one back by the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Jamie, that's a little bit better. You've got to make this opportunity count now. You've finally got a bit of ball in hand.
Yeah, it's an excellent tackle from Henry, very quick. Henley Hawk. Now we've got the ball. We've got to keep it. If you go over 30 seconds of ball time, you'll get opportunities, which we haven't done so far. So ball security of paramount importance.
Line out to come from Pilkington. Stolen by the Assassins. Tapped all the way back. And they ship it to the edge at the first time of asking. Sean Andrees again, putting in the fend, darting his way through, brought down by Rian Scott Young. There's a bit of a mess there. It's gone forward, and then backwards, and then forward again. Keast turns on the afterburners. It's well held. That is a big shot from Ross Lewis. And it was just a seatbelt tackle, so penalty. Looking to dart through the line again here, the Assassins, through Archie Callahan. Marauders well set in defence, but that's a nice step from Callahan again. Little show and go, and brushing off defenders. Almost breaking through Josh Roberts. Andres beats one, on the spin, still going, over the 22. Sean Andres crashes over for the Assassins. Well, this Tsunami Assassin side, Jamie, look really well put together for this, their first tournament of the LIT7 series. They look very impressive.
They've taken me away a little bit. I didn't know too much about them coming in, but they've got bags of pace, bags of skill in it. And again, I'll say it, I'll keep repeating it. It's that 30-second rule in sevens. If you can keep it above 30 seconds, 4 or 5 phases, you're going to find gaps. And exactly what they did there. I thought we defended it quite well for the first couple of phases, but as soon as they got their quick men on the outside, they keep challenging us on the outside shoulder. We did look in a bit of trouble. So again, we've got to recover this kickoff.
Still plenty of time for the Wooden Spoon Marauders to get into this game. They're going to have to create something soon if they wish to leave a mark in their opening game of the elite men's competition. It's another fantastic kickoff by the Assassins, and Charlie Mason has it back in his palms again. Mason inside and out. And then wrapping around the corner goes Callahan, who flicks it up, puts a little bit too much on it. And it rolls into touch to bring an end to the first half. The Wooden Spoon Marauders put under pressure, especially off those kickoffs. And that's what separates the two sides. The Tsunami Assassins just the more clinical in this opening half of their elite campaign. Jamie, Marauders have got to make a change at the break. What needs to be different in this second half for them to get on the board?
We've got to keep the ball. It really is as simple as that. We've not been able to retain our kick receipts so far. We've given away a couple of sloppy errors, but there's a lot of talent in that group, and as soon as they keep the ball, we showed last week with a couple of big victories, we can be really, really dangerous. So it would just be the messages in that huddle from Louis will be keep it positive, but we've really just got to get our hands on that on the pill.
Wooden Spoon Marauders trail by 3 tries at half-time. 7 minutes still to play for them to get into the contest against the Tsunami Assassins. Seven minutes for the Marauders to turn it around. They trail by 3 tries at half-time. Jamie from the Wooden Spoon setup alongside me. Just got to look after these kickoffs a bit better.
Exactly. We've got to put a tool guy out there, I think. We'll see how we receive this one.
They have got it back, the Wooden Spoon Marauders. But it's loose at the breakdown, and the Assassins sweep it up. Here goes Takuse. And here's Paul, up to the 22. Takuse at 9. Digs it out for Kalanueva. Little bit deeper now for the Tsunami Assassins, and Henry Haslam Runs back into traffic, but Haslam with a big carry. Just about brought down by Stegman. Callahan after it at first receiver. Eventually comes his way. And Callahan puts the toe to it. Will it bounce up for him here? It's just gone through 2 assassins. And in the end, Marauders have it back. Stegman, part of that Germany setup, crashes in and wins a penalty. And a quick tap for the Marauders. They've got to get moving here. There's a man outside, but it's taken on by Cooper himself. Oh, penalty's the call. Thought it was going to be crossing there. It's a yellow card as well. Well, that might change things around here. Josh Roberts. Well, indeed, no card was shown. The referee was just sending him back, so Stegman can carry. They've got plenty of numbers on the left if they can use them. Cooper again looking to take them on. Past the 10-meter. It's a bit of a mess at that breakdown, but look how deep the Marauders are. They've got to create something here. Pilkington, inside and out. Back to his feet is Lueni Yaruti, but it's been chipped through by Stegman, and the play's just waved on. The try's given. Well, that's an interesting one. The Assassins were certain that it was a knock-on. Chris Stegman has a score for the Marauders. Jamie, back into the game here.
Yeah, we'll take that one. Didn't look like it was necessarily legal from our point of view, but it's a lifeline for us. And again, talk about 30 seconds. We did that there, exactly what we wanted to do at the start of this second half, and that's how you make opportunities. So much better play, keep the ball alive, side to side. That's how the Marauders do it.
Well, they were certainly made to work for it. Good attempt at the conversion, but just off target. So still a long way back for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Marauders fire it beyond the last assassin, but it pops up for them here. Sakuse finds a pass. Isaac Small dragged down and turned over on the deck. Big turnover in a big area of the field to do it as well. Pilkington throws the miss pass. Iritu finds an offload. That's a high tackle, advantage. Quick tap by Iritu. Somehow gets it away. Surely now for Hare. Lifts it over the top. Well watched by Emil Ress. Ress, part of Toulon's academy setup, goes over for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Jamie, we've certainly got a game on now.
We do, and it was a fantastic offload off the floor. We got tackled just before the try line. Thought the chance was gone, but he flicked the ball up with his palms and kept the ball alive. So that's much better. Turnover, we kick deep, we suffocate them, and that's how you score in sevens.
Back to a full complement. The Assassins, that yellow card really did change the game. It wasn't particularly clear when it was given, but indeed, the Assassins were down to 6. And that's got the Wooden Spoon Marauders right back amongst it. Up goes Rest, bit of contact in the air. In the end, it falls for the Assassins. And off goes Aaron Keast. And Keast finds an offload. Good run from Paul. Penalty on the deck, big turnover. And a quick tap from Rest. And now they might be in behind. Racing away down the right goes Ottigan. And Ottigan's going to go the full leg for the Marauders. And a conversion here will make this very interesting. Oh, Jamie, how well were we keeping track of the score? I think a conversion here isn't enough to get you in front. But Emil Ress hits the post, so you still trail. But 15 points on the board. What a second half.
It's a title cliche, but it really is a game of two halves here. They've been absolutely fantastic in the second half. This is you know, the Marauders we know and love. So they've come out. That was defensive grit and heart there, chasing back, chased harder than the Assassins there, and that's what got us that try. Quick thinking, and if we can get brilliant kickoff,
It bounces up for the Marauders. Emil Rest with another score. You can't let it bounce like that in sevens at this level, can you, Jamie? That's exactly why the Marauders have gone in front.
Fantastic. Kickoffs have caused a lot of havoc today on both sides, but that is brilliant kick from Guy Rawsthorne, another Henley Hawk. I didn't know he could kick that well, but he's shown me a new side of his game today, and Emil, the flashy Frenchman there with a brilliant pick-up with his right hand as well.
What a take by Rest. And the Wooden Spoon Marauders have turned it around, something special. And Neil Rest, the architect for a second half comeback of some proportion. And it's going to be another kickoff from Guy Rawsthorne. Chip wide again, and this time clearly taken by Andries, who's hammered back. What a hit that is. And they're straight over the ball, the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Henry Gibbons, another Henley Hawk, big shot. Plenty over to turn it for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Now they'll attack from close range. Rawson draws another penalty. Here goes Iritu. Over the top. Hare looks to get on the outside. Still going Hare. Brought down by Drauvaki. Rest just about keeps it alive, almost interception. The ball goes loose, knock on is the call. That's it. What a turnaround by the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Assassins raced into a 3-try lead in the first half. But Jamie, as the sun broke through here at Oxford for the first time today, it shone down on the Marauders. They scored 4 unanswered tries and won the game. What a performance, Jamie.
There's not much analysis you can really do. That's just a mental switch. Not even at half-time, about 2 minutes into that second half, we decided, let's go and play. So, yeah, not much analysis, just a bit of grit, a bit of heart, some good sevens. Yeah, really good start to the day for the Marauders.
Well, no chance to take it in because we fly on to our next game. More action from the men's elite competition. Jamie, thank you so much for joining us. We'd love to have you on later if you fancy coming back. For now, though, it's last week's plate champions, the Hammerheads, who are live in action at the elite men's competition here at the Oxford Sevens. The first leg of the elite division of the LIT Super 7 series. Well, this schedule is absolutely rapid because it's another game from the men's elite division. It's Hammerheads taking on Oxfam, whose women's side were put to the sword by Shogun. It's last week's plate champions Hammerhead with a bit of a new look side, crashing over the halfway line here through Louis Burns. Junior Delhi puts it onto the toes of Hamilton, and Hamilton looks to break through. It's Hammerheads, of course, in that purple, white and red, beautiful crisscross kit, taking on Oxfam in the green and black. And Oxfam looking to get over the ball here. Still, Burns looking to get on the outside. They've been forced back a little bit here by Oxfam, looking to drag their men towards touch. Good tackle by Ryan Ball. Flicked off the deck for Delhi. Delhi options inside and out. Delays the pass. Beautiful little pop for Jamal Hamilton. Hamilton will touch down for the Hammerheads, who score there first. Great patience from the Vaquita Hammerheads, who women's side, of course, are the defending champions on the LIT7 series, but in this new elite competition, they draw first blood here against Oxfam.
Jamal, nice work, make your spot. Go again, boys. This is Cambridge. Bang, bang.
So they've got the rotation nailed here at Oxford, but it does mean that absolutely blown away by how quick the tournament is processing. It's Oxfam who have coughed it up again, and here go Hammerheads. Delhi looks to open them up. Nice step from Burns. Burns over the 22. Delhi's on the outside, but he's all wrapped up by green and black. Boer through the hands. It is beyond Hamilton. Good defence from Oxfam, who looks to apply a bit of pressure here to the Hammerheads. Oh, there's a handoff, and they slip the net. Off goes Brock. Brock steps off the right. Dragged down by Howard, but Chad's looking to race through. Frees the hands for Delhi. Delhi with a goose step. Dropped by Burns. Good defence from Oxfam. Hammerheads denied a second score. Scrum for Oxfam right on the 5 metre. Hammerheads get the shove on. It's just about held at first receiver. And they look to go direct through Rowley Black. Slow ball for Oxfam. Playing from behind their own try line. Chance makes the tackle. And Ryan Bourne is held up. And it's a turnover for the Hammerheads. And a scrum just 5 yards from the try line. Well, how these lines are drawn here at Oxford, they look practically inches away from scoring here, and their scrum's got a good amount of shove on it. Chats goes himself and scores. Arthur Chads just darts his way through. Second try for the Hammerheads. So Hammerheads alongside finalists in the Manor Sevens, Boom Beavers, as well as the Godfathers. Had a pretty good tournament over in Ireland at the Kinsale Sevens. And tipped to go pretty far here. Oxfam, of course, round out the group and are behind by 2 tries. Chads with the kickoff, hangs it up high, plenty underneath it in white and red. And Hamilton, Delhi, finds Hamilton again, the opening try scorer. Hammerheads looking to strike again here. A little bit flat at the moment, but then Burns comes from nowhere and burns his way to the outside. Good step back on the inside. Burns still going, still racing his way through.
Now get to the edge!
Just a few inches short there.
Hands in the rock.
Whipped away by the Hammerheads. Hamilton with the man outside. It's a simple score for them. Hammerheads lacked a lot of depth in that attack, but Louis Burns was well set and came onto the ball at great pace. Just short from the kick attempt, but Hammerheads up by 2 tries against Oxfam. It was an excellent kick from Arthur Chads that won them back possession at the start of that play. And it's another brilliant kick-off that this time Oxfam get a hand to. First knock-on was off a Hammerhead. Of course, their women's side are defending champions on the LIT7 circuit. We'll have to wait and see how they do in that brutal women's competition, as the sun has left us again here at Oxford. It was briefly present.
Pressure on. Blanky, get yourself on. What?
Ryan Bourne feeds the scrum and is put under lots of pressure. But a penalty for offside. Bit of respite for Oxfam and a bit of a space for them to work with. Affleck shrugs off Chads and taken in by Kelly. Here goes Black, who finds the pass for Jackson. Jackson dragged towards touch. Luke Uru brings an end to the first half with that tackle. Hammerheads in control here against Oxfam. Up by 2 tries in a game that's been pretty one-sided. That was the first time Oxfam entered the Hammerhead half in the opening 7 minutes. So in their first game of the Elite Men's competition, it's Hammerheads in control and looking to seal a first victory in a tight group that could go either way alongside the Godfathers and the Boom Beavers. 7 minutes still to play live here at the Oxford Sevens, the first leg of the elite tier of the LIT Super 7 series. Oxfam with the kickoff, but it hasn't gone 10, so the Hammerheads, who now play from right to left in that purple, red and pink strip, they're going to have free ball to play with. They already lead by 2 tries here, and Chad's looking to dance his way through. Goes to ground, so flicks it off to Struan Brooks, and Brooks is away. Just the sweep of the beat, and Brooks crashes through him. The brave tackle from Oxfam denies the Hammerheads for now. Snell, back to the short side. Brock takes a tumble. Snell, oh, great read from Oxfam, but it's been shrugged off by Brooks. And now Uru slides in to score. Hammerheads with a perfect start to the second half. They've extended their lead to 3 scores. That was well worked by the new man, Struan Brooks. And then Luke Uru, in the end, went over. Hammerheads go further in front. No luck from the conversion attempt. But Jake Kane's side are in command here in their opening game of the elite competition. They'll really fancy themselves to get out of this group. They've got to beat one of the Boom Beavers or the Godfathers after this victory if they can hang on here. Kick off from JR Brass. It's a deep one, collected by Affleck. Jackson, wider still. Little flip out the back door there. And driven on by Bourne, but Hammerheads quickly over the ball. Oxfam keep it down the short side, but it's been knocked on. And now Hammerheads can counter. Taken back towards traffic and a penalty drawn. It's a yellow card here. It's a harsh one for Rowley Black. High tackle. So Brass. Oh, and then a line break. It's opening up here for Nathan DeCalms. Brought down inside the 22. Oxfam surely steal that. DeCalms was well on his own there. And Oxfam do have it back. Williams driving on. Oxfam go to the short side again. There's a big looping pass for Affleck. Looks to take on Brass. Affleck puts it back on the inside, just volleyed into the path of Stuart Brooks. And now there's a bit of space for Sam Tutt. Lifted over the top for Uru, who takes off the handbrake and scores a fourth. 2 tries in the second half for Luke Uru. And Hammerheads are in control. It's going all the Hammerheads' way in this second half. Again, Oxfam just haven't had a sniff. A little bit of possession, but nothing to really threaten the Vikita Hammerheads line. JR Brass set to take this kickoff and fling it down the right-hand side. Luke Uru will be after this, hat-trick hunting. Instead it pops up kindly for Oxfam on the 22. And there's no one home, so it's chipped in behind. Excellently weighted kick, but will it bounce for Bourne? Great pickup, but back comes Brooks. Lifted off the deck for Rogerson. And then a great line by Rory Williams. Has Oxfam on the board. Well-worked try by Ryan Bourne. It's a really good pickup. And then Williams came steaming onto it. Not stopping him from inside the 22. Oxfam have 7 on the board. Hammerheads just need to stay in control. Oxfam with a kickoff. Their first of the second half didn't go to plan. Also returns to a full complement of 7 as Rowley Black enters the fray and will take the kickoff after his yellow card. Hung up well by Black. Good take though off the kickoff by the Hammerheads. They look to set themselves. Instead it's a penalty, and that's such an easy out for them. As wide as they can be then, the Hammerheads. Brought down just shy of the 10, Kieran Leeson. Chads, Uru. Brought down by Rogerson. That's a loose pass. It's been snaffled up by Black. Here goes Rogerson again. Rowlings looking to get on the outside. Putting in the fend, but brought down by Chads. Jackson there to play 9. Slow ball for Oxfam. Rogerson. Black. Little goosey from Affleck. Affleck going inside and out and taking on Leeson. There's the pass out wide. But Black just shy of options. Affleck. Good line by Jackson, who's through for another. Game on here with not long remaining for Oxfam. Off target from under the post, but rushing to take it. Is their time. Hammerhead suddenly under threat for the first time in the contest. We see 2 more sides in the men's elite competition after this. It's going to be Stunt Sevens taking on the Welsh side on pitch 1. Prostate Cymru As it pops up for Chad, who slips off the first tackle for Hammerheads. Still going Chad, picks out Uru, and now they're in behind with numbers outside. Uru goes himself. Hat-trick for Uru as he beats the last man and scores the winner for Hammerheads that will put an end to the Oxfam fight back. Second half hat-trick for Luke Uru. And the Hammerheads will take their time with this kick. Carlos Snell has the final say. Successful conversion just to add the cherry on top. Hammerhead put under pressure in the second half as Oxfam got onto the board for the first time and then scored 2 consecutive tries. But a second half hat-trick from Luke Uru put an end to the contest. Hammerheads taste victory for the first time in the men's elite competition here at the Oxford Sevens. Another game live from the men's elite competition as Prostate Cymru take on Stunt Sevens up next. Live here in Oxford. Kick-off then, and it's Stunt Sevens taking on Prostate Cymru. With Prostate Cymru here in the light blue and white, taking on the aqua blue and black of Stunt Sevens.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
It's Stunts looking to play from deep inside their own 22. And there's some great acceleration from Chris Gamble, but a penalty for the Welsh side, Prostate Cymru. Raising awareness, of course, for prostate cancer. Here goes Mason Hughes, who finds a pass. Lacey slips through. But from the Bridgend Ravens, there's a couple of these young Welsh Sevens players are. Just skips through the net. Gabe Lacey has the first try for Prostate Cymru in the men's elite competition, live here on pitch 1. Stunt sevens concede. That's what happens, unfortunately, if you give up possession in the wrong areas. So both these sides were already beaten by the British Army and the Wild Dogs, respectively. So playing here to keep their tournament alive. Prostate Cymru with the kickoff. What's a real contest in the air? Who will it fall for? Tap back again by Prostate Cymru, but it pops up kindly into the path of Joe Pattinson, who flings it wide. Stripped by Prostate Cymru. In the tackle, Sam Matthews rips it away.
Head off in the middle.
Well, 2 quick fire tries for the Welsh side. Stunt sevens under a bit of pressure here. Well, this is a disappointing start for Stunts. That's a successful conversion, so they're up by 14, Prostate Cymru. A little bit too simple out on that far side. Sam Matthews, who had it into his clutches after making the tackle.
But it just seems like they've been scoring from the
Kickoff to come from Prostate Cymru again. Southworth on the chase. It's a good take from Stunts and a big fend. And now accelerating down the right. Off goes Gamble, and Gamble's going to go the full length. Stunts on the board.
Nice, Charlie.
Charlie Gamble straight from kickoff races away. Let's get 5 points on the docket for the Stunts. Good response from them after going 2 tries behind. They do an awful good job to kick it from way out on the right-hand side. As close to the touchline as you can be. Off target. So 14-5 the score remains. Kickoff down this right-hand side.
There you go, Ruff, there you go. Hit him, hit!
Barber's after it, but Prostate Cymru slit the net. They do well to get back, but it bounces up for Hughes, who releases back to his feet and somehow finds an offload to the early try scorer Lacey. Chipped in behind by Sonny Greenman, but it's going to roll into touch. Nice option for Greenman, the Cinderfield man. Great work from Mason. Quick line out for the Stunts. Looking to keep Prostate Cymru on their toes as they make a few changes. Barbers. Into contact. Penalty goes the way of the Stunts. McIntyre finds a pass. Ball back on the inside from Mitchell. And now they might have numbers up. That's a great take from Raphael Barbaros. Here's Pattinson on the edge. Little hitch kick back on the inside. Desperate to find an offload, but it's been stolen by Prostate Cymru again, who can counter. What an offload that is by Matthews. And a big bumping carry. And now they've got plenty away down the left. Greenman, the beneficiary of a huge carry up through the centre. And once you slip off the tackles in the game of sevens, there's always spaces opening up elsewhere. Big carry by Morgan Bubia. Jones looks to add the extras. That's a great effort, just slicing away. So 19-5 in favour of Prostate Cymru. Two sides chasing their first win of the elite division. The first leg of this elite men's competition here at the Oxford Sevens. What a grab that is by Gamble. It's the stunts try scorer. And now they have an opportunity to close the gap between the two sides again. March back for now. Oh, what a hit that is from Bubia. But Barbaris slips through. Raphael Barbaris in behind. Good work from Samadou to chase back. And Adou's wrapped it up, but it was a knock-on first from Prostate Cymru. So the stunts with the scrum just inside the Prostate Cymru half. I'd love another try before the break. Gamble away to the right, one-on-one if the stunts can find him. Penalty at scrum time, not something you see every day. And indeed, they do come down this short side. Chip in behind. And Mitchell's after it. But it's regathered by Knott. And Knott slips through down this short side again. Just Gamble to beat. Knott gets outside him, puts the ball into space for Caden Davis to race through and score. Great work from Knott. Great counter from Prostate Cymru, and good support from Caden Davis to score another before the break. Gwyn Jones of Wales Sevens to look to convert before half-time. But it's a good performance from Prostate Cymru. Two sides searching for their first win in the elite competition. Jones off target, but a 4-1 lead at the break. On try scored for Prostate Cymru. Stunts with 7 minutes to reply. We've seen the Wooden Spoon Marauders come back from this kind of deficit earlier on this afternoon, so still very much game on for the stunts. 7 minutes for them to turn it around against Prostate Cymru. More action in the men's elite division to come next when Hong Kong take on China. But it's a second half for the stunts, who trail by 4 tries to 1 at the moment. They'll have kickoff. Plenty of changes at half-time for them against Prostate Cymru. So the aqua blue and black playing from right to left here are the stunts. That kickoff races towards the touchline, but was kept in play excellently well. Offload on the inside from Hanbury's been intercepted, and it's a perfect start to the second half for Prostate Cymru. A second score of the game for Caden Davis. And Prostate Cymru are racing towards their first win of the LIT Super 7 Series. It's a pretty tough group they've got on offer here, with the Wild Dogs also alongside them. Off target from Jones. But it's a pretty hefty scoreline they're building up here. So Prostate Cymru with a commanding lead by 5 tries to 1 up against the Stunts. And it's an excellent kickoff, well contested. In the end, it's come off a Prostate Cymru hand, so a line out for the Stunts. Stunt 7s then to feed the scrum. Penalty, another penalty at scrum time against Prostate Cymru. That's the only 2 we've seen so far today, as it's whipped away by Chapora. Well, they're not as wide as they could be here, the Stunts, but there's a big handoff and they might be away down the outside. Lovely offload from Gamble. They look to flick it back on the inside, but it was just deflected off a Prostate Cymru hand, and suddenly they're going to race away, surely to score another. Devastatingly clinical from the Welsh side. Stunts made some good yards, but then an offload back into traffic was just deflected off a Prostate Cymru knee, I think. And then it was finished cleanly down the left. It was Johnny Klatz who set it up in the end. Off target from the conversion, but I'm not sure it will matter too much in the grand scheme of things here, because Prostate Cymru are well on their way for a first victory of the elite division of the LIT Super 7 Series here in Oxford. Blockbuster games throughout the afternoon as we head to the latter stages of the group stage. But it's Sam Adu who's underneath it. What a take by Adu. And now Adu's off to the races, winding his way on the inside. Still going Adu, lifted over the top. Flung wide by Hughes, but it's just behind the nearest Cymru player who tries to keep it in field but can't do so. But Macclesfield Sam Adu made plenty of yards there after a wonderful take from the kickoff. Line out though for the Stunts. Chance for them to make an impact on this second half. Stolen by Cymru and a good take by Klatz. Grabban racing away. Little show and go and brushing off the last defender. Aaron Grabban scores another for Prostate Cymru. And the reaction from the Stunts bench is telling. That was a little bit too easy. They conceded, they're on a minus points difference of 45 after their last game, and it's not looking any better for them at the moment, the Stunts, unfortunately. Prostate Cymru, however, turning their tournament around with one more game to play. A victory in their final fixture will see them through to the latter stages of the Cup competition. We've got quarterfinals from the Plate and the Cup later on this afternoon. Captain Patterson back onto the field for the Stunts. One of the co-captains in this Stunts side throughout the summer. Cymru with another excellent kickoff.
Yeah, good work.
Prostate Cymru under it, but it's been slapped back by the stunts. Mitch under a bit of pressure out there. Driven towards touch, hacked away from the kick, charged down. Simplest score of the game so far for Prostate Cymru. Stunts just panicking a little bit there. And they have, in the end, comfortably won this game. A second half performance of some quality. In the end, it was Mason Hughes, another Tondu man, who touched it down. But really could have been anyone there in white to score for Prostate Cymru. It's a great kickoff, hung up into the swirling wind, and this time it's just into no man's land. It does full stunts away, he'll return fire. It's a good clearance. But Sonny Greenman's back there for Prostate Cymru with broken field. Greenman, oh, beautiful footwork away from two. Hughes over the top, intercepted by Stunts on the spin. Great work. And now they should race away for a second score.
Yeah, I'm not even asking him.
Well, it's game over for the Stunts, but they do have a second try. Victory in their second game of the elite men's competition for Prostate Cymru, who have kept their hopes of progressing through to the quarterfinals alive with one game left to play in the competition. Stunts drop into the plate, and we may well see them later in those plate quarterfinals. We've got two of them live on pitch one, but up first, it's a continuation of the group stage. It's the China Dragon Warriors, who are back on after defeat in their opening game to Apache. They take on Hong Kong. Another game live here in the first leg of the elite division of the LIT Super 7 series at the Oxford Sevens. It's Hong Kong with a good take, and they'll look to get us started through the vice captain Liam Herbert. And Herbert's away! What a start! Hong Kong on top. Ushered under the sticks by Huang Aki. That's a great start. Liam Herbert goes over for this Hong Kong Sevens side. It's their development side of the Sevens team, so plenty looking to progress through to the next stage of international rugby. It's Hong Kong in that classic red and navy blue that their national side is accustomed to, against, of course, the white and red of China. What a start already for Herbert and his side. Deeper kickoff now for China. Looking to crash through the centre. Hong Kong get over the ball and steal it. Herbert with two men outside him. Picks out his skipper Knight, but a huge shot comes in to deny him from close range, but it's a penalty. I thought that was a procession there. Instead, it's another yellow card. A third yellow card in 2 games for China. Rao Chen sends off this time. Discipline really letting them down here, and a scrum, the smart option. So Hong Kong, in this elite competition, will seriously fancy themselves. They were victorious against the Preseli Barbars, the 7 times Welsh champions in their opening game, and they're already 1 try up here. But here's Herbert, who flings a long pass to Fong Kit Fong, and Fong is over. Fong crashes over down the right wing for Hong Kong. China down to 6 players. Are always going to come up short somewhere on the field.
Number 13, 1-3.
No luck from the conversion, but that's 2 tries to the good. Hong Kong well and truly in front.
I've got the time just in case you didn't. The yellow card time. Yeah, thank you very much. Oh, Christ. Every now and then I keep missing things.
It's another deep kick-off, and it's been misjudged by China there. Eventually it's going to fall to Fong, but the flag is up. Will be a Chinese line-out. China down to 6, but they've won it at the line-out. They've really well drilled from the set piece. And then Ji Huang swings round to play first receiver. Ao Ki looking to take them on out wide. He's such a live wire for China. Finds the ball inside for Ji Huang. What a read by Quinton, who flies in to make the shot. Penalty though for China, no wrap, but that tackle has left them worse for wear. Joe Knight's just been yellow carded in the meantime for a no-arms tackle, just as Rao Chen comes back onto China. So this could be a turning point in the game as they look to kick for touch. They don't find touch. Fung is going to recollect, but they're inside their own 22 now, Hong Kong, for the first time since they scored their first try. Here's Herbert looking at another winding run, but denied any further by Zhu Zhihen. Fung. Esono. Brought down. China fly into the breakdown, but Hong Kong survive. Might have numbers up down the near side. Good carry from Elliot Quinton. Rolling to the 22. Good pressure from China. That's a loose pass. And China are going to snaffle it up. Oh, but Fung gets it back at the breakdown. And now Esono might be away. Good offload inside to Herbert, and Herbert takes it back onto the outside and is racing away. Does he have the legs? Sheng is looking to harass him into the corner, but after a breathless period of play, it's a second try for Liam Herbert. Hong Kong go further in front. The 6 players of China so close to racking up a score, but instead Hong Kong go down the other way and punish them. Herbert with his second try. Hong Kong lead by 17. And it is Hong Kong's development side who kick us off. Great lift. What a fantastic take that is by Zhihen. Hong Kong still play with 6. And China look to spread and use the full width as Chen looks to get on the outside. China are so wide in their setup. There's plenty of space. Down the other wing, they go touchline to touchline and carve their way through. Off goes Ji Heng. Ji Heng just gets on the outside of Joanna Sono and scores China's first, right under the post. They'll make it 17-7 before half-time.
Oh, this is Hong Kong. Oh yeah, this is Hong Kong.
Jiang Yuhang adds the extras.
This is Derby there.
And the captain, Joe Knight, comes back onto the field for Hong Kong. That's a very contestable kickoff, but another good lift. It's been knocked on by Hong Kong, but they are saved by the referee's whistle. So China get a big try just before the break to close the gap down to 17-7. But Hong Kong, with a double by the vice-captain, Liam Herbert, lead at the break. This game is very much still in the balance, with both sides returning to a full complement after yellow cards aplenty in that first half. China trail by 17-7. Hong Kong looking for their second win of the men's elite competition here in Oxford.
Yeah, I was going to swap it with our camera.
拿好球权。
17 points to 7 against China, who conceded when down to 6 players. Third yellow card for them in 2 games. But they're back to 7 now, and that's a fantastic kickoff that is just through the fingers of Billy Rigby. That would have been a remarkable start to the second half for Hong Kong. Instead, it's a scrum for China. Bang on their 22. 5 meters in field. This China side can hit you from anywhere. They just about dig it out of the scrum. Good take at first receiver under a bit of pressure from China. Oh, but what's the referee's decision going to be? Forward pass is the call. China wanted a penalty, but instead they've coughed up possession in a dangerous area. Campbell Cheng to feed this scrum for Hong Kong. Fung comes right out to this short side. Josh Eustace is right behind the scrum as well, with Matt Richard in his pocket. Eustace goes himself and scores for Hong Kong. 22 points up for Hong Kong. First try of the second half goes their way. Josh Eustace with 2 men outside him. Through a big old dummy that was bought hook, line and sinker by China. Middle of the park for Matt Richard from the conversion attempt as well. So Hong Kong with another kickoff. Spilt. Well, it came off somebody there. And it's Hong Kong who get it back just through the fingers of the normally very organised China, and a quick line out as well. Eustace, Richards Hong Kong looking to catch China unaware. Oh, it's a penalty for Hong Kong as well for a high tackle. Knight takes it into contact. Still going, Knight, the skipper. Rolling through, Knight. Had to put him down there, but Joe Knight sent off in the first half. Try score in the second. And Hong Kong may well have taken this game away from China, who could be plate bound after a second defeat. What a game upcoming then. A group decider between Apache and the Wild Dogs. Well, the Priscilli Barbars, sorry, also in this pool. So China go further behind. Looks like Hong Kong are going to seal a second victory here in the first round of the Elite Division of the LIT Super 7 Series. What a nudge by Mervyn Lowe. And it's been picked off by Moses. Knight chips it on. Lowe. Now the strike from Xing. Richard. Eustace. He's got a man outside him calling for the ball. It's Rigby. Rigby looks to go himself. Moses in support. Eustace plays 9. Here is Knight. Lowe. Little hitch kick. Xing looks to get on the outside. Xing, ball dislodged, chipped on by Lowe. And in the end, it's a knock-on that will gift China possession again. Maybe too little, too late for China, but we'll be trying the tournament if they can score from here. Another scrum, just 5 minutes from the touchline, right in their territory. Hong Kong are a player down at the moment. That's why the play has been paused. I think it might be Billy Rigby, who hasn't got up again after being clattered by a couple of men in white shirts. Priscilli Barbars are playing Apache on the pitch behind us. I'm not sure how it's going, but the Barbars look very impressive in that game. So it could be for a confusing final round of fixtures. Up next, a bit of action from the women's elite competition. It's going to be a huge game between the Boom Beavers, last week's champions, and the British Army's women's side. For now, though, Hong Kong well in front against China as their injured player is removed from the field. And now we can kick on with things in the closing stages of this big men's elite tie. China with a scrum. As far from us in the commentary booth here as they can be, right in that far corner. Good pressure from Mervyn Lowe, but China slipped the tackle. Great work to keep the ball alive. Stripped in the tackle. And clattering through bodies. Hong Kong now looking to kill the game. Mervyn Lowe, Eustace, with Knight outside him. Both try scorers in this second half. Eustace is still going. China over the ball. Penalty goes the way of Hong Kong. Here's Mervyn Lowe. Gets it on the wraparound, but puts it down. Another penalty, not 10. And the call from the touchline is just to slow things down a little bit. There's another player down, this time for China. So a change has been made. On comes Li Jiheng. This game has really slowed down massively in the last few moments because of 2 injuries. But all I do know is that Hong Kong are going to go 2 from 2, and I don't know if Apache are going to seal their victory over on the pitch behind us. But regardless, that game later on, Hong Kong against Apache, it's going to be an absolute stormer. It's Big Song Bu Yang on the far side who's had to leave the field. Scrum for Hong Kong. That was their choice from the penalty, and Eustace is going to feed it. Here's Lowe, just about gets it away.
Chill there!
Eustace, Lowe. Moses lifts it over the top. There's a Chinese hand in there. So it's going to be a penalty and a 4th yellow card in 2 games for China. That is pretty tough. For that time, though, it was a pretty good effort at intercepting it. I think Mervyn Lowe just asking how much time is there left. Scrum called. Hong Kong with a player advantage again. Looking to put a cherry on top of what is a fine victory. It's another yellow card for Li Xian as well. He's just been in the wrong places at the wrong time. I think he's lucky not to have got a red there for a second yellow. This should be final play. There's a man out wide if they can find him. Here goes Xing. Back against the grain and beating defenders. China over the ball. Penalty. Again for Hong Kong. China's discipline has just really let them down in their 2 games. And Mervyn Lowe brings an end to proceedings. What a performance by Hong Kong. 2 wins from 2 in the competition for them. They are through to the Cup quarterfinals. But will they top the group? We'll find out later on when they take on Apache. So something different. Still elite rugby, but this time from the women's competition. The Boom Beavers, champions of the Manor Sevens, take on the British Army. That's the next game, live here at the Oxford Sevens in the first leg of the elite competition of the LIT Super 7 series.
Welcome back then for the women's elite competition. Harry Scott Munro in for Wilf Kelmsley as he takes a little bit of a break after a mammoth shift to start the day. And it's the British Army Women's taking on the Boom Beavers women. Boom Beavers, their first game of the day. And the British Army looking to respond after a defeat earlier in the day. Penalty then to start proceedings for Boom Beavers, and they look to get the ball away quickly. Chloe Broom, it was there with the quick take and go. And here she comes again with number 7 on her back. The Saracen is met, though, by a welcoming committee there. But they look to accelerate, put the pace away, and a lovely inside ball. And they're fighting away, but the Boom Beavers race over their first try of the afternoon, but also indeed the tournament. And they are 5-0 to the good. Great work there from the Boom Beavers, recycling the ball, keeping it alive. The British Army team came back into it. They managed to recycle the ball, get it through and away, and despite that misconversion, they go 5 points ahead early on here at the Oxford Sevens.
Let's go, Kaz!
What can the Army do then? Looking to respond, and they're playing the ball around, searching for the opportunities and getting the ball out there to Kirsty Mitchell.
Yes!
But she's stuck on her own 22. And for Boom Beavers, that is a huge result. Broom then got the ball away quickly. And Lucy Harrier away, and now a 2-on-1 and an easy run in, an opportunity for Bluebell Nichols, who dives over out wide. It's just clinical from the Beavers. Brilliant work at the breakdown on one side, quick play across the field, and then Nichols going in out on the other wing. And a misconversion, but it's 10-0 now to the Boom Beavers, and a great start from them. Little bit of rejigging going on for the British Army. Tilly Kidd just moving around into the backfield, and that ball is bouncing and bobbling, and the pressure is coming on here. Jess McCauley, that was, looking to bring it out from deep. And the offload from the Army inside, it's gone backwards. But they're under so much pressure, stuck on their own try line here, being hustled and harried, and they've done so well not to have to ground that initially, but the pressure from Boom Beavers forces them back over the line. We've seen the all-court attacking game from the Boom Beavers in this first half, but that was suffocating defence. And they've now given themselves a gilt-edged opportunity here to try and add a third to their tally. Here they come then, spinning the ball wide, a little inside, show and a go. And it is a third score. It's the skipper, Jess Dadds, racing over. And it's 15-0 now to the Boom Beavers. Amstead then not quite able to add the extras, but her side won't mind too much. 3 scores to the good already. And what have the Army got in response? Well, that was on the money, the kickoff, but the Army have recovered and regathered well, and now the first opportunity to pin the ears back for Etchia Watson. But again, it's that defence from Boom Beavers, and now the 2-on-1, the show, the go again. And Sophia McDonald gets the ball away. Pressure coming on in midfield. Broom rides it, pirouetting out of the tackle. And the kick in behind. It's bobbling, it's drifting. And in the end, it's a pretty wonderful kick in behind from Boom Beavers. Not much going on in attack. And it just pins the Army back deep in their own 22. Pressure on at line out time, and it's been stolen. And there's a check, a show, a go, a jink and a try. And it's Chloe Broom who finishes it off. Right at the end of the first half, Boom Beavers have a 4th score. They hit the 20-point mark. And it all came from the pressure from that kick in behind. The Army having to chance their arm at line out time, and Chloe Broom ending up stealing the ball back and gratefully accepting the opportunity. Might have picked up there, our referee in the middle saying this is the last play of this first half. And what have the Army got in response? That's a knock on. They've barely had any possession so far in this fixture. And the Boom Beavers come again, spinning it wide, and now here goes Dads again, racing through, spotting the gap, and she's not going to be denied her 2nd of the half. It's been an absolute sevens clinic here so far from the Boom Beavers. 25-0 to the good. Conversion to come, and then we will have the half-time break. But they've barely given the Army a sniff. The conversion unsuccessful, but they will be pretty happy with that first 7 minutes of work here at Oxford Harlequins. They've had to wait until midday to get themselves out onto the pitch. But I tell you what, they've been making up for lost time there. The British Army lost that first game, needing to respond. And there'll be some messages in that huddle at half-time. They just need to get possession of the ball. We've seen so far today, when they get possession, they get the phases working. They are an incredibly good, physical, clinical sevens side. But you can't show any of that without the ball. There's still plenty of action going on here today at Oxford Harlequins as well. 5 pitches with action on them. The men's elite, the women's elite, and then the men's open and women's open competitions. Teams from all different spectrums of the sevens game. The elite, the ones that just want to come down and give it a go. There's a men's team, Concord Sevens, only formed 6 months ago, playing here today. It's their first ever sevens tournament. They're 2 from 2 in the men's open competition, so that's not a bad start to life as a sevens side. And we'll be bringing you the action here on pitch 1 throughout the day. So coming up after this one in the men's elite, Godfathers taking on Vakita Hammerheads. And then at 12:40, Vakita Hammerheads women will be taking on Wild Dogs Alpha. in the elite competition.
I could see her at the corner of my eye. I was going to catch her. Nice little chill.
7 more minutes to go in this one. First still though.
What time it did, that was like 3 in the
And we're back underway. Pressure being put on instantly from McDonald, and the Army look to come away with it. Trying to build the phases, but the ball is lost in the tackle. And again, it's that defensive work from the Boom Beavers, just sucking the life out of every attack that the Army are trying to launch so far.
That's rubbish.
Go with this, go!
Penalty then at scrum time, and no waiting around from Alyssa Jennings. And the ball is flung wide, and it's a foot race. And Morgan Burke will not be denied. Racing in under the sticks. And that is 30 now for the Boom Beavers. Change coming in then for the British Army. Latia Tawarki coming on for them. Rangy runner in that 9 jersey. Again, that is on the money, putting the pressure on the British Army. Carolina Varua did incredibly well there to win the ball. A penalty for her side as well, but we will have a stoppage, a bit of time off, a player down on the 10-metre line on the far side for the Boom Beavers. And they've made a couple of changes of their own as well. Karolina Kyriakova is on the left wing in that number 4 jersey.
That's what scares me.
And Lucy Harriet has made her way off the pitch as well, just chatting to some people down below us. The quick change has been made. And we're back underway then. The Army looking to get some go forward. It was Tawarki with the initial touch. And that one went backwards, fortunately there. And that's better from the Army, getting the hands free, getting the offloads away. And they've got a penalty advantage as well. Offside the call, and now they come forward, fighting, scrapping for every metre. A big, big fend coming in there. Jay Ash. And the ball working the way through the hands. Sequanveri picking up the ball, but then she's penalised on the floor. And Boom Beavers back underway again. Alyssa Jennings got that one going. Nichols gets the ball wide.
Keep going.
And now it's a run in again. And it's Burke cruising in at the end, cantering in for her side. And they continue to hit the accelerator in this one. And as the conversion is being lined up, another change for the British Army as well. It's Kessia Yavala in that 16 jersey coming on. And 2 more as well. Alicia Watson, number 3, and Barbara Sally, number 4, also making their way on to the pitch.
Yes, yeah. She's she can
I thought you wanted me in.
37-0 the score then. Just under 4 minutes to go here. And we said it in the first half, this really has been a clinic from the Boom Beavers. Making a mark in their first game of the day.
Nice, Mog.
Pressure being put on there. Jess McCauley racing around to try and stop her opposite number, but Boom Beavers coming away again. Spinning the ball wide into the hands of Rebecca Groger, and she cuts inside, looks to get the fend and the offload away, but the Army scramble well. And they're down in the proverbial coffin corner, but they've got their hands on the ball. Another change for Boom Beavers. Lucy Herriot coming back onto the field.
Nice, Emily.
And a deserved high five and smattering of applause for her teammates as Emily Anstead comes off the field. Oh, the Army are under so much pressure there. It's been hacked through, it's been dived upon. What's the referee said? Just over the in-goal line. Lucy Herriot nearly coming on and scoring within the first couple of seconds. But the ball had gone dead, and her side will still have the attacking opportunity here. Down into the final minute or two of this fixture then. And Beavers spinning it wide. There's space if they want. And they've got the ball out. It's going to be another foot race going around the corner. And Rebecca Groger has her second of the game. Boom Beavers go over the 40-point mark. And as the sun starts to come out around us, well, it's smiling down on them. That's been pretty much a perfect opening 14 minutes of sevens action for the Boom Beavers here this afternoon. Conversion drifts wide, but they're 42-0 to the good.
Hello there. How are you? I'm good. I've got a pencil.
So that was my terrible maths. It's 8 tries, 1 conversion. The Army looking for a response, and they might have an opportunity here. A breakaway from Jasmine Conn. She's hauled to the ground. There was Mitchell getting it wide. Tora had a carry and an offload. And the ball is just not sticking for the British Army. They're going to have a penalty opportunity here though, holding on. They're going to have to go from deep if they want to get themselves on the board. Lovely offload on the ground there from McCauley. But a knock-on then after from her teammates, and that is the final whistle here. Picture perfect sevens in the, we'll call it the just about Oxford sun. It's threatening to come out here, but the Boom Beavers have made their mark in their first game of the day. For the British Army, unfortunately, that's 0 from 2 for them. And some fantastic performances coming in across the board there. Next up here on pitch 1, we're back to the men's elite competition. It's going to be Godfathers taking on Vikita Hammerheads. So I'm going to pass back over to Wilf Kelmsley, then I'll be back with you at 12:40 for the Vikita Hammerhead women taking on the Wild Dogs Alpha side.
So the Godfathers kicking off in their pretty extravagant strip there against the Hammerheads in the traditional white, red and purple that we know so well. Great take off the kickoff by the Godfathers early doors there from Will Bug. They're looking for their first win of the competition. Hammerheads victorious in their opener. They get their second win of the day and secure their place in the men's quarter-final. It's a big carry from Wood, the skipper for the Godfathers, who were in action in Ireland at the Kinsale Sevens a few weeks ago. Now taking to the field of the elite competition, defeated in their opener. But looking to start brightly here, and that's a great carry right through the centre of the Hammerheads. Godfathers draw first blood. Just opened up there a bit kindly for the Godfathers. Tom Page's side already in front. I think it was Mac Dale who slid through. Just looking to raise things out in the centre there, Harry Rumans. So the last kickoff was a blinder, taken excellently well by Will Bug. And Bug's after it again here. But up goes Dan Boer, formerly a Germany Sevens, and Chads goes down to Boer, looking to break through. Needs a bit of support, so Chads, he's a professional Sevens player with the Lions. And then chipped in behind. Hammerhead looking to strike for the first time. Off goes Liam Leeson from the kick chase, but rolls into touch. Godfathers have it back. 27 years old, this Godfathers rugby side. Raising money for Young Lives versus Cancer. Against Hammerhead. We've already got one win on the board here in the elite competition, but they're under pressure here. Trailing already. How close with Ethan Horton from breaking through there. Nicholson skips away from Hamilton. Flicked out the back door to keep it alive. Horton goes down. Over goes Babor. Direct from Atwell, but knocked on, and Chads comes away with it. Hamilton on the inside. Boer to the short side. Here's Junior Delhi. Chads. Hamilton. Chads does well when he juggles with it. Hammerhead's well contained at the moment by the Godfathers, working hard, but there's no one home. So it's been chipped ahead, but it's going to roll into touch just shy of the 22. Delhi right after it. One Fiji cap for Junior Delhi at the Sevens game. And he was right after that kick, so Godfathers lucky it just rolled into touch. And they'll have the line out, but good territory for the Hammerheads, what they needed in this game. Godfather's line out goes short to Rumans, and now they could open it up. Oh, lovely step. But brought down in just outside the 22. Hamilton's got his hands on it. The referee waves play on. Godfathers with quick ball from the base of the breakdown. Lovely spin from Matt Dale. And to the short side they go. Little snipe over halfway. Godfathers making good ground. Look at the line speed though from Chads and the Hammerheads, forcing them back inside. Chads over it. Finally a steal.
Get deep! Get deep!
Quick tap, off we go.
Man on! No, he's offside. Go on, Brock.
Oh, great take from Brock.
Now move it! Deep, Nate!
No options on the right, so here's Boer. A real workhorse for the Hammerheads. Chads. Brock Chips in behind. Delhi in pursuit. Delhi's going to win the race. And he will score for the Hammerheads. Just got on the outside of Harry Rumans.
Liam, you good?
Junior Delhi has a score on the board for the Hammerheads, who level things up here with a kick to come. They need to slot this conversion. Over comes Arthur Chads to take it.
Nice, Liam.
He's had another good day so far, the young lad, Arthur Chads, and he adds 2 more to his tally.
Let's go. Shift that ball, Luke. Nice, boys.
One round with Junior.
Nice.
Really
good. Nice, mate.
Arthur Chads to kick it off then for the Hammerheads for the first time. Godfathers have been nailing these kickoffs.
Yeah, Chads.
It's a beautiful kick. And it comes back the Hammerheads' way. Uru, hat-trick in the last game. Frees the offload. Buh, almost away.
Outside you,
Stu Brooks brought down. Struan Brooks on the deck. Almost a turnover, but the penalty instead goes Hammerhead's way. And here's Uru again. Dealt with by Dale. Chad's dipping and weaving his way through. He got on the outside and suddenly it opens up.
Arthur! Chaser!
Mac Dale had his arms out. Couldn't believe it. Godfathers have just let it slip there, and Arthur Chads has danced his way through as they take the lead. 2 more on the board off the boot of Arthur Chads. 14-7, they're in front.
Nice, bro.
Easy.
And it will be another Chads kickoff as Hammerheads look to get it back again. It's another contestable one. The good lift by the Godfathers. Great delay on the pass from Dale, and now they could look to strike. There's the fend. Slipping away goes Jacob Wood. The skipper's going to score. Jacob Wood on the board. That'll be the equaliser on half-time as they look to add the kick. This is an important one for Harry Morgan Grant. Relaxed as you like for the Godfathers, number 10. What a game we have. Godfathers looking for their first win of the elite competition. Hammerheads looking to secure their place in the latter stages of the Elite Cup competition with a second win. They've got some work to do. Topsy-turvy tie that at the break is 14 apiece with 7 minutes still to come. Well, it will be another No doubt contestable kickoff from Arthur Chads to get the Hammerheads back underway. They're level at 14 apiece with the Godfathers for now.
Get up, Jan!
That's a shot. Kieran Leeson is after it, but it's just overcooked this time. That's the fine line you walk when you hang them up as high as Arthur Chads can in the overcast sky here in Oxford. Godfathers waste no time. Oh, out the back door, looking to find Tim Moon, and the ball goes to deck.
Knock on first.
Discussion between the ARs and the referee. I think it looked like a knock-on. And in the end, it's given as one. Line out instead. Still Hammerheads possession. Still Godfather's possession.
Yes,
sorry,
good jammers.
Stolen by Hamilton. Uru.
Go on then, Nathan. Go on, Nathan.
Nathan DeCalms.
Go, kid. Go,
stepping back on the inside. Look at DeCalms go.
Yeah, Nathan.
DeCalms still going. Former Berkshire County man. He scored an excellent solo try. Hammerheads back in front. That's unfortunate. The Godfathers were, one might say, a little bit lucky to get a line out their way. They wasted it. Hamilton, the front roamer in 15s, just stole it himself.
Great hit, mate. Nice, mate.
And Jamel Hamilton, the prop, is going to take the kick, which is what you love to see, into the swirling wind. It's a beautiful little nudge. It's been spilled through the fingers of the Godfathers, and Leeson latches onto it, but the first knock-on was his. So it's going to be a scrum for the Godfathers, just outside their own 22. They now trail after conceding first in this second half to the Hammerheads, who will be through to the Cup quarter-final regardless of results elsewhere if they can get their second win of the competition. More action for the women's elite competition. And Harry will be back with you for that one. Pressure at the scrum for Hammerheads, but whipped away by Atwell. Looking to take them on outside. Burns makes the tackle inside the bug. Interception. Uru comes away with it. Steps inside and out. And Uru over the top for another score. Down the right wing for the Hammerheads. I think it's JR Brass out there who's down to score. Uru, the creator, regardless. Could have got himself Luke Uru, but selfless in his play. Just flipped it back onto the inside again. Hamilton off target from the kick. The Hammerheads now 2 tries ahead. Indeed it was JR Brass, the try scorer, in support. Hamilton with another kickoff. The last one almost worked out for Hammerheads. That one's been taken cleanly by the Godfathers. And Jack Connor. Dale, always the creator for the Godfathers in this game so far. Gets it back off the deck. And good delay on the pass again from Mac Dale. And then crashing through the contact goes Ollie Day. Dale to the short side again. Morgan Grant, oh, beautiful feet. Morgan Grant brushes off 2 defenders. Dale in support. Day picks and goes, but is in trouble there. Bonnick, good carry, but a knock on. Kieran Leeson makes the tackle. Uru comes off the field after setting up that last try, replaced by Junior Delite. But Stuart Brooks will feed this scrum. Jacob Nicholson looking to apply some pressure. Godfathers desperate for a score and they need it soon, but instead it's Brass. Second half try score himself, weaving his way through. His offload goes to deck. Nicholson comes away with it, and there's plenty in support for the Godfathers. The handoff might do it for them. Jacob Wood, the skipper's going to go over for his second. Instead, he gives the offload to Shy Bonnick. Selfless from Wood. The skipper sets up Bonnick for his first of the game. The Godfathers wasting no time. Crucial conversion for Morgan Grant. He gets it. It's a 5-point game. How much time do the Hammerheads have? Their women's side, the defending champions of the LIT7 series, soon to take centre stage here on pitch 1. Short little kick from Morgan Grant. He's going to get it back again. Morgan Grant's off to the races. Bonnick, he's put it down. Oh, the referee waves play on. The Godfathers still have it. What a moment this would be. A converted try will win them the game. But Burns wraps up his man. Burns looking to kill it. Hammerheads looking to seal the game. Burns has ripped it away. Louis Burns has got it back in Hammerhead possession. Delhi at scrum half. How much time is there left on the kill? Delhi dances through. Junior Delhi is going to seal it for the Hammerheads. And their place in the cup quarter-final is guaranteed. The man who got things started 14 minutes ago has scored another. And the Hammerheads are on top in their second game. Delhi short from 5 yards, but he won't mind at all. Well, looks like there's still time for one last play here, but it won't matter very much at all. Sam Tutt, listed as the third best player in his own family. This is a key player for the women's side. What a contest in the air that is. A ridiculous take from Connor, but it's stripped at the breakdown by Tutt. This is it. Victory for the Hammerheads. In a crucial group encounter, Liam Leeson has the final say. Godfathers beaten, consigned to the plate. Hammerheads go strolling on into the latter stages. Last week's plate champions, who after a comfortable victory in that competition, stated their claim as competitors next week in the elite competition. That promise may well come to pass. So how can their women's side do in the elite competition? We'll find out next. In the next game live here from the Oxford Sevens, the first leg of the elite edition of the LIT Super 7 series.
Well, the Hammerhead men's team did the business, and now it's the women's team ready to go. 50-0, they won their opening match of the day. They're taking on Wild Dogs Alpha Women. Plenty of talented players across both sides. I'll tell you what, this Hammerhead side, champions last season as they get us underway, is absolutely stacked. Beth Blacklock, Saracens and Scotland. Charlie Woodman former Exeter Chief and Gloucester Hartpury player and a GB Sevens player this year to boot on the World Sevens circuit. So much talent across their team, so much talent across both sides running out here though. And this Wild Dogs side will want to try and put down a positive early marker. Not being able to do that though, a little bit of a knock on the floor there. And a first opportunity with an attacking scrum then for the Hammerheads. And they look to get the ball away then. And they spin it out and wide and away they go. Alicia Williams with the carry and she's up towards the 22. Lou Burgess then spinning that on. It's bobbling and bouncing a little bit, but the offload comes out to Gio Gray. And she hits the gas, stops, waits for the contact and bursts her way over the line. And it's 5-0 to the Hammerhead women. Composure, the name of the game there. Nothing too flashy, but just incredibly clinical and really well worked. Oh, and that conversion wasn't a bad effort at all, just falling short of the sticks from the far touchline. But Hammerhead with the early advantage and the early score. Back underway then, and that one is taken by Wild Dogs. Their first opportunity to try and attack with anger, but the ball is spilt forward. And Grace Dean returns in kind of a monstrous fend. And Burgess getting it away, and Nelson. And Williams then on the turn, gets it wide. And I thought for all money there that Charlie Woodman was going to race in and canter in under the sticks, but it's an unbelievable covering tackle. Forces the knock on. And Wild Dogs survive for now. Pressure is going to be right on them at this scrum though. They do well to get the ball out in the shadow of their own posts. And they look to attack from deep, and it's a beautiful line, and now it's a foot race. Chasing back there. And making an important tackle, but now here come Wild Dogs again. Hannah Johnston it was, taking the ball on there, and it's been worked now to Faye Robinson. A penalty coming her side's way. Burgess over the ball, but illegally so, says our referee. Little juggle in midfield from Johnston. And then the ball lost forward when the opportunity was there. And now Hammerhead with the ball. Burgess feeds it out. Williams takes the contact, draws one. She's penalised for holding on. Johnson then with the early quick take at the heart of everything for her side, and a beautiful looped pass over the top. Jemima Cage coming away with it, the old Albanians player, but she's then penalised. And this game has been non-stop so far. And in the end, it's the old 1-2, the step, the show, the go. And Laurie Harms comes away with the ball, waits, bides her time, sticks it down under the posts. That's a killer for Wild Dogs. They've done so much good work in the last few minutes, but one opportunity, one brutal sidestep, and Hammerhead extend their lead to 12 points. couple of changes being made for both sides as well, keeping things fresh. Sophie Tandy on for Hammerhead. I can see down there as well for Wild Dogs, Philippa Grant, number 2, has come on to the field. Well, the kick didn't go 10. I think Wild Dogs there wanted to try and get possession back, but they put boot to ball. And it did mean that Hammerhead could come away with it, but they are again penalised for holding on. We've got a stoppage on the far side, an injury that looks to have been picked up. Alice Bieber coming on in the meantime, and her side waste no time getting the ball back underway. Bieber in the scrum hat wants the ball. She's an Oxford Quins player. She wants to show her gas, and she's bursting free. It's an unbelievable covering tackle coming in from Sophie Tandy, and she's managed to force the error. That's a dead cert try saver there from Sophie Tandy. Wild Dogs otherwise were going to be away. A little taste there of what Alice Bieber can do when she puts foot to floor. Knock on in midfield there. It's Hannah Pellard wearing number 13. In the final throws then of this first half, it's been engaging, it's been incredibly even, but Hammerhead have been the more clinical side so far. And there's another example of it. Just a bit too much on that pass out to Bieber. And that's the half-time whistle. Wild Dogs have had the opportunities, they've had the territory, but it's been 2 strikes, 2 tries for Hammerhead women. And so far, they are backing up their victory earlier on this morning. They lead 12-0 at the break as they look to secure their passage into the cup competition. As we've been saying all day, so much going on around the ground here today at Oxford Harlequins. The first round of the men's and women's elite competitions and the Open Championships taking place as well. We're going to be on pitch 1 for the day, and next up in that men's elite competition, it's Priscilla Barbers taking on the China Dragon Warriors. But for the moment, we've got another 7 engaging, engrossing minutes ahead of us in the women's elite competition. Or Hammerhead then, clear, concise messaging. They were back out, ready to go incredibly quickly. Some more changes being lined up by Wild Dogs as well. Olivia Chantry has made her way onto the pitch wearing number 14. And her side get us back underway, clearing that one downtown towards Laurie Harms, and now Hammerhead get the ball wide. Fighting, wrestling forward there was Charlotte Daly. But she is pinged on the ground, holding on the call. No time wasted, but then the intercept from Laurie Harms, and she's got the foot race. Has she got the gas to get under the posts? 2 tries then for the number 6. 2 poachers finishes for Hammerhead women. And they extend their lead to 19 points. Shuffling the pack below us as well. Anna Burkett in the number 14 jersey. And Beth Blacklock in the number 2 jersey, making their way onto the field for their side. Embarrassment of riches really for Hammerhead when they can bring on a Scotland international. And her first kick is on the money, puts the pressure on. Wild Dogs do well to get themselves out of that one. Get themselves out of a bit of a hole, but it's scrappy. And they're having to fight on the floor and it's bobbling around all over the place. They've got a knock-on advantage though, and they've kicked through to see what comes. But Burkett in the backfield, so we'll come back for the scrum.
Yeah, I was doing that a little bit.
I'm going to slow down the hands before I'm going to keep really unsure of what I'm going to do.
There is still time for Wild Dogs, but you sense they need to score next. Under pressure at the scrum, but they've got the penalty come their way. And a quick tap, and there's no messing about there. Now they look to go route 1, getting the offload away. Blacklock wrestling the would-be attacker to ground. The offloads are coming away, and now here's an opportunity for Bieber, the speedster going down the outside. And a last-ditch covering tackle coming in from Daly. A bit like Harms in the first half, it was one that had to be made because otherwise you sensed that Wild Dogs may be going in for a try. And as they win the line out, you sense that's been the tale of the match for Hammerhead. Defence standing firm when it's needed. And Blacklock now pins her ears back, gets the offload away. Oh, it's all court rugby coming out from Hammerheads. Initially it went backwards. Second bite of the cherry though, it bobbles forwards. And Wild Dogs then will have the ball back. They got a penalty last time whilst they were under pressure at the scrum. That one is much cleaner though, and now they can look to try and launch an attack. Lovely offload into Bieber. She rides the would-be tackle, rides another one from Blacklock. But it's the work of Pellard to turn the ball over, and she's away, gets it out to Blacklock, who checks, goes. Daly wasn't quite expecting that one though, and it's gone forwards. Bit of composure needed here from Wild Dogs, and they found it there, and they found a killer offload and a killer handoff on the far side. Looked like there could have been a bit of a knock-on on the ground there. Referee says he's happy that that one came off the foot. And in midfield, they had to check and go route 1. Hammerhead defenders in the passing lane. But now Bieber has the opportunity to accelerate again, gets the levers free. And her side are up to the 22. Patient play here from Wild Dogs. But tenacious breakdown work from Blacklock, wins the ball back. I think she thought she'd been penalised there, was running back into the defensive line for a second. Here's Daly. Looks to free the hands again, gets the ball out to Burkett. Wonderful work by Burkett initially to hold on to the bobbling ball, but then she's lost it. Blacklock again, alive to the danger, stealing the ball and winning the penalty for her side. Here goes Burkett now. Freeing the hands, wonderful ball out. That pass from Pellard just goes behind initially, but it's picked up. And the power, the pace. And Hammerhead are not going to be stopped under the posts again. Their fourth try, and with just under a minute left on the clock. That one seals the deal for Hammerhead women. Burkett lines it up, slots it over. 26-0 her side lead. And there's just enough time left on the clock for one final act in this one. Hammerhead are going to go 2 from 2 in the women's elite competition. But the scoreline doesn't necessarily reflect the test that they have been given here by this Wild Dogs side. Full-time whistles going off around us on the other 4 pitches. Slight confusion, but there is still time for the line out. And this should be the final play. Tied it up by Lily Olive. And Wild Dogs, well, they've been fighting hard, but they've been coming up against a pack of hyenas at the breakdown. And they've had to fight so hard for everything here today. They have got the penalty, though, and they're going to have to go from deep. But they are going to have an opportunity to try and see if they can finish with a flourish. Offload coming in before a huge shot comes in from Burkett. Wild Dogs then coming free now, forward now. Hannah Johnston it was, freeing the hands once again, and her side are up to the 10-metre line. It's patient play again, but they're under constant pressure, looking for the 2-on-1. They found it with the fend and the offload in. But there's 3 Hammerhead defenders there. Penalty again, though. And Jemima Cadge breaks and finds the offload. And they're up towards that 22 now. Cadge again. There is a space and an opportunity here. Maya Champion there with the ball. She gets it out to Katie Cawthorne, the old Albanian. And it's a wrestling match in that 22 now. Picked up and flung wide, and at the end, at the last, it's Eliana Morris that goes over for the Wild Dogs. On the scoreboard, it's no more than a consolation, but it's a try that their efforts richly deserve. Conversion to come, but it is Hammerhead women that are going to go 2 from 2. They're going to move into that cup quarter-final. There's the final whistle. 26-5 they have secured the victory by. And a good test for them here on pitch 1, and probably one that they'll be glad to have had as they look to move into the knockout stages. Action coming thick and fast as both teams congratulate each other, look to make their way off the field. And we will be back with you very shortly. Moving into the men's elite competition, it's China Dragon Warriors and Preseli Barbars. What a matchup that is.
Well, hint of a kick clash here in the men's elite competition. It's the Preseli Barbars, the 7-time Welsh champions, taking on a China side looking for their first win of the day. Bit of a turnaround in this group. Apache were defeated by the Preseli Barbars earlier on the pitch behind us, which puts them in a great position to qualify if they can see off a China side riddled with ill discipline in their opening games, as Rao Chen looks to make some yards down that left-hand side. Penalty for the Preseli Barbars. It's been 4 yellow cards in 2 games for the Chinese, and the Preseli Barbars on the turn, looking to score for the first time. How close are they to opening things up? Second penalty in quick succession, and this surely must be the opening score. Arthur back on the inside, and the hole opens up. Aaron Arthur, the Glamorgan Wanderer, has scored the opening try of the day for the Preseli Barbars, and the win here, if results go how they're expected to elsewhere, will knock the Apaches down into the plate. Tasted their own medicine last week after they removed Hammerheads from the men's open, but this is a step up in competition, the men's elite. And as things stand, if Hong Kong can defeat Apache elsewhere, then the Preseli Barbars will be through on 6 points. They'll play either the Wild Dogs or the British Army in the final game, depending on how results go between Prostate Cymru and their oppositions in that Pool A concoction. Another big kickoff high into the sky here. It's going to just slip through the fingers of Zhu Zhizhen. No chance for a quick line out. Remarkable strength there by Wan Sheng, just to keep Zhu Zhizhen in the air. And in the end, it's a Chinese line out, so Ji Hu lifts it up, and they come away with it. Again, they're a fine side. They'll have great games in the plate to come, but they're slipping through here, looking to deny the Preseli Barbars a place in the next round. It's Huang Aki again, the speedster, straight through the center. China can't qualify unless they absolutely hammer this Preseli Barbar side and sneak in on points difference, with 3 sides in the pool on 3 points apiece. But it would have to be a serious turnaround. The Preseli Barbars sit on a points difference of about 0, while China are on minus 36. But a 38-point victory and a defeat for Apache elsewhere would see China through to the cup. Long way to go as they equalize against the Preseli Barbars. Oh, it's just been spilt, and China have it back. In goes Sheng into contact. Preseli Barbars straight over the ball. Penalty goes the way of the Welsh side. And here come Preseli, weaving and winding their way through. Using all the width on offer here in Oxford. Oh, what an offload. Round the corner they go. And now the Barbars in behind. They fling it back in field. What link up. Beautiful rugby down the right wing. And in the end, they dot it down under the sticks. Ian Phillips, the scorer of Llandafri RFC. And the Barbars are back in front. Conversion to come to put them 14-7 ahead. And China have been breached. What a response by Preseli. And they're back into cup contention. So China trail again. Just hasn't been their day. Tough group with Hong Kong and Apache. And that kick is into no man's land. In the end, regathered by China, and off goes Sheng again. Good offload inside. Slow ball, penalty China. Huang Aki wastes no time in getting things underway. Look at him go. Huang Aki is the fastest man in the Far East. And he scored another try here for China. And a chance for them to level things up again. What a game we've got on offer. If it stays as tight as this, then China will be out of the competition and through to the plate on points difference. But they could deny the Barbars a place Apache and Barbars are on 3 points apiece. Apache just 1 try ahead of them on points difference. But we're back level again. Well, good take from Davis. Sally Barbars just keen to keep things moving. It's another good carry over the 22. Penalty. China win it back. Sheng steps back into traffic. Nice footwork. Sheng away. Dragged down at the very last. Hand in the breakdown. A yellow card for the Preseli Barbars. Denying a clear opportunity there to score if China got quick ball. Chance for them to go ahead for the first time. It could be a hat-trick for Alki. Instead brought down. Got to be space somewhere for China. They go direct and roll over the line. Penalty for the Preseli Barbars. Not releasing when tackled. And now the 6 men of Preseli look to create something here. Little dummy switch from Wilkins, who hangs it up. March back, though, to their 5-meter. Oh, there's the missed tackle that they needed. But there's no one on the outside to benefit from Jordan Coxley's hard work. Chipped in behind. There's no one home for China. It's just Rao Chen getting back, but he does get back with great effort. Now Chen can take on Ned Bennett. Bennett strips him in the contact and wins it back. That'll be half-time. Yellow card for Steph Davis. Means little to the scoreline as it's still level at 14 points apiece. China twice fought back into the contest, but Preseli, with a place in the Cup quarterfinals on the line, at the moment, may just be doing enough, depending on results elsewhere. A defeat for Apaches against Hong Kong, and 1 point here should be enough to see Preseli Barbars through to the Cup quarterfinal. But they'd rather not rely on Hong Kong to do them a favour. 7 minutes for them to secure their place in the Cup quarterfinals. China kick us off. We're all level here between the Preseli Barbars, looking for their second win after a huge victory against Apache. Against China, 2 losses from 2. That's through the hands of Wilkins. And China apply the pressure. Good hustle at the breakdown from Preseli, but China win it back. A loss here would open the door for Apaches. It might all come down to points difference. We'll have to get the calculators out later on if China can score here. And they take the scrum. Preseli Barbars still down to 6 following a yellow card towards the back end of that first half. Kwang Kifeng will feed this scrum. He's got a man free on the left, but they're spread as wide as they can be down the right as well. Kifeng gets away with it, but is put under pressure by Wilkins. Penalty, Preseli. Jordan Coxley over the ball. And it's the yellow card being reintroduced here. Steph Davids to take his place in the back line. What a turnover from Coxley. What a place to do it. And they look to kick for touch. It's not going to make that touch line. So back come China. What a nudge. Bounce of the ball is sometimes the difference in games like this. And it bounced kindly for the Preseli Barbars. Line out in the offing for Davis, freshly onto the field. Takes it on the wraparound. Wilkins. Oh, Phillips almost through. Gets an offload off the deck. Preseli making inroads and forced to retreat. China with a high press, and they force the turnover. Great defense from China. And it'll be a scrum for them. Again, the smallest chance of China qualifying if they win here. But they'd have to win by a big, big margin to undo the points difference. And currently sits in the favour of the Preseli Barbars. China get it away. And they look to go direct as well. Slipping off the tackles. Great acceleration. China are going to score and take the lead. Good start to the second half for them. Defended well, under pressure in the 22, and then went up the other end and scored. They've got game breakers, this Chinese side. Great pace in abundance. And they take the lead against the Preseli Barbars. Again, the big game ongoing elsewhere between Hong Kong and Apache will be decisive in this pool. Preseli's option of doing it themselves is slipping away here. 21-14 they trail, but it might have a man over. It's been spilt. Always backwards, says the referee, so Kai Jones looks to latch onto it, but it just rolls into touch. Quick line out, though, for the Preseli Barbars. And they move it wing to wing. China very rarely miss their tackles. So Preseli are going to have to work hard here. Wilkins. Over the top for Jones. Ooh, what a dummy! Kai Jones is through. China get back in numbers. But here's the man over. It's Ned Bennett. Bennett slips away, finds an offload, beautiful ball inside. Phillips will score. And we're level again if this kick is converted. 21 points apiece if they convert. Kai Jones with huge responsibility. He's done it. Lloyd Wilkins will take the kickoff. Is there time in this fixture for a winner to be decided? It's a real battle there, and it's been tapped back by the Preseli Barbars. Great carry on the turn from Coxley. Ball comes loose, and China have it back. God, what a shot that is on the 10-metre. It might open up here for China. Little hitch kick, inside and out, and a big fend. Kai Jones just about keeps a hold of his man. China looking to spread it again. That's a big handoff there. A fine carry from Fan Ziming. Ziming's still going. Ziming is powering through up to the 22. Plenty of space down the left. 2-on-1. Oh, what a shot that is. Chest upright and stopping his man in his tracks. Another great read. That time from Phillips. Oh, what a step. Surely this time China will be over. Denied from inches away. Heng Chao, turnover on the deck. Heng Chao so close to breaking through. The Barbars survive. And now can they go the length to seal victory here? Another good carry up to the 22. China right over the ball. Penalty for the Preseli Barbars. China march back. Some tired legs out there for both sides. What a hit from Phillips. Sniffing out their opportunities, the Barbars. Great pressure from China, but not legally. Quick tap. They're through. They're through. Has Wilkins got the legs? I think he does. The man from Bridgend has won it, surely, for the Barbars. They take the lead again. That's it. What a win. Bodies strewn across the field here for the Preseli Barbars, who put everything on the line there and inflicted a third defeat for China. And they've surely secured their place into the next round of the competition. Unless the Apache side pulled off a big shock against Hong Kong, but we'll get you all the results when we have them. It's another group decider live here on pitch 1 in the final round of pool fixtures. It's the Tsunami Assassins who are taking on Belgium, who currently top Group C on points difference alone against the Wooden Spoon Marauders. They'll need a victory to secure their place in the next round of the competition. The Belgium national team take to the field for the first time against the Assassins. Next here at the Oxford Sevens. Well, Belgium have finally made an appearance. They are playing in red with black shorts from right to left against the Tsunami Assassins. One victory for them so far today. For Belgium, undefeated after a draw with the Wooden Spoon Marauders and a win in their opener. A win will be enough to see them through to the Cup quarterfinals. The Assassins looking to keep their tournament alive, and it's a great take off the kickoff. And Belgium bundling through early doors here. He goes to Houst. And it's big Adaba. Adaba looking to go himself. All the way, Adaba. Adaba opens up the Assassins. What a carry by the towering number 13. He is a big boy in all red for Belgium. And he is making an impact in this huge decider. Teo Adaba with a big old carry through the centre of the Tsunami Assassins. It's another teasing kickoff, and who else but Adaba looks to get underneath it. What a take in response. And now the Assassins will look to strike back. They move it all the way to the edge. Good tackle. Oh, I spoke too soon there. High tackle on Finley Matthews of Barnes Rugby Club. And now he'll offload it. Because Tasuka gets us started. Oh, there's a line break. Off they go. Through Aaron Keast. And Keast is going to go the length. One missed tackle can undo any side in the game of sevens, and Keast has broken through. Hands it off to the England under-18 international Charlie Mason. And the Assassins will level things up here. Well, a draw does the Assassins no good. The Vaquita Fiji Warriors take on the Marauders. A win for the Marauders will leave them on 7 points. And that's expected after the Fiji Warriors have lost their opening 2 games. A win for Belgium will see them on 7 points and likely top the group on points difference, but a loss, well, the Tsunami Assassins will be through on 6 points. A draw will just about see Belgium survive. Assassins kickoff. Up goes Adaba again, and this time wins it back. But it's a knock-on the floor. And the Assassins win possession in a dangerous area. Well, the Wooden Spoon Marauders have just conceded on the pitch behind us. And that would throw a bit of a spanner in the works. Because that would allow a victory for the Assassins to see both the Assassins and Belgium through. But we'll have to wait and see. For now, though, it's Mason. Little dummy switch, eaten up by Theo Adaba. And I think we're going to see more than just a penalty here. Indeed, the Flemish try scorer has been sent off. Inside ball from Keast into the path of Tane Paul. Well, it's loose at the breakdown. It's been knocked on by the Assassins, and the 6 men of Belgium have it back. Oh, lovely little stutter step from Nicolas Boulte. And then look, just in an attempt to release the ball there. It's just been knocked on, unfortunately. So the Assassins do have it back. And a couple of changes in the offing. On comes Miguel Fachada. Joined out there by Benjamin Ruddick. Assassins, though, with a scrum. Paul will feed it. Here's Mason. Matthews all the way wide to Kuzu. And And they swing it right from left, trying to exploit this space. They know they've got a man up somewhere. Dragvaka, almost away. He's got Isaac Small in support. Dug out by Paul. Matthews steps on the inside. Great cover. Oh, and the offload intercepted. Marius de Houst has it back, but then a penalty. What a turnover by Takusu. And he'll look to go himself. Try scored. The 6 men of Belgium broken through. And the Assassins have a score that puts them ahead. This would be a turnaround for the books and would see them top the group if the Wooden Spoon Marauders slip up elsewhere, as they are at the moment. Cleanly converted by Charlie Mason. It's 14-7 in favour of the Assassins. Kickoff to come from the Tsunami Assassins. Hung up by Mason. Oh, it's a real battle there. But Belgium in the end do get their hands on it. They return to a full complement of 7 as Fashada takes it in. Abada flicks it out the back door and it just bounces kindly for Belgium. And now they could be away. Couplan going for the corner. Samuel Couplan over for Belgium with a kick to come that they need to equalise. Theo Couplan is going to... Samuel Couplan, sorry, is going to leave the field. It's an important try. Overcomes Marius de House to take the kick. Oh, it's a good conversion as well, under a lot of pressure. It's half-time in the Wooden Spoon Marauders game against the Fiji Warriors, and I think there might be a turnover for the books there, as it's half-time here as well between Belgium and the Tsunami Assassins. Were locked up at 2 tries apiece. At the moment, this result, good enough for Belgium to go through, but perhaps not enough for the Tsunami Assassins. We'll have to wait and see with 7 minutes still to play here in this crucial group decider in the elite category of the LIT Super 7 series here in Oxford. Second half to come. Belgium at the moment level with the Tsunami Assassins. At this point in time, the Wooden Spoon Marauders are level elsewhere. So that would see the Wooden Spoon Marauders and Belgium through on 5 points, while the Tsunami Assassins drop to the plate on 4. We've still got 7 minutes for things to turn around as Belgium have it back after the kickoff. Inside their own half, looking to strike. Dummy switch from Theo Abadu, puts it on the toe, but not quickly enough. Driven into touch by Sean Andries. Line out then. Josh Roberts will throw. Plays his sevens in New South Wales in the Aussie summer. Now 2-man at the front of the line out looking to disrupt. Short instead, and Abada hammers his man. But the Assassins somehow survive.
Watch inside, watch inside.
Here is the spaceman, Sean Andries. Got plenty about him. But it's a good work from Belgium at the breakdown. Not enough to turn it over just yet. Dakuba makes the tackle. Belgium over the ball. The Assassins driven back. Oh, lovely step to change the direction. Just hung up there for Drauvaca. That offload is behind, and Roberts has to scramble back to his own try line. Here goes Roberts. Brought down. Dakuba over the ball. Belgium steal it.
Go! Mark!
Oh, and there's the try. As simple as that. For Jean-Maurice Dakuba. What a steal. What a time to get it. And then from the penalty, just the quick tap. Taking up the jumper. Go yourself. Belgium in front. Assassins staring down the barrel of a cup exit. Vincent Hart with ball in hand. It's Belgium ringing the changes again. Hart. Oh, gets a hold of it, but it drifts harmlessly wide. It's the 5-point game. Belgium in front with the kick to come. Vincent Hart will take this as well. Chips it to the right-hand side. What a jump that is by Theo Adaba. But it's fallen to the Assassins instead. And Archie Callahan carries it on. Penalties off the mark, so Finley Matthews wastes precious seconds. Now what are the options? Matthews would like to know. To the open side they go. Callahan bumps off his man. There's an overlap down the short side if they can find it. Belgium drift across. Andries, where's the tackle? Good effort over the ball from Belgium. Dug out by Kalukava. Here's Mason. Mason, ball on the inside. Nice carry from Josh Roberts. Kalukava puts boot to ball. Collected by Theo Adaba. Adaba brushes off his man and straightens up. Ball back on the inside. Good soft hands. What a ball by Bosch. And now they could be away. Back on the inside. This will be it. Samuel Couplan with his second try. That's a fantastically well-worked move from Belgium. And they are through to the Cup quarterfinals if they can hang on here against the Tsunami Assassins. Oh, and Belgium have taken their time to put the ball down there. Couplan within his rights to just to wait until some pressure is applied. So all that time we were just waiting there. They hadn't even scored yet. Vincent Hart adds the extras. Well, we return to the women's elite competition where the British Army are taking on Hong Kong. Hong Kong currently top of the pool. Just as Belgium are with a victory here. Regardless of results elsewhere, they'll top the group on points difference. hung high by Ryan Godsmark. And Godsmark gets it back again, but he's put under pressure. Here's Bosch. Bosch racing away. Nice switch to get over the 22. Oh, have they stolen it back, the Assassins? Indeed they have. Penalty. Hands on the deck. Josh Roberts wants to get moving. Oh, great acceleration by Sean Andries, but he's well tracked by Belgium. And they look to make a mess of things there. Real hustle from Dakuba. Assassins do have the line out in the end. Just came off Dakuba at the very last. Josh Roberts with the throw. Maybe a length try to come for the Assassins is what they'd need, but Belgium have it back. Top work at the line out, and Ruddick whips it away. Godsmark back to his feet. Dakuba battling with a sea of white shirts. Godsmark. Good read by Andries, but he's been brushed off by Bult. And Nicholas Bult is going to finish the game for Belgium. They're through as group champions. What a result for Belgium under real pressure by the Assassins, who gave it a jolly good go, but they are going to exit the cup at the earliest stage. Belgium through to a quarter-final. Well, the women's elite competition continues right away. Up next, the British Army looking to turn things around against group leaders Hong Kong. That's the next game, live here in the elite category of the LIT Super 7 series here in Oxford.
Welcome back. No time to waste then. Straight into the final match of the first session here in the LIT Super 7 series at Oxford Harlequins. And it's the British Army women's team in the elite competition looking to get their first win of the day at the third attempt. And they're going up against Hong Kong China Dragon Sevens. They're 2 from 2 at the top of their group. And a victory will put them tantalisingly close to getting themselves into the latter stages here then of the Elite Cup competition this week. Plenty of other matches going on around the ground as well. And this one then, well, Hong Kong China Dragons have looked really good so far in their 2 wins today. The British Army, they've shown patches, I think it's fair to say, of wonderful running rugby. They just haven't quite been able so far to get that W on the board. And they'll be desperate to finish up with a win here in their 3rd game of the day. Hong Kong China Dragons then will get us underway through Stephanie Chan. And that one is right on the limit for a contestable kick, and it's bounced forward, and then it's gone into the hands of Li Pui Yi, and there's no stopping the speedster. Barely 10 seconds on the clock, and Hong Kong China Dragons have raced into an early lead. That was good. You could hear the shout from one of the players down below us. I think that's a bit of an understatement, really. A wonderful kickoff, holding up in the wind, and it was collected, floated wide, and Li Pui Yi pinned her ears back and raced over. Conversion missed, but her side of 5 points to the good. And Chan will be hoping to repeat the trick again with this restart. Tell you what, she's put it in a pretty similar position, but this time the Army do manage to come away with it. Carolina Vura was wrapped up there and tries to free the ball. It's gone backwards. And here come the Army now, getting it out wide. Annie Sakwanavere there, number 14, was the one to initially free the hands. And she's there in support for Mitchell. Big shot coming in from Jess Ho, getting herself right in that passing lane. Stopping the Army from being able to get the initial pass away. And then Stephanie Chan was there over the ball, winning it back for her side. Xi Jing then wasting no time, and they look for the speedster again. Li Pui Yi has a double. Or does she? Yes, she does. Just a little bit of a check from the referee that she did get it down there. Defender from the Army was racing back, trying to do what she could to put her under pressure. The Hong Kong China Dragons then 10-0 ahead with the conversion to come. Lovely strike on the ball, but it just drifts right of the upright. I don't think Stephanie Chan will mind too much, though. She's been absolutely on the money with the kickoffs so far today. 2 textbook kickoffs, 2 tries that have come through from the number 10. And that one, not quite judged to perfection. The Army, though, choose to play it. And look to launch an attack of their own. Checking, stepping, going, and freeing the hands. A huge fend coming in from Sakwanavere. But then she loses the ball at the second bite of the cherry. And it's tidied up by Hong Kong China Dragons. But you could see the power that this Army side possess. The tenacity in possession. They just need to keep their hands on the ball. Couple of changes as well. It's Yavala in the number 16 jersey coming on. Looks like Lo Wei coming on as well, the number 5. And Jay Ash leaving the field for the moment for the Army. Bit of a mess at scrum time, and it bobbles backwards. Oh, out the back, the chicken wing offload, and it frees Chan. And Chan now with a foot race. She's got the speedster outside her if she needs her, but Chan is going all the way. 3 tries then for Hong Kong China Dragons, and it was the wonderful out the back pass that did it. And Chan looked up, saw that she had an acre to run into, and boy, did she make the most of it. Conversion this time successful, and it's now 17-0 to Hong Kong China Dragons as they look to go 3 from 3 here in the women's elite competition. Chan keeps that contestable, and it's picked up, and now the foot race and the finish. And Lucia Bolton, fair play, plucked that one out of the sky and was almost accelerating before she'd even caught the ball. She knew there that there was so much real estate for her to attack. And she's added a fourth for her side. Still time then at the end of this first half. It's been professional, clinical, I think is fair to say the word, from this Hong Kong China side. We'll call it commentator's curse. There, a rare mistake from Stephanie Chan. That one doesn't quite go 10. And the Army, 24-0 down, need to get their hands on the ball, and they've got the opportunity here with the free kick on halfway. Big offload comes in. That was Watson with the fend, and she tidies up and picks the ball up again. It's scrappy play, but the Army with the penalty advantage now. It looked like there was an opportunity if they could free the hands. They are going to potentially have one here. Toro it was with the ball. The potential offload was knocked on, and the Army, they just need to tidy things up a little bit here. Watson does that nicely in the middle of the field. And well, they're getting the offloads away, but they're crabbing across the field, struggling to get the momentum, struggling to get any go forward at the moment, but they have the advantage still. Good hands there. Needed hands from Rena Lowy. And the Army still coming forward again. Watson has been putting herself about, making her presence known, but a turnover and the foot race. Oh, the bounce of the rugby ball just about does it for Xi Jing, but she gets the ball away. And then the in, the out, and Jamie Bork goes in for another score, a fifth score, right at the end of the first half. And she dots it down under the sticks. Sublime turnover work on the floor. And then huge credit to the Hong Kong China Dragons number 2, Xi Jing. Feinting, stopping, going, realising she wasn't going to quite have the legs, so just slowing herself down, waiting for the support. Bork was there to make sure that she went over for her side's fifth. And with the successful conversion, they are 31-0 ahead here at the break. A reminder then that after this game, we will be taking a half-hour break as the competition pauses for a chance for the athletes to get some lunch, to rest, recuperate, and potentially some of the fans as well. Some of them looking like they've been giving it a big one since 9 AM this morning. Great commitment from everybody that's here today. And it's threatening to nearly turn into a lovely sunny day here in Oxford. I might be cursing it a little bit, and if I have cursed it, then yeah, everyone that's here today can blame me. But for now, the sun is trying to break through the cloud. And with the sun on their backs, Hong Kong China Dragons will be hoping that they can continue their upward trajectory in this game, looking to go 3 from 3 in the competition. And the British Army Well, they're going to want to try and get the result, but that may be beyond them if they are being honest with themselves. Their chance now is to try and build some phases, build some momentum, get some tries on the board, and use that as a springboard into their final couple of group stage matches today. It'll be the British Army that get us back underway. Big kick downtown. Collected by Hong Kong China Dragons. And they have a penalty as well, not rolling away. It's taken quickly. And there's going to be a card coming here as well. Too many penalties at the breakdown, and the British Army are going to be down to 6 for the next couple of minutes. It's the last thing they needed. And it's their number 14, Annie Sakwanaviri, who's coming off the field. Arguably the player the Army didn't want to lose at all. She's been the one that's been drawing in defenders from Hong Kong China Dragons. They've been bees around a honeypot, I should say, trying to get her. But I tell you who they're not going to get at the moment is Li Pui Yi, because the speedster's racing away for a hat-trick under the posts. And the number 12 has been electric so far here today in Oxford. She's putting on a clinic, putting on a show here in this final match before the lunch break. And her side extend their advantage yet again. Kick off again then, puts the pressure on, and it bobbles and bounces and goes over the head of the British Army's number 4, Barbara Sally. It's kept in play though, Jasmine Con. A big shot coming in midfield. The Army looking to free the hands, looking to get the ball away. But it's a mess on the floor there. They're having to fight to tidy it up. That's drawing in bodies. But that's a huge fend, a big carry in midfield. And the offload away. That's better from the British Army. And that carry there, drawing in the defenders. They're a player down, but can they find some space? Crabbing across the field, looking for the opportunities. Jay Ash is scragged down in contact. And the Army, though, still looking to push forwards, putting the pressure on. Con gets the ball away. There's a penalty advantage coming. Oh, that is a huge fend in midfield. The offload goes out as well, and now it's a foot race to Walkie up to the 22, frees the hands. It was as close as the British Army had been, but the ball has been lost and the hands have been freed, and Li Pui Yi's dragged down. But there's so much space here for Hong Kong China. Huge shot coming in, but the ball bounces up perfectly. The hands, though, not quite there at the end. Unfortunate from Hong Kong China Dragons. There will be a time off after a pretty non-stop, breathless passage of play there. Both teams in need of some running repairs. Probably grateful for the break. And that yellow card period looks to be over for the British Army, and a couple of changes for both sides. Li Pui Yi making her way off the field for Hong Kong China Dragons. A hat-trick in this one. What a game she has had. Army possession then. Let's see what they can do with it. They've gone down a very wide short side and put the ball in the hands of Louisa Rokunavuna. She's won a penalty for her side. And Sakwanaviri is also back on the field. Didn't tap that one correctly, so they've had to go back to the mark and go again. Sakwanaviri gets it out. And the Army, it's gone between the legs. They've got their hands on the ball. But the momentum has been stunted for the moment. And now the momentum has been killed, stone dead, holding on the court. Turnover for Hong Kong China Dragons. And so far today, when they've had the ball in their hands, magic has tended to happen. They've got an opportunity here. It's a foot race, and it's going to be won just about in the end, despite the best efforts of Kirsty Mitchell. Etta Kwong going in for Hong Kong China Dragons. And Lee Pui Yi off the field, but it doesn't matter. There's another speedster in town, and Etta Kwong has gone over for the score. Conversion unsuccessful, but momentum certainly continuing then for Hong Kong China Dragons. They've made changes to their team, but they're getting the same result. That kickoff is going to bounce, and it has to be picked up. Sakwanaviri does, and off she goes, bursts through two tacklers, and now she's got a gaggle of players chasing her down. She's up to the 22 on her own. Stunning solo run from the Army's number 14, and this is the best attacking opportunity that they have had so far in this match. They've got to tidy things up, and they're under pressure at the breakdown. Jay Ashett was there, and it's almost just flung out in the end. Rokunavuna looks to go herself, but they're one of the smallest players on the field against one of the biggest with a textbook turnover. Looks to have taken a little bit of a bash to the knee, but that will be that. And it's another win, a third win of the day for Hong Kong China Dragons. Fantastic showing against the British Army. They sadly are still awaiting their first win of the day, but they've shown flashes again of what they can do. And it's that age-old thing, isn't it? You just need the ball. If you have the ball, then you have the opportunities to get the tries, and they sadly didn't get enough of it in that game. 43-0 the final score to Hong Kong China Dragons women. They have looked imperious in their 3 outings so far in this one. Well, I thought I'd put a commentator's curse down with the sun a couple of minutes ago, but it has indeed come out, and that is a perfect opportunity for us to say that we will be joining the rest of the teams and the fans that are here taking a short half-hour lunch break. So please stick with us. We'll see you on the other side of it at 2:20 when we'll be getting back underway with more action here from the LIT Super 7 series. It's round 2 of the competition, the first weekend of the elite competition here at Oxford Harlequins, and we'll see you on the other side. with the ball. A slight colour clash. But if in doubt, Shogun are the ones in the quarters with the black and the white. And the predominant pink on the back. That one has bobbled underneath the legs. Effa Jones there, had to go hunting for the ball. Manya Betchel shows superb strength, one arm out, holding defenders off of her. Jones it was again then, who looked to free the ball, released it to Emma Avey. And now the break, the offload. But the connection not quite there. Plenty of rugby going on around us. We're starting to move into the knockout competitions in some of the games that we've got going on here. On the other four pitches, we've got the men's social competition. Their cup quarterfinals going on at the moment. Some tasty matchups there. A tasty matchup here as well, though, on pitch one. Bringing you all of the action today from Oxford Harlequins, round 2 of the LIT Super 7 series. And that is a super show and go and a super break. And despite Shogun holding the cards in the early minutes, it's Wild Dogs that turn the screw and cross for their first through Taylor Eilenfelt. The number 9 converts her own score as well. And Wild Dogs are 7-0 ahead. And they have lost their first 2 games of the day, but they were incredibly competitive in both. Scoreline not reflecting the performance or the competition, certainly when they were playing Hammerheads earlier on. What have Shogun got in response though? 2 wins from 2. And now we are seeing why. They've hit back instantly. It's a beautiful break and it's Nia Grundy going in under the sticks. Conversion to tie it up. And Grundy and Shogun there saying that anything Eilenfelt can do, they can do just as well. Extras added, and we are all square, even Stevens here on pitch 1 in this Pool B clash in the women's elite competition of the LIT Super 7 series. A huge roar going up from the pitch behind us. That far side, someone has been absolutely melted in the tackle. At the moment though, here on pitch 1, tight and tense is the name of the game. 7 apiece. Show and go comes in again. Faye Robinson it was. Wild Dogs holding onto the ball well, spinning it wide and back. And now they look to build. There's a 2-on-1. Unable to release the ball. Grundy it was who made her side get back into the swing of things with that lovely individual score. She was the one in defence there. And oh, Shogun, they thought they were away. They thought they had that second try to hit the front. But it was a knock-on in the tackle. It's all going along around us. A try-saver on pitch 2 behind us in that Social Cup quarter-final for the men. And whilst that's going on, wholesale changes for Wild Dogs. 5 players coming off, 5 players coming on. And they're going to look to attack from deep. They found the space, they found the break, and now it's going to be a foot race. You can hear the calls of keep going. It's Hannah Johnston, the number 9. She got the legs. Oh, she more than does. Hannah Johnston breaks from end to end. And Wild Dogs go back into the lead. A fine solo effort from the number 9. She saw the gap, checked, went herself. and backed herself to the end. Extras added, and Wild Dogs move into a 14-7 lead over Shogun.
Yes, Adina! Woo!
It's been an entertaining one so far. That one is cannon down the field, and Shogun looking to spread the ball and attack again. They found the opportunity, and now it's a foot race. It's a one-on-one, and they hit back again. It's Zemaravi, the number 12, long, rangy stride down the left wing. And this game is end-to-end, non-stop. 14-12 the score now, and a conversion for Shogun to even things up again. Manya Betchel with the ball in her hands. Drifted to the left. The Wild Dogs, a narrow lead, 14-12. And if the game stays as tight as this, you wonder if conversions could prove crucial come that final reckoning. Plenty of rugby still to go, though. Plenty of time still to go for both of these sides. Wild Dogs finding Bieber in the distinctive scrum hat. Local player, Oxford Quins, this is her home club. She's going to want to put on a show today in that Wild Dog shirt. And a penalty coming her side's way. Charlotte Morris there, tackled, but then the Shogun defender not releasing. Oh, that ball is floated wide. It flies over the head, but it's tidied up nicely. Cawthorne there it was that got her hands to it. It's stripped in contact, and then it bounces out onto the field. And a little bit of confusion at the end there. A couple of words to the referee from the Shogun captain. But that is half-time here, and it's 14-12 to Wild Dogs. Shogun have been 2 from 2 so far today in the group stages. Wild Dogs haven't got a win on the board, but have shown that they are going to be up for the fight. And they've been really up for the fight in the first half. 2 really well-taken tries, and an important conversion that was slotted over from Hannah Johnston has given her side a narrow 2-point lead at the break. We're going to be bringing you the action right through until the end of the day here at the LIT Super Sevens series from Oxford Harlequins. And next up on pitch 1 is going to be the Men's Open Cup final. It's the Sappers against Concord Sevens. Well, Concord Sevens, I think we'll be bringing you a little bit more information on them later, but this is their first ever Sevens tournament as a side. 6 months ago, they formed. 2 brothers met up, had a pint, decided, yeah, why not? Let's try and pull a Sevens team together, and they've reached the Open Cup final on their first attempt. Seven more minutes to go here, though, first in the Women's Elite Open. It couldn't be tighter. It is 14-12 to Wild Dogs against Shogun. Well, half-time break over. Players back on the pitch. Well, the players are back on the pitch. We're now just waiting for the officials. A little bit of a delay here. A bit of confusion going on down below us. Both teams were ready, but they're going to go back into their huddles. I think it's a bit of confusion over who gets the restart. Taylor Irelandfelt then running over to the referee. And here below us, they have a copy of the rules and regs for the tournament on the phone. '21st century now. Who needs pen and paper for the rules and regs when you can get it up on an app? So a little bit of confusion going on. We'll be able to bring you the action as soon as it gets back underway. For the moment, though, it's Wild Dogs with the 14-12 lead. We'll just wait and see what the outcome is here, what's going on down below us, and we'll see if, I don't think you'll be able to, but if I can hear in on what's happening. So confirmation then that what has been being checked and clarified and is still going on is the amount of subs that are allowed to come onto the pitch. You can have 6 on the bench, you can roll them on and off. So there was a bit of confusion there, and now hopefully it's been cleared up. Hopefully we're ready to get back underway. Tell you what, thank goodness for smartphones, because everything seems to have been sorted out there by going through those tournament rules and regs on there. We are now back underway then. And this one's tight and tense. Neither of these two sides needed that. Wild Dogs then 14-12 to the good, and the kickoff doesn't go 10, so they set off quickly and go again through Jemima Cadge. Fighting for the ball, and back it comes in the hands of Wild Dogs. And Bieber eventually picks it up. Chink steps, goes straight into traffic. Diminutive player, but she's done well there in contact to come away with the ball. And her side then, oh, that one. Little basketball offload hasn't worked out, and it's given Shogun an opportunity with the knock on. Change being made as well below us for Shogun. Lauren Thomas coming on to the field. And it's try scorer Emma Hennessy, it looks like. Oh, no, apologies. It is Emma Avey who has departed for Shogun. For the moment, though, her side need to find a way to hit the front. And they're going to do that now. Racing clear. And Shogun then 17-14 now. They have got themselves into a narrow lead. The conversion, cannons off the post and drifts in. 19-14 the lead now. And the first time in this match that Shogun have hit the front. That one bounces over the head of Bieber, straight into touch. And an opportunity then for Wild Dogs to try and hit back. They're going to have to go from deep. But we've seen already in this match that they can do that to great effect. That one's nicely off the top. And they are going to look to try and set this one up from deep. Lovely set move. And it was Islandfelt initially who came away with it, and now here is the space in the opening. Morris it was carrying into contact, and there is space here. Welcoming committee of 2 for Shogun, doing the job, securing the turnover, holding on the call, and now they're away again. Seren Singleton. Singleton going down the line, gets it inside, but it's a huge covering tackle. And Singleton's right boot skids over the whitewash. And the Wild Dogs breathe a sigh of relief. Here we go then. Still back in that proverbial coffin corner are Wild Dogs. They're going to have to hunt like wolves if they want to try and find a way back into this one. They've been in the lead for so much of the game. Bieber it was initially there with the carry. And now she picks it up again. Oh, again, another crucial tackle coming in. It's now a try saver each. Firstly, one on Singleton, down in the right-hand corner, and then over there on the far side. Because if Alice Bieber had managed to break away, if not for that errant hand clinging on to the shirt, she would have been in, and we would have been looking at a conversion for Wild Dogs to take the lead again. Changes being made for both teams. A little bit of confusion again as to who is going on and off with 2 minutes left of this fixture. It's on a knife edge. Shogun searching for a try that could kill off the contest, and they've stepped, they've gone, and now it's a foot race again. The ball is passed wide to Betchel, and could that be the score that clinches it for Shogun? Oh, it's been a little bit like a drag race, this one. Wild Dogs raced out of the blocks, but this Shogun team have just slowly eased in, drawn alongside, and then they've accelerated away. They now have a 10-point cushion. Not long to go in this one as they hunt their 3rd win of the day. And Shogun so far have had to show all of their champion materials in this game to find a way back into it, and so far find a way they have. Wild Dogs still not giving up though. Just about have time on the clock, but they've got to score pretty sharpish, and they've got to score from downtown, and there might be an opportunity here. It's a foot race. Shogun coming over, defending, giving up in the end. there is going to be the opportunity to try and see if they can get back into this. It's Cawthorne who just about had the legs. It's 24-19, but the defence has kept her out wide. The conversion is going to be crucial. The conversion doesn't quite have the legs. It's 24-19, and the clock is now in the red. It's been on a knife edge throughout, has this fixture. And Wild Dogs were ahead for so much of the game. They're going to potentially, oh, what a way for it to end. They kicked long and it was a knock-on from Shogun, but ultimately it's probably one of the best knock-ons that Manya Betchel is ever going to make, because that brings up the final whistle. No time for Wild Dogs to try and launch an attack. They did get that try, but it came just too late, and Shogun hold on 24-19 to go 3 from 3 here in the women's elite competition. What a game that was. And we're going to be moving on now in the action. Coming thick and fast for you on pitch 1, and it's going to be the Men's Open Cup final.
It is our very first final of the day here, live at the Oxford Sevens. In the Men's Open competition, it's Concord Sevens in their very first tournament who have made it all the way to the final. They'll be taking on the Sappers, the military unit who have been gathered from all over the country. They opened up the day here at the Oxford Sevens. It's a lovely round narrative to see them in the final. Concord came through against a side that Sappers defeated at 9 a.m, the Maltese Falcons, while the Sappers saw off their brothers-in-arms in the Royal Navy in that other semi-final. I'm delighted to be joined by Richard, one of the founders of Concord Sevens for this final. Richard, first tournament of this brand new Sevens season with a brand new Sevens team, and you made it all the way to the big dance. It's a great start for Concord.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. We're delighted to be here. It's a superb setup as well, actually, here. Just hope the boys put on a good performance, and yeah, fingers crossed we can come away with a win.
Concord, based in and around the Northampton area, taking on the Sappers, who, speaking to them today, have come from all over the country. Big shot comes in from Joel Grayson, and they've won a line out early doors. Well, Joel's father, Paul, was watching on in the live stream last week when he was playing for the Hammerheads. They were plate champions in the end there. They're through to the Cup quarterfinal today. He's gone home again to play for this Northampton-based Sevens side, and he's poised in the centres for this first line out of the day. Great start for Concord. Can they keep the pressure on? They fancy themselves in this final, and they go short, and in goes Riens. Ben Riens to ground. Plenty of options in the midfield. Burgess goes back to the short side, lobs it over the top, and now there might be a 2-on-1 here, but it's been spilled. So away come the Sappers. First pass was forward. Knock on Concord, but not a bad start. Richard, for your side?
Yeah, very good. Just an unfortunate error there. I thought we could have been under then.
Instead, it was just knocked on by Matt Parry. Well, like all good things, Concord Sevens started over a pint, is the story you were telling me earlier, Richard. It sounds like a great way to start a team, like all of those Football League sides were first established back in the, turn of the century.
Yeah, about 6 months ago, actually. And, yeah, planning a trip to Portugal to have a bit of fun, and it's grown a few arms and legs in the last 6 months or so, but it's exciting times.
Grayson on defensive duty. Oh, beautiful footwork and a lovely handoff. And they're going to go all the way. Tavisara, who scored in the opener at 9 a.m. this morning, has another in the final of the Men's Open. What a finish by Tavisara. He turned Grayson inside and out there. Beautiful footwork and a fend as well. And then he had the pace to go the full length. And Concord go behind. Well, it's been a pretty successful day so far, Richard. Concord perhaps not used to going down early. How are you expecting the lads to respond?
No, you're right. We've scored first in every game so far today. Delighted to be at the final. So actually, today's been a success. I think the boys have got some. Yeah, we'll be all right.
Just have to wait and see how they deal with this kickoff to come from Railoa. Now Noah on the chase. Is it going to reach that 10-metre mark? I don't think so. Free kick on halfway. Ollie Burgess to get us underway. 4-2 split left and right. There's a little switch, and now they'll go down this short side.
Go on, James!
James Sybil gets on the outside. Linesman flag is up. Sybil denied an equaliser. Concord came close there. Richard, how did you gather this team? What was the process like of getting all these boys together?
Literally just friends, really. Known a lot of these guys for a long time. We wanted to do something during the summer, and that's pretty much what it is. So yeah, a lot of friends, and we'll have some fun, get some fun along the way. Get my words out.
Some good chemistry then between the lads. But for now, though, it's Railoa to take the line out for the Sappers. Oh, it's been nicked. Great hands from Will Heffer. And they're driving on there with Heffer now at 9. Addison at first receiver ships it on early. Grayson's on the outside. And now it's Grayson taking on Tavisara and beating him. Oh, what a turnaround. Try given. This time it was Grayson on Tavisara, and he beat him round the outside. Well, what a score. And what a turnaround. First it was Tavisara for the Sappers, beating Grayson on the outside. This time Grayson gets the fend in and finishes under pressure in the corner.
Go on, Burge.
Well, it's a good effort from the kick as well, but just a little short. So the Sappers will still lead, but just 2 points in it. It's game on, Richard.
Yeah, thought the boys had come back strong. A lot of energy in this side, so yeah, fingers crossed we'll go again. Big bomb from Burgess coming up.
And Burgess puts plenty on it. Up goes Grayson, what a grab that is. And Concord have it back, but it's a turnover instead, and the referee letting play move on. Tavisara back with it again. The fleet-footed Fijian gets hit hard and coughs it up. Concord on the counter. Hint of a deliberate knock on there. Instead, it's soft hands out wide. And now a bit of broken field. Lovely step. They're away down this left-hand side. Who's there in support? Grayson with a snipe. Bundles through the first man and finds an offload. Parry drifting down the left-hand side. Good counter-ruck by the Sappers, but they get it out. Civil. There's the big miss pass. But they drift across well, the Sappers, and look to control Burgess, who puts it over the top. And now Concord are backpedaling. What an offload that is. 2 looking to hunt down Addison. Good ball on the inside. Big Steph off the left, and Concord have scored. Will Heifer goes over. And that's the try that will put Concord in the lead. And they're flying high here, Concord Sevens, in this Men's Open final. Won last week by Shogun Akita against the Boom Beavers in the final. But most of those sides have jumped up to the elite competition. Still a trophy on the line here. And Concord are in front. That's a well-worked score, Richard. Plenty of patience in that.
Yeah, I thought the boys retained the ball really well there. Very, very patient. And yeah, nice to see Will Heifer go in.
Plenty of changes in the offing for Concord in the meantime. It will be another kickoff for Ollie Burgess as we approach half-time in this first final of the day. It's nothing but knockout rugby for the rest of the afternoon. The closing stages of the women's competition and the quarterfinals for the men's elite, plate and cup competition. It's another contestable kick. And it's been knocked on. So Concord will play. Chance for them to counter.
Let's move it.
Addison back to the short side. Burgess on the wraparound. Good delay on the pass. Soft hands from Ryans, but a forward pass it is. So the Sappers survive as we head into the break. Sappers scored early. Beautiful solo run from Tavisara, but Grayson got one back on him down the far side before a final score right before the break to put Concord ahead. 7 minutes still to go. But Richard, you're on the right side of the result at the moment.
Yeah, looking positive at the minute. Obviously still 7 really tough minutes to go. So I just hope the boys have got 7 more minutes in them and we can come away with a win in our first tournament. It will be absolutely amazing.
Concord looking for silverware on their debut here at the LIT Super 7 Series in Oxford. It's the first leg of the elite competition in the men's and women's categories. We'll have all the finals and knockout games later this afternoon. But in this, our first cup competition of the day, the men's open, the Sappers trail by 1 try to the Concords with 7 minutes still to come. So 10-7 at the break. Concord in front by 3 points against the Sappers. But this side is full of flair. And they'll be coming right after this young Concord side. Both young in nature and in age. It's a good kickoff, too deep to contest. First carry for Lachlan Brown, who's away. But it's going to be a scrum for the Sappers there. Indeed he has.
I actually think the referee's obstructed there, and I think that's what he's brought it back for. I think he's obstructed the defence. I didn't see it properly, but I can only imagine that's what it is.
So Tom Addison will feed this Concord scrum. They're all stacked down that right-hand side. And it's straight into the middle of the park. And Grayson out wide.
Don't get caught, Grace.
Grayson back against the grain, and suddenly there might be some space opening up on the short side. Parry, patience, great read in defence, 2 flying shots, but they've been well worn. And now a Concord are in behind. Addison finds Grayson. Wide they go. Oh, on the outside, they're going to go all the way. James Civil, off the left boot, takes them on the outside and beats them. 2 huge shots came in from the Sappers, looking to shut down the Concord inside their own half, but they were well worn. And it's another try in the final, a third for Concord, who go up by 15-7. Great finish by Civil down that right-hand side.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. What was really, really pleasing about that is how well the boys kept the ball alive. And they've really grown into this competition and learning the game, obviously, all the time. So to keep the ball alive, like you say, with 2 massive hits coming in, and then James with a great step and great finish.
Concord will be off to the Algarve next weekend. Nothing like the LIT Super 7 Series to prep you for that. Good effort from the kick, but Burgess off target. And the sun just hides again behind the clouds here. Is the sun setting on the Sappers? men's open ambitions. Burgess with another kick, played every minute of the final so far. Looking to pick out Grayson, so good under the high ball. But it's just been tapped back by Nasilla. And look at Nasilla go. The big man breaks plenty of yards.
Don't bite, don't bite.
Oh, they're looking to go wide at the first time of asking here. Marovo breaks the line and accelerates. Look at Marovo go. And he scored a big try for the Sappers. They're second of the game, and they could make it a one-point contest if Raiola could knock this over. Lovely finish for Marovo. Nothing on for the Sappers after they contained the kickoff, which has been a problem for them. But on comes their mystery man, the number 7, who scored twice in the first game of the day, looking to make an impact. So, Raiola, after nudging over those crucial 2 points, looks to get the ball back for the Sappers from the kickoff. Nakaravatu puts in a big shot straight off the kickoff. The Burgess manages to keep a hold. Grayson's on the edge again. This time he puts the hammer down, frees the offload. Taken down off the ball, but he's still there to dig it out scrum half. A little bit short-handed out wide, Concord, but they've still managed to find a bit of space. Another good shot comes in from Nakaravatu. Burgess just about gets it away. Concord, nice ball inside. Looking to create a bit of broken field. Big bump from Brown. He's looking to get back to his feet. He was tackled there, so a penalty and a quick tap. And here come the Sappers. A try would take the final in their favour. What an interception! Held by Parry. What a steal for Concord. And now they've just got to compose themselves. Oh, lovely footwork. Grayson breaks through. Grayson just one to beat. It's a foot race. Has Grayson got the legs? Grayson steps back on the inside. Desperate for numbers. Brought down to the 22. But he lifts it into the path of James Civil, who has 2 tries in the final. What a break from Joel Grayson. He was unbelievable in the semi-final last week. In the plate for the Hammerheads, a hat-trick in that game. And he set up Civil's second score for the Concord. And they're on their way to their very first title in their very first Sevens tournament. The LIT Super Sevens Men's Open is going their way. Remarkable score, Richard, from Concord.
Yeah, absolutely superb. I actually thought Joel was going to go all the way, but he did fantastically to keep the ball alive, and James was on hand to go in for his second.
And now they can take their time. 45 seconds to go, and they're 8 points ahead.
Get up, get up.
Score straight from kickoff would really make things nervous. Good take for Marovo. Steps inside and out. And now there's a man over. It's a foot race for the line. Just the sweep of the beat. Nice footwork from now Luloa. Now Luloa has made plenty of yards, but there's no one there at 9. So Concord go flying into the breakdown. Oh, it's just through the hands of Matabalavu. Marovo. Nice step. Oh, Marovo's put it down. Always backwards. It slipped through the hands of Matalavabu and dropped on by Hubbard. Concord penalty. Seconds to go. They've weathered the late storm from the Sappers. And this is it. Oh, Concord have just about done it. A nervous kickoff field brings an end to the final. And Concord are the Men's Opens champions. Richard, a great performance and a title in your very first festival.
Yeah, absolutely delighted, absolutely amazing. I'm not going to say too much more because I want to get down and celebrate with the boys. So, Will, thank you for having me up here. It's been a fantastic day.
Thanks very much, Richard, for coming and talking to us. And congratulations to Concord, the first winners here at the Oxford Sevens, we return to the men's elite competition. It's a plate semi-final between the Godfathers and Prostate Cymru. There goes the whistle. It's a plate quarter-final between Prostate Cymru in the light blue, playing from left to right, against the Godfathers in the black and purple, on the offensive for the first time. Taken in by Mac Dale. And then a big shot comes flying in from Boobia. High tackle, and it's going to be a yellow card early here. Boobia's been sent off. Morgan Boobia is a big part of Prostate Cymru's first game. At the quarter-final stage, they're down to 6 already. Oh, lovely step. The Godfathers are in behind. Stepping off that right boot again and getting up to the 10. Dale, the linchpin of the Godfathers side. Great read in defence, but the ball goes loose. Recollected by Rums. Stepping inside and out, Jack Connor. Connor's offload is behind. Now there might be space on the right, but back into traffic comes Atwell. Atwell takes off the handbrake and races away. Godfathers open the scoring in this plate quarter-final. To say that Prostate Cymru are unhappy would be an understatement. There was a little bit of afters on this short side, and then the first high tackle of the game's a yellow card. Things haven't gone to plan for them so far. Godfathers there in the lead. If we have another look at the standings from this men's elite competition, they'll tell a story of Prostate Cymru just about missing out on a place in the latter stages, with defeats to the British Army and the Wild Dogs. Godfathers, on the other hand, in a tough group with last week's finalists, the Boom Beavers, the Vaquita Hammerheads and Oxfam, defeated 3 times. It's a real contest for it, and what footwork! Beautiful from Prostate Cymru, looking to respond through Southworth, and that's back into the midfield. Over the top, intercepted. Nothing coming from the first knock-on off the kickoff, however. So Prostate Cymru spared their blushes. So the tournament split into the cup and the plate in the men's elite competition. In the women's, it's just straight through to a final for the top 2 sides in each pool. Preseli Barbars just about missed out on qualification. They take on the Vaquita Fiji Warriors. Tsunami Assassins face China, and Stunts face Oxfam in this plate competition. China will back themselves in that competition. Preseli Barbars missed out on points difference in the end after Apache turned it around and beat Hong Kong in a huge result. We've got all those big quarterfinals up later on. Wild Dogs take on Vaquita Hammerheads, and then Hong Kong take on the Wooden Spoon Marauders In the here and now, though, it's a quick tap for Prostate Cymru, who trail early here in this plate quarter-final. Jones almost slipping through. Down the short side they go. Hint of a 2-on-1 out there. And through the hands it goes, and Bubia freshly onto the field. Just can't keep a hold of it. Very ambitious offload through the tackle by Gabe Lacey. It'll be a scrum for the Godfathers inside their own half. MacDale to feed for Godfathers. Pace of the game's just slowed for a moment. Dale gets away from his man and opens up a bit of space, maybe. A little dab in behind by the try scorer, Atwell, who gets it back for the Godfathers. But quickly over the ball is Johnny Clatz of Kenfig Hill. Hughes. Bubia puts boot to ball, but it's just been knocked on. Racing away goes Bonnet. Bonnet still driving up to the 22. Rumans. Dale. They're set very deep here, so they've got a bit of space to play into. Horton, oh, what a step! Away he goes! Ethan Horton has the Godfathers second. Bit of individual brilliance to break the line for the Godfathers after they worked their way down the field very well. And they are well deserving of this 2-try lead over Prostate Cymru. Well, it's could be an all-Welsh affair in the semi-final if the Preseli Barbars make it through against the Fiji Warriors. Prostate Cymru will have to turn this around for that to be the case. For now, they trail by 2 tries. Hooked high into the path of Connor. It's a clean take by Samadou. Good pressure from Bonnick. He's back to his feet, looking to turn it over at the breakdown. Adu. Adu's still going, what a run. Good offload as well. And Adu at 9. Need a try before the break. And this could be the opportunity. They're in behind, just a sweep and a beat. They've overrun it. Good work from Johan Pascoe. But his pass was behind Aaron Graben. So it's going to be a line out for Godfathers. Godfathers up by 2. One more chance before the break to extend that lead. Well, they decide to bring an end to proceedings. At half-time, Godfathers lead by 2 tries against Prostate Cymru. An early yellow card was their undoing. And then a bit of individual brilliance in the midfield cut them open. In this plate quarter-final of the men's elite competition, Godfathers lead with 7 minutes still to play. Godfathers to kick us off in the second half of this plate quarter-final in the men's elite competition. They lead by 2 tries against Prostate Cymru. Sam Adu looks to win it back off the kick-off. It's just a knock-on by the Godfathers in that purple and black number, playing from left to right against the white and light blue of Prostate Cymru, Racing 92 style. Caden Davis, another Neath player, will feed this scrum. Davis whips it away. Very clean ball for Prostate Cymru. Oh, good fend. And now they're on the outside. Still going. Racing away from 2 players. Corin Knott. Then Knott hands it off. Graben wears it well. Under a lot of pressure there by Nicholson. A little bit flat this time. Prostate Cymru, so caught in the midfield. But there's a big handoff that gets them in behind. Prostate Cymru racing away. What an offload! Put down by Davis. It's a missed opportunity for Prostate Cymru. Did so well to break through the line initially there. Godfathers survive. And they maintain this 2-try lead. They'll have a scrum midway between the 10-metre and 22. A couple of changes in the offing. Referee not happy with that scrum. After this, of course, there'll be plate semi-finals and the plate final later on this afternoon. Still worth plenty of points. In this, the first leg of the elite competition, the LIT Super 7 series. Macdale put on a lot of pressure, but they just about get it away. Shea Bonnick is away and bundles through the sweeper. Prostate Cymru get back in cover. Great yards made by the Godfathers. A 3rd try would surely seal it. Atwell steps back on the inside. Dale there to help him out. Good hands across the face of the defence, but Nicholson caught. Well, he's still going, Nicholson. Penalty. Never release is the Prostate Cymru call. There's a quick tap from Nicholson. Ball is backwards, but knocked on from Prostate Cymru. They're running out of time here, the Welsh side, to get back into this quarter-final. 6 changes for Prostate Cymru in the closing stages of this quarter-final. That'll be sure to shake things up. Let's see what impact they can have defending a scrum inside their own half. Jacob Nicholson, so Carvel right on this far side, I should say. They take it in at first receiver instead. Prostate Cymru don't roll away, so they get a penalty. The smart thing to do is to slow this down. Jacob Atwell slowly back to his feet. And he's going to kick for the corner. Doesn't make too many yards, but he does find it. And eats up precious seconds. As Godfathers still lead by 2 tries. Well, they are also a charity side. Godfathers Rugby. Been raising money for Young Lives versus Cancer for 27 years. Playing in this very new LIT Super 7s tournament. Up goes Horton. It's loose, and Prostate Cymru are going to get it back. Can they break from inside their 22? Nice footwork. Just a little desperate with their offloads Elliot Southworth breaks the line, but not quickly enough. Now they put their foot down. But it's been spilt. Godfathers have it back. That's the second man into the breakdown. So the Godfathers have a penalty instead. Harry Rumans keeps the ball in his hand. Scrum the right call. Godfathers are killing this quarter-final. Good game management from them. Dug out by Dale. Bug. Oh, he's through. Will Bug on the inside of his opposite number. And that's the game for Godfathers. Through to the plate semi-final in the first leg of the elite division of the LIT Super 7 series. There'll be no way back for Prostate Cymru now. Well, we have another plate quarter-final after this between Oxfam and Stunts. For now, it's one last chance for Prostate Cymru to get something on the board. Nice footwork from Mason Hughes. And Hughes finds a nice offload to Southworth. Godfathers have nicked it. And a penalty as well. They've been on the wrong side of the whistle this afternoon. They trail by 3 to the Godfathers, who will bring an end to proceedings. Godfathers through to a plate semi-final, but who will they play in that fixture? It could be the Preseli Barbars, who are finishing off their game with the Fijian Warriors over on pitch 2. One side that will be in the semi-final is Oxfam, or the Stunts. They play next in another plate quarter-final, live here on pitch 1 at the LIT Super 7 series in Oxford. Another plate quarter-final. The Stunts in their aqua and black will receive a kickoff from Oxfam in the green and black, who are chasing this kickoff. Just knocked on by Oxfam, so I think we'll come back for the scrum here. Oh, it was backwards off a stunt hand, so they are going to have to play from behind their own try line Not many options there. Forced a kick right down the throat of Rich Harris. And here goes Harris. Harris backing himself on the outside. Well read by the Stunts, who are straight over the ball. Big turnover. Stunts looking for their first win of the competition. Oxfam did notch up a win against the Godfathers, in fact, in the group stages. Stunts on a points difference of well over -100. So they will be keen to turn the fortunes around here, and they're almost getting away down that blind side. Rafael Barbaris was looking to break, won a penalty instead, and they play quickly. Picked off the toes, and now racing away down the right goes Lewis Warren, who's all wrapped up, and it's stolen from him by Oxfam. Away goes Jackson. Williams crashing through contact. There's numbers down the short side if they can find them here. Oh, what an offload, but it's been put down. Would have been a certain try for Oxfam. Instead, it's a knock on, so a scrum for the Stunts. Well, it's likely a game against the Chinese national team as the prize for either of these two sides, if they can make it through this plate quarterfinal. And then one of the Godfathers or the Priscilla Barbars in the final, if results go as expected. On comes Yestin Bennett to play scrum half. Does come Bennett's way. Clean ball for the Stunts. Just checking back inside. Some nice footwork. Mike open Oxfam up here. Slipping off the tackles. Left, right and centre. What a run this is. They're up over halfway. Bennett's on the outside. The new man racing down the wing. Excellent take. Back on the inside. Beautiful break by Gamble again, who's been everywhere for the Stunts. Here's Barbaris. Patterson. Numbers up down the left. Dicey footwork away from a few, and on the turn, chopped down by Rowley Black. Patterson getting on the outside. Lifts it over the top of Williams, and then it's flung back in field. Stunts denied. Good defence from Oxfam, and they're ushered back to halfway. Collingwood almost through. Gamble there in support, but Oxfam are over the ball and they've nicked it. And now they'll race down the left-hand side. Bennett in pursuit, but Oxfam are going to go the length. Wrapping round the inside of Bennett to dot it down under the sticks. Opening try of the quarterfinal goes the way of Oxfam. Oxfam into an early lead against the Stunts, who were looking the more threatening of the two sides in the early stages of this quarterfinal. Ryan Bourne kicks off to the 22. Pattinson collects. Joe Pattinson steps on the inside. What a break! Joe Pattinson just a sweep and a beat. Puts it on the outside to Barbaris. Barbaris beyond the 22. Well set in attack here, the Stunts. There's the Hail Mary pass. Mitchell. Gamble surely he's got to back himself on the outside. He races away and scores in the corner. Stunts back in the game. They may still trail at the moment. They got a chance to add the extras from this touch line. But it's a 2-point contest in this first half. Great finish from Gamble. Freddie Richardson gets a hold of the conversion. Oh, but it's just short. Not a bad effort at all. Stunts on the board in the quarterfinal. Barker, freshly on the field, will get us back underway. Can they take the lead before the break? Or will Oxfam stretch further ahead? Oh, great take off the kickoff. And there's a tap tackle that they've slipped past. Ball on the inside. Easy as that. Ryan Bourne will dot down. He'll eat up as much of the clock as he can on his way through. That was a little bit too easy. A full complement of 7. And now they're down by 14-5, the Stunts. That was not the response they needed after getting on the board. But one missed tackle off the kickoff. And now they'll chase. It's kicked towards Barbares, who taps it back. Well, it's a kind bounce in the end for the Stunts. Going to weave their way through. Plenty there in green to disrupt at the breakdown. Barbares does well to get it away. Little hitch kick from Ram Chapora. Oxfam over the ball, they've stolen it. So, maybe time for one more before the break. Williams takes on 3 defenders. But it's been knocked on the floor, and Stunts survive. End of that first half, it's 14-5 in favour of Oxfam. Stunts score and then concede right away. Difficult end to the first half for them. But they close the door on Oxfam right before half-time and are still in this quarter-final with 7 minutes to go. Plate quarter-final action continues in just a few moments' time for the men's elite competition here at the LIT Super 7 Series. Good kickoff and excellently well taken by the Stunts. Lewis Warren driven into touch, but a good start for the second half for them. They trail by 14-5 in this men's elite plate quarter-final. Will be an Oxfam line out, but just shy of their 22 for the Stunts. Thrown in by Jackson. It went loose. Barbarous pops it up. Will come all the way back for a scrum for the Stunts. Not straight. Oh, instead it's going to be a penalty, I think, for contact in the air. So it's Gamble again, putting in the fend. Gamble's off again. 2 to beat. Burst through the last tackle of Jackson. What a finish by Charlie Gamble. 2 tries already in this quarter-final. They'll still trail by 4 points, but they needed 2 scores regardless to get into the game again, so they won't mind. Short again from the attempted conversion. They need another score, and then they're back in front, the Stunts. 14-10 in this plate quarter-final of the men's elite competition here at the first leg of the LIT7s at Oxford. That's too deep to contest. It's well taken by Will Jackson. Well, Jackson, excellent footwork, puts a man to deck. Almost an interception there, and then it is regathered, but just a knock-on by Lewis Warren, who started this second half very brightly. The number 9. We're down on the touchline. They were worried that could have been a penalty or even a yellow card for an attempted interception, but nothing as major as that this time. Just a scrum for Oxfam. And Oxfam dig it out. And now they'll switch it around the side. George Howard having a go. Oh, and they've just drifted through, but that was crossing if I've ever seen it. So Stunts will have a go themselves from the 22. Barbarous. Little dummy switch from Collingwood. And Barbarous goes direct and bumps off his man, but he won't get through Rory Williams so easily. Down the short side goes Collingwood, but caught this time. Well, they're looking to hold him up here, Oxfam. And finally they get it to ground, but they've killed it. Oxfam have killed it, and a scrum it will be. Well, they're not happy about it, the Stunts. They still trail by 4 points. But seem pretty held up to me. Can they keep them here, the Stunts? In this perilous position. Oxfam get a clean scrum, but their numbers up in defence. One missed tackle would be crucial here. Oh, and look how quickly they flood through the gap. Pattinson looking to get back. But Callum Wilson is going to score. This will make it 21-10 and put them 2 scores behind again. Oxfam in control now with little time remaining. Chip down range by Howard. Good contest in the air. When it comes to the Stunts on their 22. Big miss pass into the path of Barbarous, who steps around one. And now he opens up his gate. Good offload for Collingwood. Oh, it's dislodged in the tackle. And Oxfam have it back. One more score would seal it. It's onto the edge for Williams. Williams away. Great chop tackle, but Howard is there in support. And Oxfam are through. That will seal it. Stunts defeated. A fine second half performance by them, but Oxfam Just had a little bit too much left in the tank in these closing stages. And in the end, they're through comfortably to a semi-final. Still time for the kickoff. But I doubt there's time left for the stunts to get into this one. Oxfam with the kickoff. Oh, it's up high and it's one back. But then the stunts regather themselves. One last chance for them to score a third try. But the tie is certainly over at this stage. Collingwood. Well, back down the short side instead, they go. Little switch. Might open them up here. Nice footwork. And a nice offload as well. Beautiful soft hands. This is better than from the stunts. This is wonderful sevens. More direct now over the 22. Oxfam looking to wrap them up. Big clear out. And there's plenty of space out wide if they can exploit it. Oh, searching for some holes back in field. Warren. Now slow ball for them. Big clear out from Oxfam. Slapped across and dove upon, but a knock on in the end. And Oxfam are victorious. Second win of the Oxford Sevens for Oxfam, and they're through to a plate semi-final. A game that at times could have gone either way, but in the latter stages of this second half, Oxfam came through with two crucial tries. It's a big semi-final test for them on the horizon. But in the meantime, the competition is about to step up a level, because our next game live here on pitch 1 at the Oxford Sevens in the first leg of the elite men's competition. It's the Wild Dogs taking on the Hammerheads in a cup quarter-final of some quality. That's the next game live here on pitch 1. So, it's a big semi-final here between the Hammerheads and the Wild Dogs, and it's a good start for the Hammerheads, playing in that red, purple and white we've seen so often today against the Wild Dogs in the white and grey trim with black shorts. It's a good start, though, for the Hammerheads, and here's Hamilton and Uru and Burns fending off his man, Louis Burns. Wild Dogs over the ball. Hamilton has to secure himself there. And then whipped away by Leeson. Here's Chads. Chads with some acceleration. Oh, Wild Dogs hunting for it. Oh, and they've stolen it back, the Wild Dogs, and what a show and go that is! Beautiful. That's an opening try for the Wild Dogs. And the Alpha Pack are in front. Well, they've all got these great little messages on the back of their shirts. It's not their normal names. It's a little South African saying. This is a nice little number for the Wild Dogs. Beautiful strip. And they're in front here against the Hammerheads. He finished second in the pool after losing out against the Boom Beavers. So perhaps the favourites, and certainly in front the Wild Dogs in this game. Hong Kong and the Wooden Spoon Marauders will face the victors here. Wild Dogs beat the British Army to top their group. And they're in front here. That's tapped back, but only as far as Nasa Kinakinilau. Strong carry by Pinar, but knocked on in the tackle.
Can I just say, TikTok goes backflips for fucking 10-10. I am beyond impressed.
So it will be a scrum for the Hammerheads. Big chance for them to get back in the game for the first time. Chads to feed the scrum. Penalty for the Hammerheads, and they waste no time in getting things under the way. Here's Luke Uru, and Uru accelerates away. Uru finds the offload, Burns! Leaves the Wild Dogs in the dust. Uru drew in the last defender and finds the pass for Louis Burns, who levels things up here in this Cup quarter-final. Well, it's getting to the business end of the first leg of the elite tier of the LIT Super 7 series here in Oxford. And we are level in this tie. How will the Wild Dogs respond? They haven't been tested too much in their group stage. Big game against the Army, but other than that, they've been on top in that pool, but taken by Gerard Peters off the kickoff. Peters back with it. Put under pressure from Brock. Lovely little offload. It does work out for the Hammerheads. Slight knock on, unfortunately, there. So this is a huge opportunity for the Hammerheads. On comes Junior Delhi. Scrum to be fed by Arthur Chads. It's a powerful scrum as well, with the likes of Brock and Hamilton in there. Chads under pressure, but just about gets it away. That's flung in midfield, difficult for Delhi, all backwards, but the Wild Dogs might get to it first. Chipped in behind, and now it's a race for the corner, but the ball's going to roll harmlessly into touch. Nudged down range by Max Aitken. And now they're under loads of pressure here, the Hammerheads. Chads is going to feed this line out. Wild Dogs are going to be all over it here. Short to Hamilton, round the corner. They do get it away. Delhi looking to break through midfield. Burns, the try scorer. Takes two to bring him down. But Wild Dogs steering to the breakdown. Huge turnover. There's the quick tap. And off goes Ali Reid. hard line through a crowd of purple and white. This time it's the Hammerheads looking to fish for it. Oh, it's just been put down. And it's a penalty as well. Top work at the breakdown for both sides, but the Hammerheads come away with it. And here's Hamilton. Bursting through, Hamilton. Finds an offload. But the Wild Dogs are back in numbers, and they've dislodged it in the tackle. End to end here. Big shot comes in from Brock to shut down the Wild Dogs counter. Young flings it back inside. Nice little show and go, but Hamilton makes the chop, and Chads dislodges possession and flings himself on it. And now it's the Hammerheads with ball in hand again. Delhi slap down this time, so Burns gets the quick tap, and Wild Dogs are back pedaling. Here goes Burns. Will Brock chips it through. It will bounce kindly for Brock. Out the back door for Hamilton. Outstanding from the Hammerheads. They've hassled and harassed their way up the field. And a delightful little finish. Will Brock nudges it through, draws the sweeper and flicks it back inside. Hammerheads in front. What a quarter-final. Exactly what we wanted. At the very top level of domestic sevens here in this beautiful part of the country. Changes in the offing for both sides. But at the half-time interval, it's Hammerheads who have taken the lead. The Wild Dogs, who top the pool, including the reigning champions, the British Army, are down at the break to the Hammerheads, plate winners at the Manor Sevens last week. Going for gold this time here in Oxford at the first leg of the Elite Division. 7 minutes to go in this quarter-final. Perfect system. Well, that wasn't the worst thing that could possibly happen or anything. Oh my God, man, what are you doing? Why did you do that?
I need to film the game, bro.
Bro, there's bigger things at stake here.
Most of the paperweight.
Well, ecological crisis in the commentary booth averted as every team sheet here at the Oxford Sevens just went flying halfway across the field. But we've still got the Hammerheads and the Wild Dogs in action here in this Cup quarter-final. And it's a great result for the Hammerheads off the kickoff, who have forced a knock-on. Penalty. Boring in at scrum time. It's a bit of a rogue one in the game of sevens, but Chads is off, and thankfully off his mark because he's not tapped it perfectly, but now they are off to the races. Oh, Junior Delhi sells a dummy and draws out the last offender. Delhi almost up to the 22. Here's Chads. Tut gives the pass. And it's Kieran Leeson looking to get on the outside. Tut in support. Chads gets it away. Brooks. Oh, he's through. Brooks steps off the left. Brought down just shy of the 5 metre. Quick ball for the Hammerheads. Here is Tut, who takes them on himself. Tut, he's over.
Yeah, boy.
Sam Tut, whose blood runs deep here at Hammerheads. Representatives in both women's and men's categories. And scoring in the quarter-final to go further in front. First try, the second half was going to be crucial, and it hasn't gone the Wild Dogs' way. This will be a bit of a turn-up for the books. Wild Dogs topped a tough group, whereas the Hammerheads finished second behind the Boom Beavers. As Belgium face Apache on the pitch behind me. What a clash of colours that is. Belgium have just scored. Here on pitch one, it's the Hammerheads who go 3-1 up. Wild Dogs need a quick response. Pile driver off the kickoff from Sam Tutt, the try scorer. Oh, they've turned it over. Junior Delhi flies it wide for De Calmas, getting on the outside. Good defence from the Wild Dogs. Delhi quick over the ball, but he's off his feet. Penalty. Had to slow things down there from the penalty. Looking to make a change here. Just laces. Crucial time to lose your footing. Wooden Spoon Marauders are in action up next against Hong Kong in a big game. But here in this other cup quarter-final, it's the Wild Dogs looking to get back into the game. Finally, we're ready to go. Little switch down the short side. Big fend, but Delhi gets a hold of his man. Good carry by Joubert. Good shape on that pass. A good speed from the Hammerheads in defence. Gerard Peters gets it away. And now they might finally have a man over. Mbongeni Moyo. Still going, Moyo. Almost away. What a carry. Hammerheads go fishing for it at the breakdown. But it spits out their way illegally. This is better from the Wild Dogs. Tap from George Williams. And now they go direct through the centre. Good carry from Peters. But the offload intercepted. Hammerhead have it back. And now they might be short-handed down the short side. Here's Delhi. And now Delhi racing away. Kini Lau in support, but Delhi with the little goose step will finish it off. Gets around Andrew Lamb and scores. That might be it. 2 tries in the second half. Puts the Hammerheads well out in front against this Wild Dog side. Off target from Hamilton. Back playing for the Hammerheads after a year away. But they're in front in this huge game. Wild Dogs keep a hold of it from the kickoff and are off down the short side through Ali Reid. Reid there at 9. Turnover, Hammerheads. That'll do it. That will do it. If they can just keep a hold here, they'll be through to the semi-final. Hamilton goes direct. Here's Snell. Steps around 1. Brass fends off 2. And now Brass is away down the left. Reid gets a hold of him. Good offload. And they stick it down the short side again. There's the fend to seal the quarterfinal. That's game over for the Hammerheads. They've done it. Wild Dogs are out. What a quarterfinal, but what a second half from the Hammerheads. We've seen them succeed in knockout rugby already on the LIT Super 7 series, winning the plate in the men's open, but in this elite competition, they've taken the step up, and in the second half, they've taken the game from the Wild Dogs. Hamilton fires it through the post, and that'll be too much now for the Wild Dogs to turn it around. Another chance for the Wild Dogs just to end this quarter-final with a flurry. Kinilau finds a nice offload that amuses the Hammerheads defence. Lovely run by Andrew Lamb. Lamb still going, stepping on the inside, but chopped by his opposite number, Strahan Brooks. Still going, the Wild Dogs. Nice take on the spin from Ali Reid. Now in reverse. Nasa Kinilau towards the 22. Pulls it out to Williams. Williams over the 22. Here goes Peters. Looks cross-field, but the penalty's coming their way. One more chance for Wild Dogs. On comes Harvey. It was to be Harvey Young. Instead it's Jean Pinard. Oh, it's a turnover for the Hammerheads. Disappointing end to this quarter-final for the Wild Dogs. Tipped by many to go deep into the competition, but after an outstanding group stage, Wild Dogs have fallen at the quarterfinals. Beaten by the Hammerheads, plate winners last week at the Manor Sevens. They romped to it after being knocked out of a tough group, including Apache and Boom Beavers. Boom Beavers again got the better of them this time in the pool stages, but they're still through to the semis regardless. More quarterfinal action up next. The Wooden Spoon Marauders, after a tough group stage, included a draw with Belgium that almost saw them exit the competition. They overcame the Fijian Warriors to qualify at the final time of asking. For Hong Kong, it was plain sailing. Yet to be challenged in earnest here at the Oxford Sevens in the first leg of the elite competition. Hong Kong take on the Marauders up next. Hey mate, how you doing? Welcome back.
Go on, two of us this time.
Welcome.
Charlie.
Hi Charlie, how you doing, pal? Yeah, good thanks, bro. Oh God, I had a nightmare halfway through that game. I was just chatting to my mate. taking on the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Jamie back with me. Charlie as well. Hi, gents. Tough group stage draw for Belgium, but you got the wins you needed to get through the next round. Yeah, we did. And, we grew into the second game, really good work. But a quick fire penalty for Fung, who floats through. Hong Kong opened it off. Fung has scored. The first try for Hong Kong. Well, we're back here at the quarterfinal stage, and Hong Kong have scored through Fung Kit Fong after order is restored here in the windy old commentary box at the Oxford Sevens. Jamie, back with me. Well, you did what you needed to do in the group stages, but gone behind early here. Lots of work to do for the Wooden Spoon Marauders.
It's been a story of our day, down early, but we've always come back. We've come back in all the games so far, so there's still a lot of chance. You've just got to keep the ball, as I said earlier, get this kick-off back. Oh, they've lost it, haven't they? Oh, well.
Stolen away by Hong Kong, who now look to attack in this quarter-final. That's a big shot out wide. Looking to wrap up their man there, Era 2, but Hong Kong are through for a second. Quick-fire double for Fung Kit Fung. Hong Kong on top. Now, Hong Kong were flawless in the group stages, as we were saying earlier, whereas Wooden Spoon Marauders had to fight their way through against tough opposition, the likes of Belgium and the Fijian Warriors. But they're 2 tries already here to the disadvantage of these fine kickoffs from Hong Kong. They've won both of them back. Great work from Josh Eustace so far. This time he hands it off into the swirling wind here in Oxford. It's been tapped back again into the palms of the captain, Joe Knight. And now they move it left to right. Richards, oh, nice footwork, away from 2. And then he feeds Eustace, and now there's numbers up. Here's Knight, racing away down the left, stepping back on the inside. Wrapped up by O'Hagan. Here's Chung. Direct again from Hong Kong, but that's what the Marauders needed, a big turnover and a big time to get it too. And now they're playing quickly, battling with Eustace. This is the turnaround that Marauders need in this first half. They're already down by 2 tries, but Chris Stegman hands it off instead. Taken in by Ross Lewis, another penalty. Just getting the Marauders out of trouble. Pilkington with a good carry. Here's Stegman. Stegman almost through. Over the ball goes Quinton. But it's still the way of the Marauders. That's a 3rd penalty in quick succession. And it's got Hong Kong backpedaling. Big clear out on Chang, but finally a turnover that goes the way of the Hong Kong development side. Jamie, that was a really good drive down the field from the Marauders, but nothing to show for it.
No, Hong Kong were getting their hands into a couple of breakdowns, and I thought we ran it close on a few occasions there, and eventually they did get the penalty, but we just got to be a bit tighter in our connections. Ball carrier's a bit isolated at the moment, but yeah, some good attack there, going through the phases, but credit to Hong Kong, they've come out firing in this quarter-final.
Charlie also with us from the Marauders camp. Not the perfect start for the Wooden Spoon Marauders, but that last attack showing that they have the ability to get back into the contest.
Yes, they do. As you see from the first game, we were down 3 tries in the first half, so Marauders can easily bring it back, but we just need to make sure we are, like Jamie said, quicker with the man who's carrying the ball and just start shipping it in our wider channels.
2 quick-fire tries from Hong Kong at the start of the game. Since then, it's levelled up a little bit, but this is another attack for the Hong Kong development side. And here's the man on a hat-trick already, Fung Kit Fung. Fung looking to get away again. Dragged down by his opposite number in the end, Josh Cooper. Eustace, Chung, Juan Asono. Little hitch kick from Quinton. Quinton driving away. Oh, dislodged. What a tackle. But we're back for a Hong Kong penalty. We saw the Wooden Spoon Marauders women's side live here as well earlier on, defeated by Shogun in that women's elite competition. The finals to come from that game. After the Women's Open final up next as the Boom Beavers take on the British Army in a blockbuster tie behind us. Wooden Spoon Marauders need to get back into this game, but it's a scrum chosen from the penalty for Camille Chung to feed. He's got Matt Richards just behind him, and here is Richard. Looking to get away. Esono takes off the handbrake and races through. And that was a little bit too easy for Juan Esono, Jamie.
Yeah, we bidded on the tackle there. We had numbers up. We had them backpedaling off the scrum, but yeah, just biting in on the tackle. You don't need to send 2 in there to make that hit. And really, really good manipulation of the space by Hong Kong, and they're through again.
Third try for Hong Kong, who are racing towards a semi-final spot to take on either the British Army or the Boom Beavers, last week's finalists. Charlie, you were just saying that a lack of communication just slightly undoing the Marauders at the moment.
Yeah, they are, and Hong Kong, you can see, are just picking apart down the middle and getting those weak shoulders, and that's how they're getting the easy breakthroughs.
What a take by Knight, and he might race away for Hong Kong, but a big covering tackle wins it back for the Marauders, so we're on for a scrum. These kickoffs as well, Jamie, but outstanding by Hong Kong.
The consistency to get those balls up, but I'll tell you what, that catch is extraordinary. NFL style, over the head, over the shoulder of the defender. You know, it is, you know, that's the skill that you want to come out here and see. So credit to him, the number 4 there.
Women's Open final between the Burney's Ballers and Fine Rugby now up next after this, but the scrum's been turned over and away goes Cheng for Hong Kong, looking to kill it in this first half. Fung on for a hat-trick. Fong Kip Fung with a hat-trick in the first half to take the game away from the Wooden Spoon Marauders. After a great performance in the group stage in a tough pool, it hasn't gone well so far in this quarter-final. Half-time and Hong Kong are in the driver's seat. They lead by 4 unanswered tries against the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Jamie, what needs to change in this second half?
We've got to get on the ball. We had 4 or 5 phases, I think, of that whole half, and we went down the pitch. So we've got to go for those kickoffs. I think we've lost all 4 or 5 so far. So get the tall guy up. We don't lift, so it's about getting the right players in the right areas. So far, they've just outmuscled us and got above us in those kickoffs. And again, they've been on the money. So
still plenty of time left in this quarter-final. Not yet a mountain, but a pretty steep hill for the Wooden Spoon Marauders to climb in order to get into the Cup semi-final in the first leg of the Elite Division of the LIT Super 7 Series here in Oxford. Seven minutes left in the Wooden Spoon Marauders, Oxford Sevens, unless they can turn it around good and proper against Hong Kong, who lead by 4 tries. Jamie and Charlie both along with us. Charlie, what kind of message do you think was being said at that huddle at half-time?
Pretty much everything we've already irritated already. It's got to be clinical by Marauders. We've got to get the ball in hand. We just haven't had it at all really in this game, besides 5 phases, and that's where we got at the pitch. So hopefully they can get the ball in hand, be a bit more clinical, and we'll see what the game can change.
Good start for the Marauders, a deep kick, challenging Hong Kong to return from almost their 5 metre. Joe Knight's offload was in the end knocked on, and a couple of early changes for Hong Kong. On comes Mervyn Lowe to play at first receiver. Camille Chung at 9, but it's a scrum for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Oh, it's a real mess in there. Penalty for the Marauders. Big chance for them to get on the board. Penalty inside the Hong Kong half. Here's the Frenchman, Emile Ress, who finds a pass off the deck. And this is a better little run down the inside. Options are plenty. Almost away there, Connor Evans. Direct from the Marauders, and they're over to score. Big try. Important try for Josh Pilkington, formerly of Exeter, who crashes over. Well, that's a good start to the second half. Exactly what you needed in response, Charlie, and well, it's on. It's always on in the game of sevens.
It is indeed, and just like that, the tables can easily be turned. We've got the ball off a penalty from the scrum, and we're just actually able to do something with it. So let's hope we can continue that and get Hong Kong off guard.
Hong Kong still with a 3-try advantage, and no conversion as well, so it's a long road back. But Pilkington takes the kick, caught in the wind here, and it's deep again. Ress looking to get over the ball. Penalty for Marauders. Ress wins it back. What a second half for him so far. And then a great line. Josh Cooper crashes right under the post for what should be a full 7. Just like in the last game that we saw, Jamie, Emile Ress has come onto the field and he's really changed the game.
Oh, he's fantastic. I'll credit that to the night's sleep he had last night. He was over at mine in a very comfy bed, so he's clearly switched on today. No, it's been fantastic. And coming into these second halves, we've been a completely different team, and the two Joshes there, Pilkington and Cooper, as well, combining with some brilliant 7s.
It's back on again. Hong Kong under a bit of pressure for the first time. Pilkington with a deep, deep kick. Where's this going to land? Is it going to roll all the way dead? That is unfortunate for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. That's tough, just when the game was starting to change. A big chance for Hong Kong to re-establish some order. British Army just scored against the Boom Beavers over on the pitch behind us. Here goes Mervyn Lowe, Chung. Oh, it's a nice move, but it's a great read from Ress. And they're straight over the ball, the Marauders. Turnover! Wooden Spoon are back in this game, well and proper. Josh Hare. Hare makes good yards. Ress wins another penalty. Quick tap by the Frenchman. Here goes Emile Ress, who takes it on himself. Offload. There's a man from Hong Kong in the way, so referee's just going to let it play. Cooper, wider still. Here's a big chance for Scott Young. Scott Young is over. Ryan Scott Young of Jamaica Sevens fame has scored a 3rd try in the second half. And although the conversions will keep Hong Kong more than a score in front, all of a sudden the game has completely changed, Charlie.
Oh, it's just unbelievable. Like we said, Wooden Spoons have been really struggling at the start of every game, and this is what they've done to come back in the second half. They've been more clinical, they've got the ball in hand, and when they've got the ball, they're actually doing something with it this time. So Hong Kong are being caught on the back foot here, and it's making it quite an interesting game now.
28-17 the score. Still 9 points between the two sides. Chang. Good read by Scott Young, getting up in the face, but Hong Kong still driving on. Away goes the wide man, Xing. Cheng. Moses. Low, and now they're wide. Richards accelerates into the gap. Reese has got his man. Oh, but he's been skinned on the outside. Keane scores for Hong Kong. And has the comeback been cordoned off by Hong Kong? That's a big score. Well, I'm just going to check with the linesmen what they've got on the score at the moment, because if this is every kick converted by Hong Kong, then that puts Wooden Spoon Marauders still 3 tries behind. 35-17 according to the officials. It's a long way back still after a fine second half for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Hung high by Mervyn Lowe. Tapped back by Stegman. Oh, just a bit of a coming together there between the two Marauders. Stegman with a big clear out. Here goes Ross Lewis. And here's Ress. Emil Ress dumped towards the touchline. Up goes the flag. Hong Kong have it back. One more try would kill it, certainly. But they're in no rush to take this set piece. Here goes Richards, chips it in behind. But it's regathered by Chris McIntosh. McIntosh almost away. Over goes Mervyn Lowe. But in at the side is the call. Quick tap by Rawston. Lewis caught by Moses. Stolen by Hong Kong. Mervyn Lowe has it at the base. Nice offload for Eustace. Eustace opens up his gate and gets on the outside to win it for Hong Kong. Wooden Spoon Marauders with a miraculous second half fight back. But Jamie, it was just too much for the Marauders to claw back in the end.
Yeah, all credit has to go to Hong Kong, really. I think we gave ourselves a little bit too much to do with the 4 tries down, and they've managed the game superbly since we got our 3rd try back. So, you know, they'll be a real competitor in this competition going into the semi-final.
I think it's a huge victory for the British Army as well in the other quarterfinals. Boom Beavers not happy, but here on pitch 1, it's a victory for Hong Kong that wasn't certain at stages in that second half. Marauders with a great fight back, but in the end, the first 4 tries in the first half is what separates the two sides. Jamie, Charlie, thank you both for joining us up here in the commentary box.
Thank you.
Cheers, thanks very much for having us.
But it's Hong Kong on to the semi-finals. Well, a quick break from the men's elite competition as we head into the women's open final, where Fine Rugby now take on Burnley's Ballers, one of the Boom Beavers sides. That's the next game, live here at the Oxford Sevens.
Fine Rugby now.
Commentary.
I didn't even bother asking.
Go on, Ez!
Go on, Ez.
Keep it in, keep it in.
Nice, girls.
Give it 9.
Well, no time to waste. We are underway in the Women's Open Cup final between Fine Rugby now and Burnley's Ballers. These two sides worked their way through the competition today, found their way here into the Open Cup final. Fine Rugby now, 41-7 victory over CNCF in the semi-final, and Burnley's Ballers a 36-5 victory to find themselves in the final here. A huge tackle coming in, a knock-on in contact. And Fine Rugby now will have the scrum here, looking to get themselves some early possession in this Open Cup final.
Abby!
Go on, Abby!
That's forward.
Plenty of exciting faces for both of these sides, and they're fighting and hassling and harrying at the moment in midfield. A penalty coming the way of Fine Rugby now. They look to take it quickly. Keep building the phases, get the offload away, and now it's time to pin the ears back. Huge tackle coming in. And the scrum half is hauled backwards, but there is a penalty coming. Hands on the floor. Fine Rugby now then are inching closer to the try line. Building their way through, and there's a gap that is taken. First score on the board in the final. And it's Fine Rugby now who have hit the front early doors.
I know it's after Wild Dogs, yeah. Very poor form, but I think that's cool. Let's try Wild Dogs!
Wet beaver.
I'm sure the officials know it's half the Wild Dogs elite team. They've had rugby. Wild Dogs didn't have a team. Wild Dogs didn't have a team.
A couple of changes being made early doors as well. And that one bounces and bobbles. You can hear down below us the bench shouting hunt. They want to get themselves into a position to try and increase the advantage. But it's a beautiful show and go and fend, and then a big tackle comes in. Offload is well taken for the Beavers, and then the ball is spilt forwards. And there's been a head contact as well, so we'll have time off here. Medical team straight on, making sure here that everything is okay.
Medical team is a real strong word there. I heard he's not a gynecologist, just a vagina enthusiast.
The referee then calling time off, chance for both teams to catch a breath. And for the Beavers number 5 to receive some treatment. It was a nasty looking clash. Hopefully she is okay. A round of applause then. That change is made, but it's positive to see the player up on her feet, and we'll be getting back underway. It was a knock-on, so it'll be a scrum for Fine Rugby now, and they'll look to add to their early advantage that they've got here in this women's open final. It's a huge scrum against the head, but then the knock-on coming in again, and just when it looked like there was going to be an opportunity for the Beavers to try and work their way down the field, Find Rugby Now will have the opportunity to try and find that second score.
Trouble, Joe. You're in trouble now.
Another knock on. And lots of changes being made early doors. You're going to have to forgive us on the names. We've unfortunately not got the team sheets up here for either of these sides. So we'll keep calling this one, but we might have to be calling numbers rather than names. For the moment, though, they've renamed themselves Bonnie's Ballers today, this side, the Beavers' second team that are involved. And they're under pressure at the moment. They've got a penalty, though, and you can hear the chants of go, go, go down below us as they look to spin things wide. And now here comes an opportunity. Ears being pinned back, but a crucial covering tackle coming in. And the covering tackle does the job. Celebrations from Find Rugby Now down to our left-hand side. And they look to accelerate forwards. Beautiful offload away. But the ball is lost on the floor again. Both teams throwing caution to the wind. And number 2, then that's Jojo Vosikawayway, and she skinned a defender. Racing clear, number 2 for Bonnie's Ballers today. She's gone in under the sticks. That's not a bad weekend, is it? Friday announced as a senior development player for Harlequins women for the 25-26 season. And then less than 24 hours later, carving up, going over under the sticks, getting her side on the board. And the conversion is good. That is the break then. Engrossing is the word. 1 try apiece in this Women's Open Cup final. And you can barely split these sides. Who's going to come out on top? We'll find out very shortly.
The line said, I'm not sure it's going through. It's like, well, it's still because they haven't made the effort to retreat. I mean, pass the ball back doesn't mean they still have to make the effort to retreat. This is their final, yeah. I believe it's 7-all. I think they get that kick. Did they get their kick? Oh, mate, no. The referee, did they get their kick? Is it 7-all, sir? It is. There you go. That answers that question.
Nearly ready to go then for the second half in this Women's Open final. 7 apiece between Find Rugby Now and Bernie's Ballers, or Bonnie's Ballers as they've called themselves today. 7-all. Yeah. Back underway then. Nothing in it. 7 minutes between these two sides and a triumph here in the Open Cup. Fine Rugby now searching for the quick ball and the offload. They get it away. And there's a huge fight there on the ground. And a gap has been spotted, and now it's a foot race. And now it's a case of whose lungs are burning the most. The defence got back superbly, but they've been penalised, and there's no stopping Fine Rugby now. Picking the gap, going under the sticks, and edging themselves back just into the lead in this final. Conversion is good. They go 14-7 ahead. A game as tight as this, those kicks for the sticks could become crucial. We're motoring through the games here today. There's a men's social cup final going on behind us. It's the final game in Group B of the women's elite competition, just over the far way on pitch 3 here as well. And then after this one, we're moving into the men's elite plate semi-finals, and it's going to be Godfathers against Vikita Fiji Warriors that we'll be bringing you on pitch 1. Right then. Pressure coming on, and pressure successfully applied. Knock on as the ballers looked to play out from deep. I've called them about 4 different names in commentary today. I think they've given themselves 4 or 5 different names on the team sheet as well. But they are the second Boom Beavers side that have been entered today. Boom Beavers in the elite women's competition, and this side, Burney's Ballers, in the open competition. For now, though, they're having to defend plenty of open space. They're under pressure from Fine Rugby now, who go route 1, look to muscle their way over. You don't often see that in sevens. They look for the maul, they find the opportunity, and they wiggle and power their way over. 19-7. They now lead with the conversion to come. And that's the first time in this fixture that a side has managed to go more than 1 score ahead. (19-7). The score then. And you feel like that could be a seismic moment in this final. Four minutes to go. And if the ballers are gonna hit back, they're gonna have to do it quickly. They're 12 points down. 19-7 they trail. And they need to get a couple of tries quickly. They're going to get one here by the looks of things then. It's a foot race, but the speedster out wide. Number 2, Jojo Votakawewe, is going to go under the sticks, crucially under the sticks for her side. Conversion here then can cut the gap to 5 points. There's plenty of time left on the clock. And that kick does edge over. It's 19-14 the score then. And we're back to that single try difference between these two sides. Getting down now to those championship minutes for both of these teams, whose lungs have got just a little bit left. Which side has got just a little bit less lactic acid in the legs so that they can keep going. One of these sides is going to take home the Women's Open Cup. And at the moment, it's Fine Rugby now in pole position. 5 points they lead by. But they're being hassled and harried and hounded every single time, despite some loosey-goosey footwork. Big shot coming in midfield. The ballers have got to get their hands back in possession. They've got to try and do it quickly. At the moment, Find Rugby now, big fend, big offload, and now the break. They've been patient, they've been fast and furious, and then it's the power game that comes to the fore. They're going to go back in out wide. Pressure on at the end, but the try is good, and they take themselves 10 points ahead again. They've done really well, Find Rugby now there. They're under pressure, but they bided that time in midfield. Found the opening, and in the end, it wasn't necessarily one of the speedsters, but it was the pure power and the brute strength out wide that did the damage. And all the time in the world is going to be taken with this kick. It's unsuccessful, but it's a 10-point lead again, 24-14. And, well, they need to have a quick look because there's currently 8 players on the field for Find Rugby now. It's all right, their number 14 has backtracked very quickly off. And now it's about what they can do in defence. The ballers are going to have to go from range and from distance. They've got themselves up into the attacking half. The show, the go, and the pace is exquisite, and they're going to cut the gap again. Defender coming over, but they're not going to get near the ballers. Under the sticks, again, a little bit of time wasting going on from Find Rugby now, just trying to grab the ball and stop that conversion being taken. Important conversion, this will narrow it to 3 points. And that's happened, it's 24-21 left, but they've run out of time. The clock has beaten them. And it's Find Rugby now that take home the Women's Open Cup title. What a game we had here on pitch 1 to finish proceedings. 24-21 then. Find Rugby now have edged their way through and secured themselves the victory. Congratulations to them. A great day's work overall. A big win in the group stage, a big win in the semi-final, and then they've edged it just about to take home the final. Brilliant result, great performance. And we're getting into those championship matches, those important moments now across the board. Coming up very shortly for you here on pitch 1. It's that men's elite plate semi-final. It's Godfathers against Vaquita Fiji Warriors coming up shortly.
Here we go then, semi-final time in the men's plate competition. Over on the secondary pitch, it's going to be China taking on Oxfam. China, well-deserved a place in that plate final. One of the top sides in the comp, just hasn't been their day. Godfathers are in action. They're taking on this exciting Vaquita Fiji Warriors team. A spot in the plate final on the line. Nothing but knockouts for the rest of the day. We've got our first three competition winners already. Old Rugbyians have just sealed the social plate in dramatic fashion. In the men's open competition, it's a victory for Concord, their first ever tournament. And in the women's open, Find Rugby now have taken the title. Just the women's and the men's elite competition left to be decided. Last couple of pool games in that brutal women's format. And semi-finals in the plate and cup to come. Who will face China or Oxfam in the plate final? It'll be the Godfathers kicking us off here in their well, I've been saying a sort of black and purple number all day, bit of white in there, taking on the Fiji Warriors in that blue and black strip on white background, and it's been taken off the kickoff by Tuisawa. And then a line break early doors. Oh, what a start! Fiji are through. Seva is going to go the length. Joshua Seva with an early score for the Fijian Warriors. They're going to be a well-supported side today. There's some real Fijian flair on show across the teams, including, of course, the Vaquita Fiji Warriors. Vaquita Hammerheads also in the cup competition after seeing off the Wild Dogs. But it's the Vaquita Fiji Warriors looking for a place in the plate final. Wasn't their day at all. They finished bottom of the pool in the pool stages. But they've turned it around in the knockouts. Kick-off to come. Well, that kick hasn't gone 10. It's just going to bounce below the scaffolding here. So a free kick on halfway. Perfect chance for the Godfathers to respond. Harry Rumans with the tap. And they go to this short side. Here goes Dale. Finds the pass and stepping off the left. Back inside goes Will Bug. Bug still going up to the 22. Fiji fling him to the floor. And now it's on the short side. Looking to get all the way on the outside. Tim Moon tots down to score. What a response for the Godfathers. They still trail by 2. They've got a chance to go level. It's games like this that make the elite competition so special. Only a plate semi, but the Godfathers, such an established name in sevens for 27 years against a real flair opposition in the Fiji Warriors. So, we're back on again. What an unbelievable nudge in the meantime to level things up. Here come the Fiji Warriors who take it cleanly off the kickoff. Dancing their way down the sideline. Big tackle. Comes in from Bonnick. Now there's a high press from the Godfathers. But the handbrake comes off for the Fiji Warriors. Look at them go! Racing away down the left. Just the sweep of the beat. Oh, what a chop tackle. Lifted off the deck for Fiji Warriors again. Oh, what a dummy. Trying to sell them on the inside. Instead it pops up here for Hebe. Again off the deck, but off the foot. And then dribbled on again. It's fallen for Dale, but it's come Fiji's way. Tuisiwa bumps off his man and frees a pass. And now it's a little race to the corner. Fiji keep it alive. Pressure on. Oh, down they go. Godfathers looking to make a mess of things at the breakdown. It's a real mess, and Godfathers sweep it up. Wow, how the turns table. They've got it back, just shy of the 22. And Dale now looking to counter. Dale is away. The pass just overcooked, but it will still bounce up for the Godfathers. Oh, what a step. Godfathers are through. No pressure at all. They'll saunter in to take the lead. What a step that was. Jack Connor. Beautiful. And he'll surely add his own extras from here. Bit of work for the Fiji Warriors to do. It's been a long, hot afternoon here in a beautiful Oxford sunshine. What a change from this morning's rather drab affair. Sevens have stayed exciting throughout. Kick-off soon to come. Once Meli Tuisiwa is back to his feet, and it's kicked his way. Tuisiwa takes it well, put under pressure by the try scorer, Jack Connor. Hint of an overlap on the short side, but Bonnick makes the tackle. Oh, it's just slipped off. Great work from Nasa Kawakawa. Oh, little show and go. They're through the hole. Great running. Nadavo puts it back inside. Unbelievable. Outstanding sevens. Benji Nasa Kamakai gets on the end of that beautiful offload by Aquila Nadavo. And they have re-established where we were just a few moments ago. Level again at 14 apiece. That offload over the top. Beautiful. Aquila Nadavo, the creator. Now the Kita Fiji Warriors are on the chase in this plate semi-final. Oh, it's just a little bit short. They've handed it back to the Godfathers. Godfather's a little bit slow to get things going. Now the tap. And Dale on the switch. Delays the pass, but it's gone behind anyone in black and purple. A little bit flat, the Godfathers. Good read. Flying up comes Tuisiwa. And Tuisiwa's got a hold of him. Straight over the ball they go. Dale just about keeps it alive. Oh, another big shot, and it's been stripped by Nadavo. And now they're breaking. He takes a tumble, but it's Bobby Heavy who keeps it in hand. Nadavo battling with his man. Connor gets a hold of him. Sahi gets it away. Oh, and then they take off the handbrake for Tuisiwa. He's away. Meli Tuisiwa darting in the face of Dale. Scores another, and the Fiji Warriors take the lead before half-time. What a lovely finish by Tuisiwa. Here comes the kick. Off target, missed opportunity for the extras before the break. But in this plate semi-final in the men's elite division, the Makita Fiji Warriors have taken the lead over the Godfathers. There's tired bodies all over the park with a final still pending, trying to take on Oxfam, who will join them in the final. At the moment, it's advantage to the Fiji Warriors. A place in the final beckons for one of these two sides. At the moment, Godfathers trail to the Vaquita Fiji Warriors. China take on Oxfam for a spot in the final behind us, but it's Fiji who lead by just 5 points. That's an excellent kickoff, but it's just overcooked straight out. So it will be another free kick on halfway. Godfathers gifted an opportunity they have to take against this fine Fijian side. Harry Rums. Oh, flicked out the back door. Rums just about regathers. Dale has it. Now they might have numbers up this right-hand side. Interception attempted but missed, and a beautiful step to get on the inside of Horton. Horton's final pass is off target. So instead, it will be a line out for Fiji. Bobby Hebai will have the throw. Or in fact, I think it's Penny Bully Wale. Regardless, it's clean ball in the end for Fiji Warriors. Looking to get out of the phone box there. Still keeping a hold of it. And then down he goes. Godfathers looking to snaffle possession. It's good clear out. Well, they move it right to left, and then what a step again on the inside. And here's Bully Wale in support. Brought down just outside the 10-metre. Stolen by the Godfathers. And there's no one home for Fiji. So away they go. Will Bug scores again. Runs ultra marathons outside of the game at 7, so he will never stop powering through. And he's got on the board for the Godfathers. This, their chance to take the lead. What a turnaround. And they're up by 2. On comes Isaac Marau for Fiji Warriors. But the Godfathers stay as they are for now. Godfathers get us underway after taking the lead in this plate semi-final. That is some kickoff. And it's been spilt. Godfathers turning the game on its head. It's a big moment in the fixture for Harry Rums. Another try, and they might just take it beyond the Fiji Warriors, but it's been turned over at the scrum. It's a free kick, however, for Godfathers. Not the outcome Fiji were after. And here they go. Dale will take the tap. And down the short side they go. They've got Connor, but they skip him out and go as wide as they can. Ducking and diving under contact. The Godfathers still going. Rums. Oh, he's put under a lot of pressure, and it's been stripped in the tackle. Big hit, and now there might be numbers up for Fiji. Oh, show and go! Now is a foot race, and surely one that the Fiji Warriors will win. Back they come, but it's Nadavo over the top. Oh, instead he keeps a hold. He sold us all there. He had Penny Bully Wale on the inside. But instead, this time, Aquila Nadavo went himself. Well, from turning the game on its head to going behind again, Fijian Warriors re-establish an important 5-point advantage. Emosi Nayasamaki on the sideline, barking his instructions to his Fijian Warrior side. A few substitutes in the offing for Godfathers. On comes Harry Morgan Grant. It's a deep kick from Josiah Seva. And there's no one in the backfield for Fiji. The Godfathers play with ball in hand. Well, there's the switch inside and a half break from Bonnick. And then the offloads are plenty to keep Godfathers in control. Still going on the turn to find Bonnick. And now Bonnick's away! Bonnick will race away and score. And a converted try will put them back in the lead again. Advantage Godfathers if they can convert. One of the tightest games of the tournament. Plenty of tired legs out there in these sides who've played a lot of sevens at the very top end of the competition today. They're in the lead again, the Godfathers. Fiji Warriors need a quick response. Dale with a kickoff. How crucial is this in this semi-final? Oh, it's a great nudge. And it's going to put Fiji under pressure. Oh, it's been spilled. Bit of contact in the air that the Godfathers aren't happy about. It's good to see the Godfathers man get straight back to his feet after wearing a big shot in the contest. But it's a scrum for Fiji and a chance for them to get back ahead. Here's the scrum, down the short side. Go Fiji, just take a little tumble. Penalty for the Godfathers. There's a man down for Fiji after taking a pretty big shot from close range. And two men down, really. The Godfathers have a man as well, so regardless, we'll restart with a penalty when the game gets going again, and that might be it for the Vaquita Fiji Warriors. It's all over on pitch 2. One finalist decided already as the results come in. Will it be the Godfathers they meet in the plate final? In this men's elite competition, the first leg, where every point matters. Across Shelford and Bury St Edmunds to come. Our next game on pitch 1 after this is a huge semi-final in the men's elite division. It's the Vaquita Hammerheads against Hong Kong. And then we have a 20-minute break before the final two games. The women's elite final, which Harry will take you through, and the men's elite final. Well, in that women's elite competition, it looks like Shogun or Hammerheads will be through to the final. In Group B, it's Hong Kong who will be through to a cup final. Could it be a Hong Kong double here in the first leg? Or a Hammerheads double, for that matter, in the elite division, with both their men's and women's sides still on the cards for a place in that final. On comes Eminiasi Naviakuto. Let's play first receiver. It's a scrum, and it's for Fiji in the end. The game was dropped for the head injury, but the Godfathers have turned it over, and Dale lifts it up. The path of Morgan Grant. It's time, but they don't know it just yet. Now carried on by Bonick, and then finally cleared. Godfathers have done it. By the barest of margins, the Godfathers are through to the plate final. Fiji Warriors, who have entertained us in their single showing on the live stream here at the Oxford 7s. Well, their tournament's over. And through to the plate final go Godfathers. Straight on to Cup semi-finals. The British Army play over on pitch 2 against Belgium in a kit clash. So good stuff on pitch 1. We've got Hong Kong and the Hammerheads. That's the next game live here from pitch 1. 3 games to go in the first leg of the LIT Super 7 Series Elite Division here at the Oxford 7s. Hammerhead taking on Hong Kong, who have dispatched any side in their path so far in the competition. Hammerheads, who finished second in their group behind the Boom Beavers, who are now deceased in this cup final running. And from the kickoff, it's Hong Kong after it, and it's the captain, Joe Knight, who latches onto possession. What a start, Isono. Hong Kong looking to open things up early here. Quinton almost through. Quinton dragged down by Brass. What a start to the game for Hong Kong. Here's Richards. Now just applying the brakes. Isono! So close to breaking through again, Juan Isono. Quick ball for Quinton. Here's Fung. Hat-trick in that quarter-final win. Turnover! Jamel Hamilton has it back for the Hammerheads. What a game we are going to have for you here, live at the Oxford 7s. Hamilton, looking to break from his 5 metre. He's still going, Jamel Hamilton. Straight over the ball go Hong Kong. Oh, they've turned it back again. It's Captain Joe Knight again involved. Chung, Isono. And here's Eustace. Oh, it's a misplaced pass, but here goes Fung. Fung getting on the outside and then stepping back against the grain. The ball is dislodged. Eventually it comes to the Hammerheads who have it back, and they hammer it downfield. But the first call is a knock-on. So it's another scrum for Hong Kong. The Hammerheads beat the Wild Dogs in a fantastic quarter-final, whereas Wooden Spoon Marauders fell to Hong Kong. This is a big chance for Hong Kong. Fung, such a danger out wide. And he's poised again in the widest channel for Hong Kong. Matt Richard. Oh, lovely step. Richard beats 2 and then takes on Chads, but he's dragged down by the Lion. To the open side they go. Quinton, dancing through, Quinton! Breaks the tackle and scores. Arthur Chad straight back to his feet after trying to turn it over. Can't make the secondary tackle. And Elliot Quinton finally relieves the Hong Kong pressure with a score. Hammerheads go behind early here. And Hong Kong deserve it. Well, Belgium or the British Army. What another semi-final here at the Oxford 7s. The first leg of the LIT Super 7s elite category. Hong Kong looking to make their first final of the summer. Richards. It goes the opposite way to where they're expecting, but it's well taken by the Hammerheads, who are neatly wrapped up out wide, but they do get to ground, and that's got to be blocking. Indeed it is. No release. So Hammerheads with a penalty. Got to do something from inside their own 22. Delhi. Fast feet for Chads, but he's brought down by Esso. Knight on the edge is fended off, but he gets back to recover well. Eustace over the ball. Delhi. Even wider from Leeson. And Hamilton hands it off. Oh, what a step! And away they go! Across comes Knight, but surely this is the score for Hammerheads. Indeed they are over. Nathan de Calmas, formerly of Berkshire County, gets a score on the board. Great work from de Calmas. He's had that burst of pace a few times today to level them up. Leeson. He's done it. Liam Leeson equalises for the Hammerheads. From de Calmas's great score. And it's another Chad's kickoff. They've been fantastic today. And that's another contestable one. And up go the Hammerheads. Put down by Hong Kong. The kickoff kings are being turned over by the Hammerheads in their finest department. Camel Chung just not comfortable enough under the lift. So now a big opportunity for Hammerheads to get in front for the first time in this semi-final. It's going to be fed by Chads. Here's Delhi and Louis Burns freshly onto the field. Burns looking to take on Fung. Oh, and then a nice offload. Delhi racing away. Fung gets back to make the tackle on Burns. Oh, what an offload. Leeson surely over. Final offload knocked forward. And it's going to be a penalty and a yellow card as well. Well, it was lifted off the deck, and in an attempt to gather it, it just deflected off a Hong Kong man. So they're down to 6 now. Surely they must score from here. Burns looks wide. Lovely footwork from Hamilton. He's got 2 men outside him. They shift it. Chung bumped off, just about getting over to score. Oh, it's been given as a knock-on. What defense from the 6 men of Hong Kong. This Hong Kong development squad look like the Finnish articles to me. But it's Isono who wins the line out, and they've must clear. And there's no one home for Hammerhead. The Chads has to work hard to get back. Hunted down by Fung, but what an offload that is, given the circumstances. Burns with nothing but the green grass of Oxford in his wake. Just Knight to beat. Burns puts in the fend. Louis Burns scores for Hammerhead, and they take the lead against Hong Kong. The 6 men of Hong Kong China Dragons have conceded. Burns had so much space on the outside. And in the end, they just didn't have enough to get back and make the final tackle. What a time to score as well, just before the break. Hammerheads turned that first half around. They conceded so quickly. But in the end, they lead at half-time in this huge cup semi-final. A week ago, Louis Martin of the Hammerheads, out injured this certain Saturday, said that they weren't just going to challenge for the plate next week, they were coming for the cup. And his prediction's coming true here, because Hammerhead have 1 foot in the final. Hong Kong will not take their first defeat of the day lying down. 7 minutes still to go. It's another kickoff for the Hammerheads, which they compete so hotly for. What a lift by Quinton. And Chung takes it cleanly this time. And off goes Fong Kit Fung again. It's a great carry, but stripped in contact. Chung does well to keep a hold. Hint of a knock-on, but the ref waves play on. Thunderous clear out by the skipper, Joe Knight. And Fung, oh, it almost opens up for him, but Chaz gets a hold. Good offload to find Camille Chang. Oh, stolen. It's back with the Hammerheads, and Brooks driving past the 10-meter line. Chaz plays scrum half, and they switch it back inside. Here's Will Brock. And Brock chips it in behind again. And Brock gets his long levers pumping. He will win the race. We've seen that before. Will Brock chipping it in behind. It bears fruit for the Hammerheads again. Well, their women's side are the defending champions on the LIT7 series. But in this newly formed LIT Super 7 series, it's their men looking to make the first cup final of the elite division. The defending champions, British Army, still alive in the semi-final against Belgium. Just 2 games to go, the women's and the men's final after this. But first, can the Hammerheads hold on against Hong Kong, who have been the standout side in the tournament so far? Hamilton puts it in behind the Hong Kong line, but it's taken well by Camille Chung. High press, no one in the backfield for Hammerhead, but Esso looks to break the line. Uru over the ball, but Chung hands it off. Little step off the left boot, looking to make some inroads. Good carry by Elliot Quinton. Penalty, high tackle, bit of respite for Hong Kong. Joe Knight assesses his options. Knight leaves it for Elliot Quinton. What have they got in their locker here, Hong Kong? It's Joe Knight at first receiver. Oh, looks to take him on himself. Spots a bit of a hole. And Knight makes good yards, but he's dragged down by Kieran Leeson. Richards. Esono. Brought down by Hamilton. Over the ball go the Hammerheads. And then Uru makes a high pressure tackle. Chung. Here's Eustace. Quinton. Quinton goes himself, puts it back on the inside. Eustace turns on the afterburners. Dummies a little flick. What a tackle! Stuart Brooks with a huge intervention. And it's going to be a line out. And it's going to be the Hammerheads. And a chance for them to seal the game if they can go coast to coast here. On comes Carlos Snell and Will Brock to see out this game for the Hammerheads. Here we go then, line out for the Hammerheads. They're taking their sweet time with things. As is their right. Stuart Brooks with the throw, and time is back on. Knight gets up, it's short, and it's loose. And in the end, it's knocked on. Well, I think in the end, it's given us not straight. So it's going to be a scrum on the 15 for Hong Kong, and a chance for them to get back into this semi-final. Here go Hong Kong, straight into contact from Eustace. Knight gets over. There's plenty of numbers out wide for Hong Kong. Here goes Esono. Esono puts in the fend. Denied, just inches short. Penalty for Hong Kong. Not releasing. Elliot Quinton goes direct and beats the first man. Quinton reaches out. Surely this time. Over goes Xing. And is there time for Hong Kong to turn it around? Oh, what a nudge. Plenty on it. Off the post. Disappointing for Hong Kong. They've still got work to do. Mervyn Lowe onto the field to take this kickoff. Hammerheads still play with the advantage and a full complement of players as well. What a take by Juan Esono. Oh, what footwork from Richards. Leaving Hammerheads in the dust. What a tap tackle. Unbelievable from Will Brock. Hammerheads have it back. How on earth has Will Brock denied Hong Kong from inches out? Remarkable tackle. Effortless. Surely this is it. Josh Eustace just about back to his feet. We will continue. The tension here, palpable. Hammerheads still play with ball in hand on their 5 metre. Just looking to keep the ball alive and run down the clock. Big clear out from Burns. But then it's been latched upon by Hong Kong. Uru with the high press. Camille Chung with Esono outside. Esono ushered into the corner by Brass. But he scores. And they race back. Hardly any time at all for Hong Kong. This kick could be crucial, but it won't define the game. One last chance for Hong Kong. Chung gets everything he has behind it. Just off target. Changes in the offing for Hammerheads. Can they see this out? Kickoff is back for Hong Kong. Camille Chung dives onto it. Richards. Quinton, it's over him. And to Mervyn Lowe. Quinton on the wraparound. Quinton's on the outside of Burns. What a tackle by Burns. Quick ball for Hong Kong. Hammerheads back pedaling. Chung. Esono keeps a hold. What can they create from the 10 metre? Hammerheads wrap them up. This is the making of either sides. This is the biggest moment of the Oxford Sevens. And they'll take it to the line again. Joe Knight, the captain. Quinton on the inside. Burns is over it. Burns has stolen it. Burns has stolen it. Penalty, Hammerhead. Louis Burns, try scorer in the semi-final. May just have won it for the Hammerheads. Hamilton gets rid of it. He fires it long and wide and clear of the touchline on pitch one. And Hammerheads have turned around an early first half deficit and survived a frightening fight back by Hong Kong to make it through to the first Elite Cup final of the LIT Super 7 series. Remarkable performance by this unbelievable Hammerhead side. Knocked out in disappointing fashion in the men's open last week. They've gone the length and they will play either the defending champions, the British Army, or the Belgian men's national team in the Elite Cup final. It's over for Hong Kong, but a semi-final finish more than respectable with 2 legs still to play in the LIT Super 7 series. Our next game will be the Women's Open Final in 20 minutes' time. before the men's elite final. So the women's elite final to come. Could it be a Hammerhead double? We'll wait and see as the results come in from the other semi-finals. But what we do know here on pitch one is that for the first elite men's Lit Super 7s final of the series, it'll be Hammerheads in action.
Here we go then. It's time for the Women's Elite Cup final here on pitch 1. It's Shogun Rugby taking on Hong Kong China Dragons. And the opportunity to secure the title in the opening elite competition of the season. Both of these sides then topping their respective groups. And well, it's fair to say that it's been close for both of these teams to get themselves into the knockout stages. Hong Kong China Dragons, they have got 4 wins from 4. They beat Akuma Sabi Panthers, Boom Beavers, Bath and the British Army to reach this stage. Shogun Rugby, well, they beat Oxfam Lightning, Wild Dogs Alpha, Wooden Spoon Marauders, and then a draw with Vikita Hammerheads. It went down to points difference, and Shogun have ended up in the final courtesy of 3 points on the points difference. So we're nearly ready to go then, nearly ready to get underway here on pitch 1 in this Women's Elite final. Will it be Shogun? Will it be Hong Kong China Dragons? Both of these sides have been so good today. Unbeaten as well. Just that draw between Vikita Hammerheads and Shogun Rugby, the only blot on either of these sides' copybook. And we're ready to get underway. Long kick down from Shogun's Mania Betchel. An opportunity early doors here then for Hong Kong China Dragons to accelerate forward. It's a huge fend that comes in from Jamie Bork. Perhaps a little suspicion of a knock-on on the floor, but we play on here. And Hong Kong China look to break from deep. Plenty of players on the pitch for them that could cause some damage today, and here's one of them who's found the gap and raced away. It's Lucia Bolton. Nobody is tracking her. The referee, the closest person to her, and she's going to sail in under the sticks. Slows down to a walk, takes her time, and dots it down her side. 5 points to the good early doors in this final. Conversion successful then, and it's 7-0 to Hong Kong China. Stunning break that from Bolton. Saw the gap, feinted and went. And as soon as she went, she was gone. Back underway then, Stephanie Chan put in boot to ball. She's been so good at those restarts all day today, putting the pressure on. But Shogun have done well, dealt with that pressure, and now they can build. Now they can get the passes going, the show and the go again, and now it's the offload, and now it's the foot race. And you can hear the cheers and the roars below us. Shogun are going to go in. They've levelled this up in terms of tries scored instantly. They've been forced out wide though, so it's going to be a difficult conversion. Could it be a case of conversions being the crucial differential here in this final? That one has drifted wide from number 11, Jazz Rampton. So Hong Kong China just in the lead, 7 points to 5. And back underway. That one is not going to go the distance. It's a free kick for Hong Kong China. Kwong with ball in hand, looks to the left, goes to the right. A floated pass into Xi Jing. And they're going to go back on to the open side now. And Amkai Man with a beautiful floated pass over to the speedster, Li Pi. She initially looks to find the gap, but there's a welcoming committee of 3 players there to meet her. And they do the work at the breakdown with the turnover, and now the break is on. Crucial covering tackle, but the offload comes in. Shogun hunting the lead in this final, and they're coming back towards this near side now on the 22. The initial break was good. Now patience is required. They look for the break space. They look for the gap. And it's going to be a second score out wide. Pressure on, gets it down, and it's time for Shogun to hit the front. 10 points to 7. They now lead midway through this first half. Well, Hong Kong China started at lightning speed, but since then it's been Shogun, the series winners in 2022, who have hit the front, and that is an unbelievable kick from Ramson. She pushes her side slightly further ahead on the scoreboard. Unbelievable nudge that there from Jazz Ramson. Betchel then goes long. Shogun are going to force Hong Kong China to come from deep. They get an offload. The referee gets in the way, stops, almost looks, going, where are you? The player was hiding behind her back. It had initially worked as a ploy, but Shogun have come away with it. A loose pass in there. And now it's a one-on-one, a foot race, a step inside. And Shogun are going to have a hat trick in the final, under the sticks. And they've turned this game on its head in the space of 2 attacks. Conversion is good. 19-7 the lead now. Work for Hong Kong China to do. But this has been a statement couple of minutes from Shogun Rugby in this Women's Elite Cup final. Time back on. Well, there's a festival going on behind us. Both of these sides, they'll want to make sure they're not looking back in anger when this one is done. And at the moment, it's Shogun that are doing all of the attacking. They're into the 22 again, but Hong Kong China come away with the ball from the penalty. Little bit of a committee discussion on who's going to take that one. Stephanie Chan thought about it, put the ball down and left it for Nam Kai Man. And they're going to have to go from deep. Final seconds then of the first half. And the breakaway comes in from Nam Kai Man. It's a foot race. She's being pulled down and Shogun recover well. But she presents the ball initially brilliantly, but it's free ball. It's a brutal clearance and turnover. And Shogun, well, they were thinking about kicking it to touch. Instead, they're going to look to go the length here. Li Puyi with a crucial tackle and a turnover for her side. It's helter-skelter stuff here on pitch 1 in the women's final. That familiar quick tap routine then from Hong Kong, China. They get the offload away. That had to be made because the pressure was coming on. And now, well, initially an opportunity was there for Xi Jing, but the welcoming committee was there to meet her as well. And Shogun have come away with the ball. It's been brutal, suffocating defence from Shogun that's turned into beautiful, glistening attack. And now they've got the chance to do the same again. There's a 2-on-1, draw and go. Get the offload away. And in the end, a fairly simple finish. It's Emiravi going over under the sticks. And Shogun extend their lead again. It's an absolute coach killer for Hong Kong, China. And 3 scores to the good now as well. There's a lot of work for them to do to get back into this one. And the conversion is added. That is the break. 26-7 Shogun lead in this final. It was Hong Kong, China who made the fast start, but from there it's been all about the power of this Shogun side. And with Sweet Caroline being somewhat tunefully sung in the background behind us at a festival that's going on, as far as first halves go for Shogun, good times have really never felt so good. Half-time messages passed on. 7 minutes to go then. Shogun in the driving seat as they look to secure this Women's Cup title here at the Oxford Sevens. That also means there's 7 more minutes for you to have to put up with me trying to get some pretty horrendous puns into the commentary. Hong Kong, China, they started brilliantly, but then 4 scores in a row from Shogun have put them into a commanding lead. Back underway in the second half. The kick is on the money. It went backwards, but it's been picked up by Hong Kong, China. Natasha Thorne it was there, picking the ball up for her side. And they need to get themselves on the board quickly if they want to have a sniff of getting this one back. There's the danger woman, Li Puyi. She's marshalled well in defence, and Shogun pushing up, forcing Hong Kong, China to come back towards the left-hand side. They draw the final player, Jess Bork. Oh, that's a vicious fend from Jess Bork, and she's going over. Hong Kong, China strike first in the second half. (26), sorry, I should say, 12 the score then. An important conversion coming up. That one's drifted wide, so it's a 14-point game. Back underway then, being serenaded with a bit of Robbie Williams in the background as well. Shogun with the ball in their hands, but it's been turned over instantly. And Hong Kong China coming again through Bork. The pass sticks, and then the step and the offload. They've lost 10 metres or so here, though, Hong Kong China, and Shogun have got a welcoming committee there. It's a fend and a show and a go, and in the end, Nan Kai Man just keeps on running. And the penalty is drawn. Grundy not releasing. So here come Hong Kong China playing a player down, with Nan Kai Man down in the backfield. Monster tackle coming in. Penalty again, though. Lovely offload, wonderful hands, and a pirouette through the tackle from Stephanie Chan. Her side, or the pass wasn't great. It was an absolute daisy cutter, and Shogun are there. Hands on, securing the turnover. And they've opted for the scrum from the penalty. Still 4 minutes to go in this one. Plenty of time for so much more to happen. But perhaps a sensible call from Shogun, just taking a little bit of the edge out of this one. And now they look to go on the outside. Important tackle coming in. And surely that one looked like it had gone into touch. Shogun fighting for their lives. And a penalty eventually goes against them. Jess Ho takes it quickly. Nam Kai Man back on her feet. And there's Chan. Out to Thorne. And it's been snaffled back. Potentially on the floor there, the Shogun player, but they've got possession back, and that's the important thing from their perspective. 3 minutes left in this one. The lactic acid is starting to kick in. This is the 5th match of the day. It's been a grueling schedule. And now Shogun come again, ducking under the tackle. And now the chase begins. Shogun going for it. Seren Singleton going for the corner, potentially for the title. And Shogun have had to deal with so much pressure at the start of this second half. But they've dealt with it. And they've scored a breakaway through Singleton. And that one could be the game. Well, we've got one more song going on, it looks like, in that festival over there. All the lights may be blinding, but all the lights currently are shining on Shogun. They seem to be minutes away then from that cup triumph. 31-12 to the good. 5 tries to 2. And he's singing maybe over there, but I think it's now a case of probably for Shogun. All they've got to do is keep their hands on the ball. It's an awful lot to ask of Hong Kong China to get 3 tries back. They're going to give it a go, though. Chan, though, manhandled to ground. And Hong Kong China, they're looking for opportunities, but every single time they look up, there is a Shogun player in the way. The offload is crisp, the offload is beautiful. From Lucia Bolton into the hands of Thorne. And now there might be an opportunity, but the scrag tackle comes in. And Sunday Ho Z1 has to check. She's done well to make her way up to halfway. But there's a minute left in this one now, and I think it's safe to say that this cup triumph is going to be Shogun's. Hands there were wonderful just to hold on to it, but then the offload doesn't quite connect. It's gone into touch. It'll be Shogun ball, and I'll tell you what, Stephanie Chan has been absolutely manhandled there. Courtney Greenway made sure that she felt that hit. That was brutal from the Shogun number 6. Completely legal, but massive and impressive energy in the final 30 seconds of the final. Match of the day to still be able to put in a hit like that. Shogun ball then on the 10-meter line. Can they finish with a flourish? The title is theirs, but the ball is Hong Kong China's. It's gone forward, so perhaps an opportunity at a final consolation score. Will Hong Kong China be able to have the last say? They're going to give it a go. It's going to be a foot race on the outside. Hodzi won, hauled to ground. But a penalty against Shogun. And their title celebrations are going to be delayed slightly here at the end as Hong Kong China look for the final say. The score's blown out a little bit, but it's been a brilliant women's final. These two sides going at it. And here then goes Thorne, powering away, leaving defenders trailing on the floor. And it will be Hong Kong China that have the final say in this one. It's too little too late to trouble Shogun. But that is a little bit of momentum for them to take from this final into the next event and round off what has been an incredibly productive event. The kick drifts wide, but that's it. That is the final whistle. Shogun 31, Hong Kong China Dragon 17. The Women's Elite Cup title here at the Oxford Sevens in the LIT Super 7 Series goes the way of Shogun. 3 wins and a draw in the group stage, and then an impressive win in the final. Plenty of star performers on both sides, plenty of star performers throughout the day, but it is Shogun who have done enough to take home the spoils. They'll be lifting the cup a little bit later on. Congratulations to them. I'll be taking a short break. You'll be pleased to know you don't need to hear any more of my terrible puns, because we'll be handing back over to Wilf Kelmsley, who will be bringing you the Men's Elite Cup final very shortly.
This is the moment. This is the final of the Men's Elite competition live here at the Oxford Sevens. The first leg of 3 in the LIT Super 7 Series. It's Hammerhead, plate winners at the Manor Sevens, taking on the Belgium national team. And what a take off the kickoff. Off we go. The final well and truly underway. Opening score already. Racing down the left-hand side. Straight off the kickoff. What a start. Nathan DeCalmers with the score. Beautiful work. And the skipper, Dan Bohr, alongside me for the final. Perfect start, Dan.
Yeah, it's pretty nice that. Not one we planned, but take out the air, run it in. We'll do them a few more times and should be all good.
Michael van Lille from the Belgium national team also alongside me. Thanks for making it all the way up the steps, given how your ankle's feeling. Really appreciate it. Michael, not the perfect start, but a great tournament so far for Belgium, beating the defending champs, the British Army, and plenty more to come.
Yeah, no, just not the best start, but we'll get straight back into it. That guy was pretty quick to get around Miguel there. Here he's got the ball, and yeah, we're back into it.
Straight back into the game. This time Belgium claim the kickoff, and they move it wing to wing at the first time of asking. Oh, lovely footwork, crashing through the bodies. Great carry to get things started from Kuplan. And now it's the big man, Teo Adaba. And then what a bump, and suddenly we're away. Jean-Marie Stakuba with a great carry. Junior Delai holds up his man. So Belgium came through against the British Army in the semi-final. Hammerheads with an unbelievable victory against Hong Kong, who were favourites coming into this. Both sides deserve their place in the final. Belgium undefeated, a draw with the Wooden Spoon Marauders in the pool stage, the closest they came to failing, whereas Hammerhead, beaten by Boom Beavers, but still came through their quarterfinal as a second-seeded side.
Very good pressure on defense here. Really great pressure on defense, but we're keeping the ball nicely.
And now a line break for the first time, and there's no one home for Hammerhead. It's a fantastic finish from Samuel Kuplan, who goes all the way, first entry into the Hammerhead half, and they're going to level it up here with a kick. Michael, you were just saying how good the Hammerhead defense was, but they spotted the gap well there.
Yeah, no, we kept control of the ball nicely there, didn't panic, just shifted it side to side, and yeah, we found that break. Great run by Sam there.
It's going to be Marius de House to surely add the extras from close range. And then we'll be level again after Nathan DeCalmus' rapid opener. What a start to the final. 2 breakaway tries to get us off in the first leg of the LIT Super 7 Series Elite Men's Cup Final. Shogun take the first title in the women's division. But in the here and now, it's a contestable kick, but it's Hammerheads who just about keep a hold. Plenty of tired bodies out there, but Sam Tutt carries Srad. And then good movement here for Delai. Delai having a go. Switch of play. Leeson whips it wide. And then a good step inside and out. Here is Sam Tutt. Tutt looking to crash through to House. Little snipe. Off goes. What a hit that is on Louis Burns, but he carries it well. Penalty not rolling away. Not off the mark, but, well, damn, that was some shot on Louis Burns.
Yeah, some good play there. The boys are like something we've been talking all day about is keeping possession of the ball, and that's what we're doing at the minute, not letting go of it, not sort of offloading out the tackle as well, so working our way up the pitch, hopefully ending a try.
Here's Jamel Hamilton. They're going to crash through the bodies, but he's got Nicholas Bulte for company. Delai, ushered in field by Burns, whipped across. Little chip in behind. There it is again from Will Brock. Not the first time that he's chipped it up like that at the LIT Super 7 Series. Beautiful bit of individual skill from Will Brock. Dan, he's been dropping it onto the toe all afternoon at every key juncture for Hammerhead, and he's done it again.
Yeah, lovely chippy from the award-winning carpenter there. Nice to see.
He just loves that little chip through, and he rolls the hand there. He fancies coming off. So we'll see some changes. On comes Kieran Leeson. Both Leesons now on the field. Well, it'll be a kickoff here for Arthur Chads, whose kickoffs have been unbelievable today. And it's another contested one. Hamilton's underneath. What a lift. Beautiful work by Belgium to keep it in possession. Bulte always backwards. Good recovery from Nicholas Bulte, who crashes up on the 22. Arthur Chads is over it, but it's ripped away instead by Vince Hart. And now here's Teo Adaba taking on Hamilton. What a conflict that is between the two big men. Penalty, offside. An easy let out for Belgium. And Belgium look to break through. In goes the handoff from Ruddick. Oh, what a touch. And what a step as well off the toe to keep it alive. Hammerhead over the ball. It's always backwards. It's a little bit scrappy here in the end of knock-on to the Hammerheads. Well, Michael, it's not as clean as it could be, but Belgium don't mind because they're working their way well up the field.
Well, yeah, but this is the 6th game of the day, so like enormously tired legs out there. There are going to be mistakes. I think it's just whoever can handle that fatigue and keep going.
On comes Ryan Godsmark to take his place behind the scrum. To be fed by Ruddick. And here is Godsmark, little show and go to beat the first defender. And now he's winding his way through. Uru, what an offload! Uru got a hold, but he freed the hands beautifully. And there he is at 9. Godsmark taking on Hamilton. Frees the hands. Belgium have got numbers over. Here goes Kuplan looking for his second. Gets the offload away. Surely now. What a chop tackle, but straight back to his feet. Benjamin Ruddick accelerates over for Belgium, and they take the lead in this final. What a bit of play from Belgium. Michael van Leeuwen, that was beautiful. And what about the offload from Ryan Godsmark?
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of our long-standing players. Great player, and yeah, amazing offload there. I think he's still one of the fresher players, I think, on the team. Coming off an ankle injury, so very happy for him getting that away.
There's the kick as well, straight through. So the captain, Ryan Godsmark, right on the half-time interval, has got Belgium in the driving seat. But Dan, that is a pretty tough way to end the first half. There's still 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, tough to end that way, but I think we've got more to come. So if we get hold of the ball, keep possession, put some phases together, we can put under a bit of pressure. It's definitely not gone yet, is it?
Well, this final has been exactly as exciting as we all hoped it would be. There's still 7 minutes left of the Oxford Sevens, who will claim the first title in the elite division of the LIT Super 7 series. The first of 3 legs. At the moment, it's in the hands of Belgium, with Hammerhead looking to get back into the contest. Here we go then. Hammerheads will kick us off in the second half. Oh, it bounces loose. I think it's going to be a line out though for Belgium. Well, we're all level after the half-time interval, but it's Belgium with all the momentum going into this final 7 minutes. And it is going to be the captain who's changed the game when he came on. Ryan Godsmark to get the throw underway. Nicked, and here go the Hammerheads. Good drive from Leeson, who finds the pass. Soft hands from Luke Uru. And then the acceleration from who else but the fastest man in Hammerheads colours, Louis Burns, with another score. Damn, what a tournament he's had. And he's got you in front in this huge cup final.
Yeah, he's been tearing up. It is very handy in sevens to have someone who's pretty gas, and so I'm glad he's here today.
What a finish. Good soft hands from Luke Uru as well. A hat-trick in the early stages of the game was really impressive. And now it is, on my book, 19-14 in favour of the Hammerheads. Belgium trail by 5 after taking all the momentum into the break. Still so much time to go in this final, but what a start to the second half for Hammerheads. Jamel Hamilton with the kickoff. And Leeson's after it. But it's a wonderful take in the air. Great strength by Takuba on the lift. And Belgium look to strike. Good tackle from Hamilton, straight over the ball with a strong clear out. Here's Godsmark. There's a bit of space out wide if they can use it. Teo Adaba flicks it out the back door. Great work, and Takuba skips around one. Brass looks to get over it. But Teo Adaba with the quick pick and go. Hamilton gets up in the face of Godsmark. and forces the knock-on. But offside is the call. What a let-off for Belgium. Instead, they could attack through Vasquier. Godsmark. Show and go. And then he does ship it on to Bosch, who fends off the first. Bosch still going up to the 22. A crucial interval for Belgium. Desperate for a score to get level again. And off goes Couplon for another try. His second of the final. And we're all square again. Michael van Leerde, what do you make of that one?
Sam's having an unbelievable tournament. He's been playing brilliant rugby. He's looking strong and fast, so really happy for him. Great try.
Couplon with 2 in the final. We're level again. Golden point beckons if things stay the way they are. What a chance this is for Hart. Oh, Vince Hart's done the business. And now Belgium lead by 2. Nervous moments at this stage, Dan.
Yeah, still to play for there, isn't it? It's still close, plenty of time. We win this kick-off, go to the other end again like we did to the start with, so never know, never know.
Still plenty of time to go. Ryan Godsmark, the captain, leaves it instead for Vincent Hart. Adaba is after it, and it's perfectly weighted. Adaba, oh, he just knocks it on. He got a hand to it, but it went forward. So we're going to have a scrum down for Hammerhead, unless they elect to take the line out, which is the referee's call. Never mind, line out it is, and it will be Strawn Brooks to throw it in. The clock now very much against Hammerheads, winners of the plate last week. Dan, it was really unfortunate that you didn't make the cut, because you absolutely smoked everyone in the plate competition last week at the Man of Sevens.
Yeah, we just didn't really wake up in the morning, to be fair, but we probably should have won that first and second game. But yeah, just showing what we can do. I think this series is ours for the taking this year. We're a good group of lads, very consistent with boys turning up each week, and I think we got a lot of quality in there. So hopefully we can go all the way today and then start some momentum building.
Bit of a let-off there for Hammerheads. It was deflected off Godsmark a moment ago, a knock-on, and then a penalty as well. Here goes Delai, Burns, already a try scorer in this final. He's wrapped up by Adaba. But he gets to ground. The Hammerhead have burnt the numbers in the breakdown, so they're a little bit short-handed out wide. What a chop tackle by Dakuba. And Belgium straight over the ball. Turnover. What a shot. Jean-Maurice Dakuba, the 15s international, starring in the Sevens game instead. What an offload to free up Godsmark. Lovely ball by Hart. Dummy switch. Oh, the ball on the inside, put down. Hammerheads survive. Excellent defence, Dan, as you just said.
Yeah, good defence from the boys there. A lot of pressure going on, so let's hold on, see if we can get that ball back.
Belgium playing with all the flair, but Hammerhead still in control. But the sands of time drift off into the sunset here in Oxford. Belgium lead by 2, and we're camped down in Hammerhead country for now. Scrum to be fed by the Hammerheads. They've got to keep a hold of it here. What a pickup by Chads. And now they could get rolling out wide. How they go, that's the call from the touchline, and Burns does just that. But he's brought down on the 22. Quick ball for Chads. And there's the change of direction. Good tackle. Penalty for a high tackle. Commentator's curse has struck Belgium there, but Chads is still playing. Here's Hamilton, stepping off that right boot. It takes 3 to bring him down, Jamel Hamilton. Second penalty in quick succession, and Chads is off to the races. Chads weaving inside and out. Delai at the breakdown is driven off. And there's a reverse of the penalty. What a counter ruck by Jean-Maurice Dakuba. Well, this is a crucial period of the game. Another try for Belgium, and it might be over, Michael.
Yeah, well, what a beast, Jean-Maurice. He's playing like crazy. He's so strong over the ball. They can't really move him in 15, so I don't know how they're going to try to do it in 7s.
Dakuba has forced this turnover, and Belgium take the pace out of the game. They take the scrum. Back onto the field comes Martin Bosch. Marius de House poised behind the scrum. He's got Bosch out to his left and big Teo Adaba to his right. Good pressure by Chads. De House has spilled it. Oh, he spilled it. But it doesn't matter. Time has run out for the Hammerheads. The Belgium have won it. A shake of the hands between Dan and Michael here in the commentary box. But it's a first victory of the LIT Super 7 Series elite competition for Belgium. Hammerheads applied all the pressure, but they just ran out of time. Michael van Leerden, I'll let you go celebrate with your lads. But first, what a final and what a start to the tournament for Belgium.
Yeah, unbelievably happy. I mean, the work rate was just incredible from the whole team. 6 games it's really impressive to see what they've just done. Also, you know, without an extra player. So.
Well, we'll hope you're back for the rest of the tournament. 2 legs still to come in the LIT Super 7s. But Dan, just before we lose you as well, Hammerheads plate champions last week. You've come through 6 fixtures, some big results. It didn't always go your way today, a couple of big setbacks, but in the end, a good performance in the final.
Yeah, I think we can be happy with that. The Belgian lads put on a bit of a show there, lots of nice offloads and kind of relentless pressure really. So I think we can still be pretty proud of it. Like you said, we're building on what we did last week, so hopefully continue this and be in a couple more finals.
We'll hope to see you at the next round of tournaments. Dan, thanks for speaking to us. Well, what a final. Shogun dominant in the women's competition, as their men were last week at the LIT7s. But here, in the first leg of the elite tier of the LIT Super 7 Series, Belgium are champions. They knocked out the British Army in the semi-final, the defending champs, and they've beaten the Hammerheads, who were stretched thin by Hong Kong in the other semi-final. In the end, they just didn't have enough in the tank. Belgium dug deep and held on to win the final by the barest of margins. What a tournament it's been here at the Oxford Sevens. The first leg of the elite competition of the LIT Super 7 Series. The second leg of the competition overall is over. We've got a week off as the 7 sides in the country head to the Algarve. But then we're back for the Shelford Sevens, the second leg of this unbelievable tournament. Thank you for joining myself, Wilfred Kemsley, for coverage today. Next Gen 15 will be writing up a tidy review of all the day's proceedings. You can catch that on our website. The next leg of the LIT Super 7 Series is in 2 weeks' time. Shelford awaits the champions, Belgium. Can the Hammerheads get back on track? Or can one of the other international contingents rise to challenge in this elite competition? We'll find out in a few weeks' time. But for now, thank you for joining us, and goodbye.